Rock and roll. This is very good. I've now got this. Ooh, wow, he's jiggling quite a lot. Let's fix that. Okay. Alrighty. I did not know he would jiggle quite so much. Okay, we can stop him from jiggling. How about the... There we are. Well, that's less jiggling. I can live with that for the time being. If it gets too distracting, let me know. Hey, 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 Coitus. Welcome on in, I'm glad to have you. Oh golly, he jiggles so much. How do I... Oh wait. There we go. Fixed it. Haha! Hey, Bob without a hat. And what's going on? I just got my... I just got my little avatar working. Which I'm pretty pleased about, honestly. Okay. And yeah, so I'm pretty pleased about that, TBH. And let's see. Let's go over to here. I know, right? It's moving. Because yeah, like it was a bit of a process because I had to make each of those images right. And so like yeah, it was not the simplest thing to make, but it was doable. And so I did. Cause you know, I know it makes everything more engaging to look at and stuff. Although I'm not sure if it's like actively doing everything I'm hoping it would. And clearly, yeah, clearly there's a few kinks I need to work out with it because he's a little twitchy. But yeah, that's alright. I agree, he's blinking way too damn much. I'm not exactly. Now let me see if I can figure out a sensible way to fix that. Because yeah, there's quite a lot of ways I can go about fixing that one. But I am unsure if I know any of them. Let's see. Blink interval. Okay, this ought to be better. Wait. How about now? No. How about that? No. Let's see. That seems a little bit better, as far as I can tell. He's still blinking all the time. Why? How about this? No. How about that? Why won't you just let me make him blink less? This seems like an obvious sort of thing. Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, so I honestly I've got it's a little bit difficult to figure all of it out too terribly easily or simply. I wish it was a bit easier, frankly. Hmm. Avatar settings? Nah, you're not giving me that. You're not making it easy on me, are you? Well, wait a minute, I got an idea. Can I make it? No, no such luck. Oh well, I'm giving up. Oh, thank you very much for the 20 stream streak. Yeah, that's awesome. So I see that these... So, like, it's almost doing what I want. Wait a minute. Maybe this can help a little bit. No, honestly, that's... Huh. Oh, actually, you know what? That seems like it's doing a little bit more of what I was looking for. Maybe? I can't quite tell. Because it doesn't seem like he's twitching as much. Actually, wait. Can I disconnect the mic from... Let's see if it does what I was... the irritating thing now. Will he still be twitching left and right and every which direction? It does not seem quite as bad. Oh well. Well, I mean, hey. Well, he yip-yaps every now and again, and I suppose that's something, ain't it? It's not nothing. It ain't working quite how I want it to, but you know. What can you do? Alrighty. Good stuff. There we go. I just wanted to... Everything has to be perfect right away, I say. That's pretty funny. Yeah, and I mean... I'm just trying to make sure that I'm always improving, you know? To make sure everything's getting better. And that I am continuing to make all of the systems that I have going on continually improve bit by bit. There we go. Excellent. You may or may not need to recheck the High Dictionary. Do elaborate. What exactly do you mean by that? Because I surely do not know exactly what you're going for, what you're trying to be saying there. Because, you know, communication is not always the easiest or most straightforward sort of thing. But that is, of course, just how life be sometimes. But yes, I decided to have a Friday stream. I don't know if it's going to be a long one today, or a short one today. But I just wanted to stream today because I managed to get the thing working.
I'm gonna paint the town red.
Oh, the explanation of what the amount of highs, the eyes in high means? You know, that's a great question, TBH, a Bob without a hat. I don't really know either. And hey there, Bayhue, how you doing? Welcome on in. I'm glad to have you. I've got a little moving thing now, but honestly, it's malfunctioning at the moment. I will get it going pretty soon because I've actually made quite the neat little set of things. I did end up doing the thing you suggested, Bayhue, yes. But it's currently malfunctioning. I'm also going to... well, okay. I also have this other thing you might like. So, let me show you guys. Let's do this one. So, we are going to replace this one. This one is which one? This is the closed mouth image. Replace the image, because I actually made quite a few fun things. I think you guys are gonna love it. Okay, closed mouth image. No, that's not the right one. But, because this one, or maybe that is the right one. I don't remember. Wait, I can hotkey having books? That is fun, yeah. I like this idea, yes. And then we have, only 4 frames I use. The only 4 frames you use in your general, I see. Fantastic. I will look into this. Mouth closed. And then replace this guy. And then replace this guy. Now let me see. Well, you know, this guy is... Nope, damn it. I clearly fucked something up. Oh well. Now, don't ask you for any further advice, as you have no idea. What you set up is good enough for you. I see. But yes, I hope you also like this little guy. I think he's pretty funny. I plan to use this guy whenever I start yapping about science. But yeah, I'm pretty pleased about the second one. And gosh, thank you. I hope you guys do like them. I know they're not like anything amazing yet, but you know. I'm not even... Is the darker gray a shadow? Oh, on the... No, actually, it is the exterior of a hamperchamp fractal slime's cellular membrane. Something I did, but basically, it's normally transparent, you see. However, what happens is that when you take an image of the fractal slime, it renders as a, you know, a slight shadow. So in that sense, I suppose it's a shadow. But yes, it's something that I added on purpose in the when I was making the image. Yeah. It was always meant to be kind of like just a cute little thing that's kind of easy to miss, to be quite honest. That was always the intention. but also that, you know, ideally wouldn't bother somebody that much if they were paying too much attention. Now let's see. Oh yeah, guys, I learned something pretty amazing. I learned that there is a specific God, I may well not need this many of these guys, frankly, so I'm gonna get rid of a couple. And then move these guys. Yeah. Because I actually don't have that many Gigasaw blades or Gigadisc projectiles, because, you know, some of the time you just don't have that many of a thing. And that's just how it is. But yes, I learned something pretty fucking amazing regarding, I got this tentacle, but also this thing cracks me up still. I love that you can just all-seeing eye and give it anti-gravity and then just go up. With the Matter Eater, I mean. It's so much fun. It's also very interesting to me, the way that its velocity works, right? Because that is the projectile itself right there, which is deeply interesting to me. You know, like, why is the projectile like that? I don't know, but it is. But yes, I figured out how to make a tentacle deploy rather from a timer or like thing like inside of a dealio rather than anywhere else. I see. Welcome on in, old man Windbreaker. Let me see. Let's do it real quick. Lower the threshold just a tidge. There we go. Maybe that'll work a bit better. We can see, but welcome on in, old man Windbreaker. Oh, thank you for being a real viewer and helping us grow the Eldritch Squish power. It's much appreciated. Okay, well, first let's put this wand away, because it's not exactly necessary at this specific moment. But yes, today I'm thinking maybe that a fun project would be specifically to do ridiculous things with Odd Firebolt. And we will see. Hell yeah, Squish. And how is it now? Is that better? I don't actually know. Did that make it better? Or did it make it worse, Bay? I can't quite tell. Yeah. You were a bit overwhelmed, Bob? By what? By the little guy? Would you like me to, Oh, you forgot to woo?
It's a me.
It's a me. Oh, see ya. Speaking of, given that there's no like rush at this specific moment, give me a moment. I need to turn my speaker on so I can actually hear all the sounds.
I don't need this, you mimic come. I don't need your mimic come. Mimics come.
I think that ought to work. Let's see. Yup, that worked. Hell yeah. Don't you love it when your technology works the way it's supposed to? I sure do. Oh, Coitus, I'm glad that you really love that particular sound and that you get your mileage out of it. I'm also considering getting rid of one of the eye closed graphics, just so you're aware. I don't know which one it is that I need to get rid of. I think I actually know. I'll need to figure out like what. Actually, you know what? Wait a sec. I think I could just figure this out by looking at it and analyzing it for a second. It is the eyes closed, mouth open. Let's get rid of that one. There we go. This might be better. Possibly, we'll see. Or I was wrong. God damn it all. Son of a bitch. It was the opposite one. It was the other one I need to get rid of. Oh wait, this one is closed mouth blinking. So, wait. You know what? This is probably better. I'm just gonna leave it like this for now. Okay. Sure, I'll take a quick look at the general. Sure. Why not? You got it. Closed eyes. Eyes closed, mouth open. Eyes open, mouth open. Yeah, that's more or less what I did, but clearly I made one other alteration when I did that, right? But the real problem is I don't think I was very careful when I selected which sounds which. Let's remove this one. Okay, now let's try it out. Let's see how are we doing now. Come on, there you go. Now, are you still doing the thing? So that means that it's actually the other one. Son of a bitch. That's the issue. And actually, you know what? This is why I made this copy. Because I think that means it's this guy. Remove this image. Okay. Now, I think this might work better. Oh, wait, that's right. I needed to do this. Okay. Now, let's see how this one works and how nice this one is. Yes. Okay, you blink well enough. Alrighty. Oh, and you can open your mouth now. Okay, so that works. So this means I can actually tune this down a bit. Down to here. Now let's go ahead and try this out here. For the time being. Oh shit. It kinda works. Oh man. Do you guys like the little guy bouncing around? Or would you prefer that he not bounce around so much? You guys tell me. I'll leave him bouncing around just for a little bit, and we can sort it out later. Hey, Rod, you can make up your mind because I just need to flip one button. That is better than not doing it. You got it. Okay. Because yeah, like I've made. You like the bouncing coitus? I am pleased. That makes me happy. Because frankly, given how fucking and I agree, slimes are not static. Oh, hi. I'm sorry, kitty. Oh, by the way, Coitus, I gave the kitty the scritches you requested, and I'm gonna be honest, he was very pleased. Like, genuinely, he loved the scritches. And I'd meant to tell you sooner, but I didn't get around to it. I don't think I saw you anywhere else in other chats, I mean. But yes, I just wanted to tell you that the kitty cat was very happy. And I was about to give him even more scritches, but of course I needed to get settled back in with the keyboard and stuff, and so he got upset and jumped away. And he was like, "How?" Oh, sorry. He was like, "How could you? How dare you? You would resettle yourself and get comfy in my presence? How could you do this to me?" A million doves orbit round the earth with tears of blood. Line in the sand erased, we are but one cosmic avalanche. Or no, cosmic cavalcade, we are but one. Time has come, I take integral birth by Cynic. You know, that kind of reminds me. Would you guys like to hear some years-old poetry I wrote about... Basically, the entire thing is from the point of view of ants having ash from a cigarette landed on, like, fall onto them. It's some poetry I wrote some years ago. It's not very long. Was curious, but yes, I shall rehydrate. You guys let me know if that's something that would remotely interest you guys, because it just occurred to me that yeah, I definitely still have that somewhere. Like, it's not an especially difficult to find piece of poetry, I don't think. Because yeah, like I only have like one document in my entire Google Docs devoted to poetry. Alrighty. Let's see here. Alrighty. That means... Oh, wait just a moment. If it ain't right there, does that mean it's back on my older one? Oh, no. Oh, no. I guess that means... Actually, wait. Is my... I gotta figure this one out. So like on my older like document thing, my older computer here, I have it's the one I have the I still have the functioning Photoshop CS6 on. CS6. Yeah. I just realized I said that uber fast. Alright. There we go. Okay, so if then I go over instead to here, well, it does that work, or is mayhaps oh, promising. Never mind, not so promising. Oh well, another day then. I believe that I have I actually, you know what? Because I'm a silly person, I'm just going to pull up Google Chrome on here because I am in fact logged in on here. So it legit should not be very difficult. Because honestly, I'm kind of curious now. I'm wondering if it's terrible, right? Because I really want to know, is the poetry bad? I thought it was pretty good at the time, but that could mean it's awful. You never know. Well, at least I found the document. fact, you know, I do rather like this one. When I see beauties like autumn trees, all I can think is that, man, that's gorgeous. But why is the death of these leaves leaving us a beautiful thing? Perhaps because they don't care about sentiment, remembrance, or much of anything. And about correct punctuation, good enunciation, and certainly not conjugation. They don't care, and all they know is that they're dying, and these leaves have no problem. I think that I probably need to fix that particular rhyme. It's not very good. They're about to be recycled, reused, reconstituted, but they're not worried about being reanimated. All they want to be is fertilizer for that tree. But how can that be? When you see that 5-year-old on TV whose life ended prematurely, I think we can all agree that's not beauty. Just a waste. That their life was taken with such haste. And that it's just a life one can't live with the rest of us. But who are we to say? Actually, I never finished it. I never finished it. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? I never finished the poem. Incredible. Incredible. Don't worry. All I gotta do now is Command F. On the word Pompeii, and I should be able to find the poem. Let's see. Poetry. Don't worry, we're almost done with this particular diversion. Alright, that means it's not in that document. Wow. I don't think it's straight up no longer there, but you know, basically the vibe of it was that I framed the entire thing as if a person like ashing a cigarette on a bunch of ants would be kind of like Pompeii as far as the ants would be concerned. It was a bit, you know, goofy and silly on purpose, right? Man, I have no idea. So, you know, I'm not gonna get lost in my ancient documents. I'm just gonna play some Noita. Oh, trust me, I've noticed, Bayhue, and I don't really know how to fix it. Yeah, I mean, if you know how to fix the error message. Because, obviously, the quotes... I mean, I think maybe if I give somebody who has mod privileges, the ability to add a quote that would do it, but then I need to figure out exactly how to do that. And the fact of the matter is that I just don't really know how. Wait a minute, did I find it? Did I find the document? Are you serial? On a different thing. Maybe not. This is probably the wrong doc. Oh, wait. I wrote... Actually, you know what? Because anhedonia comes up all the time, guys. And let's see. One file detour. Your thingy's set up. Your mic pop and lower volume, though. And you think of mutes, but I see. But first, I want to read you guys my poem about anhedonia. Because, maybe I'll wait until Meatball gets here. I don't know. I rather like this poem, though. This one is one I'm still a bit proud of, because it's lovely. It's anhedonia, such an elegant word, yet it means so little and represents the elephant that isn't in the room, the vacuous space left where the conductor of a choir says once more with feeling, and the whole choir stares at him like there's... Actually, no, I'd probably remove this particular line. I'd probably just say, stares at him with unblinking eyes. Such an empty word, representing an empty state of being as it occasionally convinces you that it's a freeing thing, this feeling we call apathy. Perhaps it's simply being more accurately aware of entropy. Probably not, but it's an amusing thought. It seems to me sometimes in my dreams, while laying, feeling awake, thinking a myriad of things, analyzing human behavior, considering ways to make the whole world chill, live in peace, that the issue is the misuse of societal norms to distort the essence of what it is to be a parent, a human being. And considering my incoherence when I speak, the only way I can make change from $1, pick up the pieces of this. I never liked this particular line, and I wish I could figure out a better one. But, pick up the pieces of this broken educational system is by getting through it, which adds to the suffocation of depression, the vacuum I'm enmeshed in. I do think that that last line is absolute fire. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's fucking awesome, and I'm proud of it. Wow. Pre-made telly wand? Are you for real? And it's small telly? Look at this. What a great little wand to have just spawned there. And thank you, Bayou. I'm glad you liked it. Oh, maybe I do know where I left that particular poem, and I'm not going to the trouble of finding it. Yes, a Bob without a hat? What up? Just this wand? Or the poem? Mm-hmm. T. Both. I see.
It's a me.
Alessia. T. Hey, Schleefu. Did you arrive in time to hear the poem? And how am I? I'm doing pretty well at the moment. Let's see. Or did you arrive just after the poem? And how are you doing, Schleefu? Let's see. Ha! This particular this particular poem I'm reading through at the moment, poorly executed, but funny. Ah, I also remember this poem, Uncommon Decency. I feel like it's a bit pretentious, but you know, it's alright. The title's Uncommon Decency, if any of y'all want to. You heard no poem, Schleefu? Well, if you, well, I guess because I get my numbers of the people watching have gone up since I started reading poetry. I suppose I can I'll read a few more poems and then I'll be done with that. But this one's years old, so forgive me. Yes, I might well skip or simply not read certain parts of it because they're bad enough in my own eyes. But yes, such is life. Welcome on in, Blazing Jag. You know, ordinarily I would do like a channel point redeem for I am so glad that you're loving the new slime art, Schleefu. That makes me very happy because I worked pretty hard on it. Chicken McNugget. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Gomitan. Welcome on in. Oh my gosh, 29 viewers. Golly, let me give you a shout out. Thank you so much. Welcome on in, everybody. Let me just, let's go with the shout out. And then, Gomitan. Gomi_tan. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in, the fastest boy. Glad to have you guys. Glad to have you. Now let's all join in following Gomitan. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I am famous, is that so? How marvelous. But yes. I am hamperchamp. And how is Noita going? It's going quite well. This particular run has been ongoing for like 8 in-game day, or like 8 days or something. Welcome on in, Lord Azuel. I'm glad to have you, and welcome on into the channel. We'll start by introducing myself. I'm hamperchamp, and hey, Kibble, welcome on in again. I'm hamperchamp. I am an Eldritch Slime achieving world domination, one stream at a time. And, let's see. Also, in case you're curious about my current wands. There you go. Yes. And, let's see. 200 or so hours in. So seeing a wand with 26 spells at a time made you realize you hadn't even scratched. That's understandable. And to be fair, like, this wand is an everything wand. So Kibble here is the one who helped. He designed it, basically, right? It was him. I simply built it. This one I did design. Well, the initial version of this I designed, and he helped me redesign it so that there was less waste going on. But yeah, essentially the idea is to neutralize any enemy projectiles. I agree, Blazing Jag, you're totally right. Kibble is arguably one of the best wand builders out there. But be aware, I do have a mod. This mod lets me lug around a bunch of garbage. That is to say, I can carry around wands. That's what it does. Just if that's a deal breaker for you, I understand. But I did it because I don't like running back and forth. It does, however, let me carry around all of my fun wand builds. The eyes are creepy, you say, Schleefu. Alrighty, I will keep that in mind. And I will figure I will solve that pretty soon. Because I do have other options for the eyes. I was also considering, like, flipping it around. But yes. And essentially, so I've got this guy. This one's basically every one of the... It's arrow, disc, and disc projectile made such that they will hunt down bad guys and then just accelerate quickly to kill them. And it works very well. GeoGuessr's Daily right now. Daytime. GeoGuessr's Daily. That's funny. That's really funny. But yeah, Gomitan, I only know a lot about this game specifically because of Dunker Slam, but also if you need to raid and run, I totally understand. Take care of yourself. And then, but yes. So really I've just been doing a bunch of silly stuff in this game, and I've been making a bunch of some more functional wands than others. This one is I think this guy is the self-replicating Omega Saw Blade. No, this one has something else going on. I see. So this one is basically Oh, this one cleans up the mess it creates as it goes along. And it also kills things. And it's meant to be a more safe than usual Omega Saw Blade. And I think it does deliver on that. Like, it doesn't really go after you. Yeah. Yeah. And it's true, like, that was all, yeah, Schleifer, that's also kind of, like, part of what I was thinking, that, yeah, it's good that it's kind of creepy. But this also is just a vacuum cleaner. Look, it vacuums up liquids and powders and gets rid of them. See? Watch. Watch. See? It just goes away. And the reason for that... Oh, yes. So I want you to take a quick look at my HP. Because it's insane. And somebody who's good at numbers, please translate that into English if you would. Because I'm having so much fun with all this goofy shit. It's great. But, yes. Let's see. Welcome in, Darkcast. I'm glad to have you. And let's see. Gomitan say, it's definitely changing from self-made bullet hell to I actually can make sillier wands now. No, near silly is true. True. 3.5 trillion, yeah. Fastest Boy says it's lots. And that is very true, Fastest Boy. And well, and I'm glad to have you all. And yeah, basically... Oh yeah, but this actually allows me to show what the point of these wands is. It is to, once it uses up the charges, to blow up any like problematic projectiles or ones that are just annoying me. And this guy's an exceedingly simple wand, pretty clear, freeze melee. This one is obviously just, you know, what if meteors, but more, and true orbit. It's very not smart, frankly. 2 ways of using billions, trillions, and so on. That's trillions. It's true. That's true, Schleifel. Video games and BMO. And then, of course, you've got... Oh, I forgot about this marvelous wand. This heals me as we go. Ooh, you got a rare meow. You go. And this one? What is it? Oh, this one's meant to take full advantage of the fact that the heavy shot's getting added to each of those projectiles multiple times. I was thinking about making it overdraw into itself multiple times, but I haven't actually finished building this one out, right? Oh, thank you for letting me know. That means I forgot to do a thing. You guys are great. Hiya. Oh, I see. It's the kitty cat doing that. Kitty, what you doing? Does Kitty want snugs? Is that what you're saying? Hmm? The kitty is looking at me with, you know, big wide eyes, like, maybe, maybe, of course there's a kitty. Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Lizard, in case you didn't know. Lizard. Oh yes, the kitty's name is Hades. Oh, and also, I should probably give my Discord. That would be a smart thing that a professional streamer might do. I'm definitely one of those, I promise. I don't actually promise. That sounds like a tall order to fulfill. And, you know, like, unlike everyone's favorite, you know, bald Noita player, you know, like, I can't give something Burger King joke. I'm not very good at you know, I love Dunk, and I'm not very good at doing talking shit to Dunk in particular. He's far too nice and good at, you know, being a fun Noita man. I can't be serious about it. Let's see. But yes, here is the Discord link in case anybody is interested. But yeah. And let's see. And you see trillions, billions, thousands. I see. And the sounds of it. I should have gotten rid of the sound echo. That's good. Because, yes, every time I turn on the music, there is a chance that I will forget to turn it back on. Turn off. Yeah, but this one. You might like this one. It's silly. forgive the fact that the game can't really keep up. I have an old computer. But yes, what this one does is it takes full advantage of explosive bounce, explosive projectile, and firecrackers all at once, or cluster bolt all at once, with infestation. And it does so quite effectively. You didn't know the kitty's name. Oh yeah, the kitty's name is Hades. Hades Anubis ad block. For Hades protects us against, you know, evil spirits and, you know, ads all the same. Because I feel like they're pretty comparable, you know, ads and evil spirits. And then we, of course, got this one's basically an extension of the trillion equal 10 to the 18th. Interesting. This one has sparkly, explosive, sparkly, but no actual normal bounce, and then one explosive projectile. And what it does is that basically each time it hits any kind of surface, it explodes, and it's pretty nice. But it's also got the homing on it, which is pretty alright, but really this isn't really even scratching the surface of things. This one is just fire damage for fire damage's sake. Let me see. This one is the self-detonating propane tanks. This guy. What are you? Oh, this is one of my explosives. Yeah. Yeah. This is explosive projectile and electric arc together, which I'm very fond of this one, right? This one works exceedingly well on most things. And, it's also very, I guess, illustrative. It does a good job of illustrating why explosive bounce is good. Because, most people don't know about the explosive bounce combo. But it's, with Infestation especially, it's, in my opinion, if you have, explosive immunity or you have exploding corpses, either perk, then you can use this pretty safely. Hi, little Widgeums! Does little Snufflewuffle want to come up here and be a little snuggle buddy? Is that right? I got a little spot, and it's just for you. Come on up, Mr. Man. Come on up. Or don't. It's okay. It's an open offer, little Fruffle. Actually, wait a minute. I should scooch these. To the right just a bit. Or the left, rather. I don't need the ping pong right now. But yes, now... now it's really doing what it should. Because you see, each one of these starts out doing 37.5 damage. And, I clicked my mouse once, by the way. And welcome on in, Poopy the Pantsu. Welcome, welcome. And Schlifu say, you're really glad you're streaming today. Your job starts next Monday, and you honestly don't know if you'll be able to catch some of my streams, because the times of the job are kind of abysmal, in your opinion. Do tell. We shall discuss more in a bit. Because, frankly, I'd like to see what I can do about that. Frankly, about being, you know, because I'm very disabled, so my stream times are very optional. And if you're wondering where all this worm blood is coming from, smoke, steam, and yeah, smoke and steam are all worm blood. So yeah, and Darkcast say, oh, in British English, 1,000 million was called Millard, really, or a milliard. I had no idea. And Darkcast also say, because 10 to the 9th already has a name. It's 1,000 million. What? Really? People say that? I always thought that people were strange when they said that. I was like, oh, surely they're just, you know. Hi. Wow. Yeah, kitty? Yeah? Yeah, you want to jump up now? Come here. You want the scritches? Right now the kitty's staring at me intently, waiting to jump up. Yeah. But yes. Million. Some random French guy extended the billion. I love the bat. Got pushbacks the last century. The US pushing for 10 to the 9th definition. Really, that's very bizarre. But yes. Let's see, what else do we have? The fastest boy. He say meow. Hell yeah. It's true. Let me see. That's right. But in case you didn't know, the core of this combo is the following 3 spells. It is Bounce, Explosive Bounce, and Infestation. With these 3 spells alone, it's pretty devastatingly powerful. And it will function on its own, right? And also, this particular wand is very fun. Because I wanted also to add phasing to it to see what would happen. Let's do this real quick. Because it might be goofy. I see. It's not nearly as interesting as I was expecting. Oh! Yeah! That's beautiful. Oh, I love it. I was worried there that it wasn't... Look at all of that worm blood. That's so funny. I was worried for a moment it wouldn't be great, but no, it's great. Let me see. People don't want to see exponents in their day-to-day convert. That, you know, that makes sense that is a thing, actually. Yeah, that actually makes sense. And because this is so incredibly effective, I think I'm just gonna put it there because you know what, that's fine. But yes, and now, but this is not the only fun thing here because, I discovered recently that nobody really. I've been looking in. Your fear is that you'll be too... I see. I shall read this in a moment. But yes. Memorizing a bunch of names. I know it's a pattern in naming, but yes, that makes sense. Yeah. I also feel like straightforwarding numbers with, like, the, scientific notation's probably a bit simpler at the end of the day. But yes, here is another version of this, by the way, that's a lot more simple. It just, let's see what it is. Yeah, just 2 explosive bounce. Oh, I forgot to give it the bounce that it needs. Silly me. Because, yes, one of the things that I was planning on doing today was finishing up a couple of these fun little wand builds, right? Because I've got quite a few of them that are like 99% done, but I'm missing like 1 key operative piece, not because I don't have the spells, but because they're in this, in the folder of like wands that we have here, right? And let me see. Where are you at, Mr. Bounce? Because I have a bunch of bounce modifiers basically laying around all over the place because I've been collecting them. Quite a few of them, in fact. Possibly even more than I need. Let me see. Aha! Yes. But before I do that, what was I cooking with this one? Was I cooking anything? Or was I just... or this madness or a backpack? I can't tell. Yes, this is a backpack, I think. Probably, maybe. Well, let's first fire this wand without the extra bounce, right? Let's see what it can do with only 2 copies of explosive. Well, actually, we'll start with 1. We'll start with 1 copy of explosive bounce, simply so I can show you its power. And we'll take off the decelerating shot, too. Yeah. I click it once. I feel like the results speak for themselves, do they not? And then, of course, you could hold the thing down. Yep. Water is great, isn't it? And that is also true, Darkcast. Things will eventually just have different ways of being said. You're too exhausted for that. Your sleep schedule will suffer too much cash of Strims. The job is physically exhausting as well. That's no good. I'm kind of bad shift times. That's rough. Give my condolences, good sir. Certain situations of different shorthands will be convenient. But it still leaves the question on why names seem to the default for general combat. It is true. I mean, yeah. Probably because a lot of people, like my partner included, Ren, have issues with numbers. But then we just add 1. I'm seeing if I can manage to clip this guy with the edge of one of these explosions. Or reflect it into him. Because I'd like to avoid killing him with projectile damage if I can. But he is avoiding there. I would like if he went that way further. Ah, whoops. But there you go. He did. But the basically what this one generally does is it delivers 36 or 37.5 explosion damage multiplied by the number of like infestation projectiles damage every time it impacts something, because every projectile has an innate number of collisions it can do before it ceases to exist. It is one of the things that can cause it to terminate early. Yeah, I was 1 million shorter than 180, you know, because the thing is about Kibble, if you have dyscalculia, you don't know what 1 to the exponent of 9 means. Whereas you may well understand a billion better than you understand 1e9, right? They're making you wait for 1 more week. 1701 manga chapter. Wait, what? You forgot to divide by 2. You feel like the results of infestation speak for themselves. Don't actually do this. Divide. Yeah. And you are totally right, Kibble, that they do. But here's the thing. This is not explosive projectile. This is explosive bounce. Right? It's a totally different thing. Because... Wait, and also, when you add the extra bounce, you increase the number of explosions it can make. Observe. So, that last one that did lots of explosions, right? Can now do even more, even longer. Because, of course, you know, it does more explosions because it has more bounces. And more bounces, yeah. So another way you can increase this is by adding yet another thing like increased lifetime. This is... I guess this, I would say, is the completed build, I would argue. But then again, maybe you want to get rid of this, swap this out for a phasing. That's a weird thing. It's very strange, but it does work. However, personally, and I'm not actually entirely convinced that the explosive bounce is needed. The second one, I mean. Right? But, you know, what can I say? I'm still experimenting, and it's fun. Let's see. I see. We got a solid argument. And poor Darkcast having to wait for another week. I don't know what the manga you're waiting for is, but poor Darkcast. But yes, this is a very fun little one. I enjoy it quite a lot. It's a goodie. But yeah, you can do pretty cataclysmic amounts of damage with it, I would say. And not very many people know about it. And Kibble, I think it's probably because a large proportion of the population has the cognitive disability known as dyscalculia, and it makes it so that no matter the situation, that numbers don't quite work right in a person's head, and that's probably got more than a little bit to do with why it's not as common, right? I wonder if I can get how much of this liquid I can get rid of with this. Not as much as I was expecting, really. Truly, not near as much as I was expecting. Oh, that's why. I get it. I get it. I needed the concentrated mana for this to work. Gosh, that's funny. Oh, lordy. That's a good one. Cracks me up. This particular build's always very amusing. It's not very good, but it's funny. If you want something good, you know, music notes with, well, all these things, you know, like that's a solid way to go about things. 189 is about as long as 1 billion. Underlying knowledge. I mean, that's, yeah. Fair, Darkast, true. And Darkast, that's a great point, though. Some people can barely multiply, and you want them to use exponents? Yeah? It's understandable. That's difficult. It can be difficult. And yeah, true. People in university, yeah, that's true. But it do require more knowledge, Kibble. It do. But yeah, any followers from Gomitan, if you guys are interested in silly fun wand builds, goofy philosophy, other such nonsense, and just being kind of fun and silly, silly all around, by all means, please do drop a follow if you'd like. Then you'll be notified whenever I go live. And yeah, because we'd certainly love to have you here. Yeah. Because we've got a lot of fun, goofy little wands that we enjoy using. Like this guy. This one is just very silly. Utterly impractical. But okay, it's not impractical in the extreme. Right? But it's super silly. Oh, interesting. This is an extremely funny wand to me because as soon as it runs out of mana, it becomes very dangerous. What a terrible wand design. Like, unambiguously. What a really bad idea. Yeah, guys, if you didn't know, dropping a follow supports a streamer, even if you don't check your notifications or anything. Just, and in fact, like, just following them, regardless of other factors, it helps out essentially the Twitch algorithm quite a lot. Because several things basically make it so that you are a lot more discoverable on the platform, and one of them is people following you. Mm-hmm. It is a good tool if you feel like watching someone. I just checked, followed. Who's on? Exactly. Very true. Very true. Passing a B2 certification exam. JK, forgot everything. So I wouldn't be throwing my money away. That's kind of funny. Let's see. Not follow anybody. Yeah, I see. I read that one. Most people who study something are not because they like the subject. And do not do so because they like the subject. Do so very temporarily, just enough to pass the exam, maybe with good marks, and then they forget. That is very true. Very, very true. You forgot French grammar after only 1 month of trying to study. That's extremely humorous. Yeah. Understandable, too. These things happen. Notifications. Never heard of her. Very good, very good. Okay. Pick this fella back up. Excellent. So it's, I like the, and by the way, Shlifu, thank you for that recommendation, or to try the, to do the whole, like, oh lord, what, Lorsch? I'm not sure who Lorsch is. But yes. The recommendation to do use the Mana Stone by dropping it and not holding it works so much, like, shockingly well. Right, with that, and it causes, like, so much less slowdown, it's kind of crazy. Great suggestion, that one. Wait, what is this one? Oh, I see, it's a classic bouncing burst damage build. I think this guy makes a little, like, slime friend. Maybe? Oh, I remember this guy. It's an explosion on slimy tentacle friend build. So do you ever feel lonely in Noita? Do you want a friend? Cast my patented rotate towards foe tentacle slime build, and you'll have an exploding friend today. You know, I think I'm gonna clip that, because that's pretty good. Like, the build's not that good, but that's pretty funny. Let's see. Exploding tentacler friend. Excellent. Okay. Oh, wow, and wow, that's actually really impressive. That the captions worked before I even finished the clip. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. That's a great accessibility tool. Like, what a marvelous accessibility tool. I'm genuinely kind of, like, astonished and taken aback. When your friends explode. Gee. God, that's funny. Do I charge royalties? That's the best part. All you gotta do is squish the tentacle friend, and, you know, I gain squish power. So I charge you no royalties, no. And there's everyone's compact, everyone's favorite compact parallel world telly that works very well, specifically in New Game Plus, which this is, of course. This is an acid fountain that fires holy lances. Or did I make it so that it... Oh yeah, that's right. It does still fire the acid. That's good. Oh, that's right. I added the add trigger to it. That's how I did it. It used to be much worse, and I used to just spray acid out of it. It was very impractical. And then if y'all didn't know, Firebomb. It's a great spell in Nightmare mode. I love it. Because Firebomb does fire damage, and there's certain things that take fire damage that don't take that much other damage. And, you know, it's not super useful all the time, but, you know, 10 mana to 10 damage, it's like a perfectly, it's a 1.0 type of efficiency spell, no extra strings attached. Very good. I like it a lot. And then this one was meant to test out certain things with Plasma Beam Bounce, but here's the trouble with Plasma Beam Bounce, right? Well, it is nice in certain respects. In an extremely confined space, or like if you have like messed up terrain like this, you can fire it into there, and if you angle it just right, you can basically multiply your damage many times over, because it'll like make several more of them. Because what Plasma Beam Bounce really does at the end of the day is when it hits a surface, it makes a second plasma emitter. That's what it does. It's not super, like it's not that useful, realistically. It's more useful on something like a Plasma Beam Cross, right? And Kibble Kiblet, I say, of course, that it's a, you know, it's a mutually beneficial squish arrangement. You know? Indeed. Gee. You usually, remove them in the clip. That's so funny. That is so funny. I'm amused. But yeah. I don't know. I agree. Trobio. I'm gonna run a little 2-minute ad. I'm gonna be right back. But if anybody else is coming in to see the stream, you know, I ought to have like at least some period of time that there's no pre-rolls. But yes, I will be right back while I put together the things for this specific build, because this sounds like fun. Okay. Plaza bounce, chunk of soil bounce burst. Okay. Bouncy burst. Now just chunk of soil, and I think that's everything. Do I have chunk of soil in here? Hey, 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 welcome on in. Or rather, welcome back, rather. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Welcome back, Shlifu. Yeah, it wasn't 2 minutes. Not complaining. I certainly wouldn't complain either. I like it when it's not 2 minutes. Let's see. We're looking for chunk of soil now. And I think that's the last thing. I have multiple copies of chunk of soil, but you know. They come and go, they run away, they come back, you know. There's one of them. Okay. Alright, so the thing. Spitter timer. Double spell. Plasma bounce. chunk of soil. Bouncy burst. Is this what you were talking about? Giblet? Or do you mean like yeah, okay, sure. What? I'm not exactly sure what it was supposed to do. However, I mean, the idea of firing this... Like, what did you think it was gonna do? I'm kind of curious now. So, something that I think probably would work, that's not a bad... The idea was for the bouncy spawn in the soil to bounce and create plasma. Oh yeah, heck no. No. Plasma... No, it only works with a plasma projectile, regrettably. I think. Let me check. I was mistaken. Or maybe not. I'm not sure. Yeah, nah. Wait, what? Maybe. Shit, I gotta take the... No. That does actually... Wait a minute. If this is the... Oh, wait a... Oh. Kibble. You know what this means? This means I can put it on infestation. However, I guess that means this entire build is legitimately like the entire build I was doing here is legitimately totally pointless, and that I would be better off doing something far more ridiculous, which such as flip these guys around. You have 200 speed, you got, actually no, you got 1400 speed, that's what we need. So what we'll do, that. Put you here. Oh, yeah, no, it does work. That's what I thought. It's just janky. I see. Spam. Thank you, spam caller, for calling spam. We got a caller who is made of spam. Terrifying, truly. Well, Schlifu, best of... Honestly, I think you'll be okay. Especially if either the workplace, that specific workplace will be for you, or it won't, right? Because that's the thing. Oh yeah, this is effective as all hell. This changes my approach to Plasma Beam Bounce totally and completely. Because this means it's no longer a useless, terrible spell, frankly. But I also don't know if I don't need that thing anymore. No, yeah, I guess I do need that still. Yeah, the best way to go about using this is still going to be the way you were doing it initially with the chunk of soil, frankly. Yeah. I should probably give it some speed ups and shit. And things like this. Or that messes it up, maybe. That messes it up. It makes it too slow. Slithering path might just add speed and make it better. No, it seems to extricate it far too easily from the soil. It seems your build is just right, Kibble. Yeah, Schlifu, regrettably, nah. The plasma beam enhancer does not work with the other dealio. No, it's regrettable. I understand, Schlifu. Yeah, I agree. Does anybody know if it works inside of what do you call it? If it works inside of Apotheosis, there we go. I don't play Apotheosis as of yet, so I don't know. Blank white eyeballs without pupils. Kinda creepy. You have to go back to your previous VOD to even remember yourself. How did the avatar look before this prototype? That makes sense. That's valid and understandable. Frankly, I'm not sure how I want the eyeballs to be as of yet. That's a great question. TBH, I don't have very many heavy spreads laying around, but heavy spread plasma bounce. Divide by 10. I mean, I'll just throw one divide by 10 on here real quick. Now let's do it in less of an open space. Let's see what happens over here. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of these. Is it that many times better than, like, I don't know, most other options? I'm not convinced. Or, like, without the divide by 10? Like, would you be better off just firing it more? Unclear. Is it? Because I'll be real with you. I selected the eyes to be like that because they have like a bit of a mischievous grin. And they look like they're up to no good. And they look slightly evil. However, I also am not averse to changing it back to something else, right? Yeah. Or just making it different, mind you, like, or making more than one of them, because I am a reasonably skilled graphic designer. Like, I made all of these things myself, so, like, I can certainly change these types of things. Yeah, I suppose you're totally right. I could. Let's see. So, at that stage, I will probably need to just get it a totally different wand to be on. 30, 70, 270, 272, 277, 282, 92, 93, 335, I think. Omega knots. I mean, yeah, you definitely could. Definitely could do all of those things. Those would all work. I could also just do this real fast. Just 2 divide by 2 to give us several more. And then you just basically fire it in such a way as to make a little, like, a pair of these things to, like, bounce between. Just not as dramatic as the other one, for sure. And the wand's also not that impressive. I could definitely put on a better wand. Let's see here. Yeah, that's right, that's a trash wand. Honestly, I like this quite. This is a very fun combo. Well, I guess I could... I mean, this one doesn't quite have enough for it, though. Enough mana to manage to divide by 10. But you know, I could probably manage other stuff. Could probably manage a reasonable amount other than that, so let's just do this real quick. Let's move some of these things over to here. And let's move this feller. Which one? Yeah, the second chainsaw, sure. And then we can put this guy away. Is he done? And then we will pull out one of these wands that I do not have something already set up on, like this guy. This guy should be fine. Actually, this is 9. I need something with at least 9 or 10 slots. I have several such wands, but I would like to use one of the wands that is not as amazing. Not trash, just not as amazing. Like this guy. Again, I think he was meant for rock. I guess that's fine, actually. I already have several rock builds. I do not need even more rock build. Okay, let's see. You constantly change yours, but you feel like you've landed on something you're happy with. Oh me, oh my. And that's a great question. What are the lore implications behind the animated slime? It could, I mean, I would argue it's fairly simple. Only one of the slimes has fully become realized in the, current space and like time, right? And as a consequence, right, it's because of the increased squish power, So as the squish power increases further, you'll get more and more. And they'll get more and more realized into the, you know, current timeline and physical space, you know? Makes perfect sense. Exactly, in a physical plane that you can grasp. Precisely so. And that's a great point. Yeah, the profile picture made you assume that the light blue one was me, but yeah, who could say? It could also be the case that I am in fact both. Who could say? Oh, that's right. We were reading poetry. We'll read Uncommon Decency another time, because I'm a bit embarrassed by it. However, I am happy to read Anhedonia again. Because I'm very proud of Anhedonia as a poem. It's a good poem. Just, it's mostly socially fucking here. I'll probably read it one last time for, Meatball whenever they arrive. Ooh, I wrote another one with a hell of a title called Complacency and Response Latency. Damn, what a name. Fascinating. I should probably accelerate the bouncing burst, TBH. It's a bit too slow. Ah, there it is. Very short. Anhedonia, such an elegant word. Yet it means so little. It represents the elephant that isn't in the room, the vacuous space left where, the conductor of a choir says once more with feeling, only to have the whole choir silently stare back at them. And such an empty word, representing an empty state of being. And it occasionally convinces you that it's a freeing thing, this feeling we call apathy. Perhaps it's simply being more acutely aware of entropy. Probably not, but it's an amusing thought. It seems to me sometimes in my dreams, while laying feeling awake, thinking a myriad of things, analyzing human behavior, considering ways to make the whole world chill, live in peace. But the issue is the misuse of social norms to distort the essence of what it is to be a parent, to be a human being. And considering my incoherence when I speak, the only way I can make change from a dollar, pick up the broken pieces of this educational system, is by getting through it, which adds to the suffocation of depression, the vacuum I'm enmeshed in. Just for you. I hope, indeed, Meatball, that you got to hear the opinions. No, the poem. I wrote it a long time ago. It's all about Anhedonia. But yeah, Shlifu, I hope you also liked it. That's pretty funny. Bayhu, that's so good. I love that. I'm sorry, but at first it sounded like a punishment. Chat, behave or I'll read Anhedonia again! That is the funniest thing I think I've ever heard. Bayhu, I'm delighted. That interpretation is just fucking hysterical. And thank you. I wrote it like, actually, wait. Let me check when the last time I edited this, document is. 2018. And I I think I wrote it back then. Actually, I have a better idea. I think I'm just gonna... This wand isn't all that... I mean, it's okay. I just don't... You know, maybe I'm just... You know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. I want to move the rocks. I'm gonna toss this wand, and I'm just gonna get rid of it. Yeah. Yeah, fine. I just get rid of it. Not a big deal. Yeah, this wand is just better in every conceivable way. It's comparable, but better in every way. So let's just move these things to here and move on with our lives. Is that so, Meatball? Do tell. If you'd care to translate it, I would love to give it a read. I also love that kibble about makes sense. Meatballs aren't known for having nerves. Very funny. And thank you, Schleifel. I am glad you thought it was a good poem. I'm pretty proud of it. Personally, I want to change the line about the education system. What would I change it to, though? I don't know. Because it's got a few problems. Like, I just, I don't really feel anhedonia anymore. Sure, Ash. I'd love to know the biggest scam in military history. Sure. Let's also increase the velocity of these particular projectiles. Using every means I have available. Including but not limited to things like a light shot. Change education system to propaganda system to please all the homeschool. I love that. Hello, Ash. May I offer you a bite of moss? Cavaphy has already been translated to many. Is that the author or the name of the poem? Biggest scam is military history. Is the Black Hornet being as pricey as it is for a thermal imaging drone? That is a quiet. That is quiet. A second one. And that is quiet. And a second one. Oh, quite a lot. And a second one. And a charging case is 150k. That's a lot of money. Because mostly you just, for like a drone, don't you just need it to be like, it's mostly fiberglass, right? Or something like that. TBH, you probably don't, especially, I mean, really, you don't, I mean, drones are pretty simple technology at the end of the day, right? And just questing. Info dump. I love info dump. I'm completely and totally here for it. So hell yeah. Let me see. Let's see what one light shot does. I need to make it even faster. And I can't remember, because you had said initially you wanted a normal spitter bolt. I don't know if that's going to make a big difference or not. Now that one worked real well. I see. So it works especially well when it gets, like, trapped into, like, a small area like this. Because it's going to be, like... I would love to see the damage numbers in there if I could. It would be devastating. Yeah, Kibble, you're... Yeah, that. Yes. I would agree with that. Info dunk? That's pretty funny, actually. That's pretty good. I like that a lot. But yeah, I mean, I guess you're right, Kibble. You know, like, it is like a straightforward application of a more complicated technology is a pretty fair way to put that, yeah. I don't know which of these would be better. The Teledyne Fleer Black Hornet is a tiny drone made to be quiet, to function over a semi-long distance, and to transmit encrypted video and images. Made-to-order thing, and it's being sold exclusively to defense clients. That's weird. Fucked. I don't like that. 70 fucking grams? And each are individually handmade. That's insane, dude. That's insane. That's so tiny. Individually handmade. Size your palm of your hand. Why are they handmade is the thing. I mean, that's a good... Probably because there's... I mean, if you can't... Like, militarily speaking, if you can't strap a bomb to it, or pack it with a sufficient amount of ammo to be useful in a fucking engagement, it's just a info gathering tool. And I feel like... for every info gathering tool you have, you need to then process that information to make it into useful intel, right? So, like, at that stage, it's another question of, like, yeah, because realistically, like, to my knowledge, like, a lot of, drone cameras were made, like, with a bunch of fucking, like, iPhone cameras strapped, like, a bunch of United States drones, or maybe, like, a bunch of iPhone cameras strapped to each other. Functionally speaking, it was a bunch of the chips, right, in the, attached to, like, a wide-angle lens, right? So it captured a whole bunch of shit down to a very, at a very long distance, but then basically, you know, process all that data, like, after the fact using, like, advanced computers, and they stored all those images using gigantic, hard drives and shit, at a distance, you know, because they immediately transmitted the data and all that shit. And so, like, at that stage, it's not that, you know, it ain't that complicated, really, at that point, right? And I'm gonna agree with you, Ash. Yeah, you could probably be like 10K at the most if you actually stop making it by hand. I agree with you. Sounds like a gaming mouse This sounds like gaming mouse marketing nonsense. Maybe making machines to manufacture them is expensive. Yeah, I mean, the problem is, of course, like, yeah, you can send a video. I'm all good with that. Making tiny drones and RC planes. Interesting. I probably won't watch it just this minute. But, you know, I'm perfectly fine with you sending it. There's no issue with that. It seems to me that the large spitter bolt is working a bit better than the normal spitter bolt. What do you think, Kibble? And let me see. I also gotta click a couple buttons here real quick. Let's see. Yeah. 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 Ah. Oops. Dropped me phone. Not funny. No. Lost me streak on Nuka's channel. Oh well, these things hey do happen. Oh well. Such is life. But hey, what you gonna do about it? So he's making all the things, right? Oh, I've seen some shit about this, yeah. Yeah, making nano-sized RC planes. Yeah. So realistically speaking, yeah, like this should work. And honestly, if you wanted, I'm sure that like if you so okay, here's the thing. I'll bet you that your government might well like if you end up learning enough about it, Ash, there's a good chance you could probably get the Ukrainian government to like end up like if you have a solid plan and design, you might well be able to in a sensible way to like set up like a system of infrastructure to manufacture a bunch of these things, right? Nano-sized RC planes for this purpose. You could pretty reasonably like maybe get some funding for it due to how valuable it would be to the Ukrainian government. You know, if that's something that interested you, that's going to be like an unfathomable amount of work. I'm too disabled to even contemplate how much work that would be. But, you know, it could be done. I mean, the URL worked for me, Bayou. Let's see. Me avoiding having to register my drone. Honestly, that sounds kind of nice. I might well use something like that, because that sounds great. Getting the materials. Well, something I was actually thinking of, Ash. Make Ash wonder. Can Ash find a patent? Maybe. Because I was also thinking, you know, like, if there's a bunch of these model planes, right? Oh, hey, Meat Standing, welcome on in. I'm glad to have ya. I'm glad you enjoy it. Thank you. Because, yeah, it was a lot of work. I still needs a lot more work before it'll be done. Well, and also, I think I'm going to be done with this silly build for just right this second. It's fun, but I want to work on it more a bit later. Like, it does work, but I don't feel like doing anything else with it. Oh, but yes, Ash, something you can do is, you could probably use RC, planes from other countries, right? If you could manage to get them shipped in by something like Amazon, right? You could probably use, like, standard civilian kits for this purpose, I would bet money. Especially if, like, people have, like, done these things. But if not, if you can't do that, then yes, you may need to do something like a patent. And then you might need to do 3D printing of the stuff, and that, yeah, like, and other shit, right? Yeah. It's fucking micro USB. Yeah, I mean, if it's micro USB, yeah, like, that's super easy to deal with, yeah. I also did not know that one of those things could be animated, Bayhu. That's crazy. But yeah, if you can't find such things, Ash, then, you know, something you could do is, well, I mean, here's the thing, Ash. You could take this to a totally different, um, a different direction. You could make it so that if the Ukrainian government can have enough of them and they can deploy enough of them, think of how utterly useless that makes all of the anti-drone efforts used by Russia, right? If you can just deploy a bunch of these things, have them fly way the hell behind enemy lines, right? Yeah, then, like, then basically it totally removes the utility of all of their things. Yeah. Um, and honestly, that's a pretty feasible undertaking. Yeah. Yeah, a helicopter, like a miniature helicopter, would be a good one. With like a small, like little iPhone camera attached, could probably work. GPS, and what are the other essential things? You know, I think audio is probably too much, but then also just make some type of radio transmitter of some variety, right? I see. They need war drones and not recon drones. That makes sense. Ash isn't a scientist. So I mean, it's actually pretty simple. Ash, lift is not the most complicated concept. Basically, as you go underneath the thing, right? Or okay, I'll pull up. I can't explain it easily. I'm gonna find somebody that did this as part of their job to explain it, and I'm gonna refresh on it to make sure I understand it correctly, and then. Oh wait, guys, watch this, guys, watch this. Look what I can do. You're gonna love this. It's great. Oh, whoops. I need to get rid of that. Where is this other guy? I need to remove, which one is this? Actually, I don't know which. You're just gonna have to live with them flashing to the other one real fast. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoy how delightfully scuffed it is. Let's see. So now we're gonna look up this. Oh my god. The most deep southern accent I can manage, really? I mean, sure thing, Ash, and I'll explain lift to you while talking like this. Ain't no problem for me. In fact, Southern American is one of those things I'm pretty darn good at doing, I tell you what. Because at the end of the day, lift is just the perpendicular component of the, let's see, it's a force? Yeah, it's perpendicular to the oncoming flow direction, right? So and it's the opposite of drag force to some extent, right? Which is in force parallel to the flow direction. So it conventionally acts in an upward direction to counter the force of gravity, right? And essentially, what's nice about it is you can convert forward zooming sort of like motion into upward motion. It's real nice like that. You know, so simplified explanation of lift on an airfoil, right? The way this goes is essentially that as you are like sending air underneath you. It pushes you up. It's that simple, right? And like flow going downwards, you go upwards, and it's all good. And aerofoil is just the general shape of any type of wing that you're gonna be having. It's very simple. So it's like it's not very complicated to understand on a simple level. See here, good. Glad you understand it. Honestly, I'm good enough this particular accent. There is frankly not really any sort of limit to the length of time I could be talking like this. Other than, the practical limitation of it being, oh, whoops, this is the scuffed one. This one's a lot less scuffed, yeah. Yeah, good, nice. I am so glad, Ash. I am so glad that it is hilarious to you. Let's see. You feel much freer already? Stars and stripes, boy. I'm so glad it's so funny. Hells yeah! Yeehaw! I'm also glad that you love it, Meatball. It makes me happy. But yeah, like, I'm not gonna lie to you. That is an accent that I can basically do forever. I've practiced it quite a lot. I've known quite a lot of Southern people. And so it's true, and it ain't no sort of problem. In fact, I could probably pose as somebody from any number of regions in the South pretty effectively, because, it ain't that hard to do once you get a real hang of it, Red, white, bleeding, you piss red, shit, you white, you piss red, you shit white, you bleed blue. The doctor says that's bad, but I say I'm just the most American man ever done lived. Oh, that's pretty stupid. I love it. You now have a mullet, and your cat's turned into mountain lions. Mountain lions are honestly it's pretty complicated. Yeah. And I also agree with you. So Ash, something to ask when Ren is more awake is about the way, like, about the acceptability of big game hunting. Because it's actually something I don't know nearly anything about, but Ren knows quite a lot about. Because as I understand it, there are ethical ways to go about it, even in this life. But yes, not that I think it's necessarily that feasible for anybody here, because most of us are very, very poor. So and I'm quite disabled. But yes, I don't actually think that mountain lions are common in Texas. Really, mountain lions aren't that common anywhere. They're reasonably, I'd say, okay, they're reasonably common in Colorado, to my knowledge. I think. I think they're also sort of, kind of a little bit common in places like Oregon. What a shithole. Yeah. Your plasma bounce setup ID. Let me see. No, Bayhue. I mean that I've practiced this particular accent. Meaning so that I could do it better. Because I was seriously considering doing voice acting for a very long time. But see here, the real problem is that you gotta know somebody. You gotta know some people. If you want to have any hope of getting into any sort of kind of like thing like that. However, one of my favorite accents, truly for the southern variety, is my extremely sultry sounding southern gentleman. I'm very fond of this one, dear. Why, let me just tell you what. There's a few problems with what you're doing, but Kibble, don't you worry one little bit. I have, in fact, noticed your build idea. Let's see here. So, it's so, God, this is nonsense. Let me tell you what, it sounds delightful. The double spell expiration trigger. Chainsaw horizontal path. Annihilate delay spell cast. Behind the back. Decelerating shot long distance cast. Summon wall. Long distance cast. Summon platform. Long distance cast. Summon wall. Long distance cast. Summon platform. Delay spell cast. Heaven spread. Plasma bound. D10 bouncing bird. I mean, that does sound real fun and cool and dope as all hell, but here's the real problem with it, Kibble. That's so many long distance casts. That'd be like all of my long distance casts. How do you expect me to deal with that? Let's see. Okay. Who sounds tired? Me? Really? Not totally in danger, but on the border. I agree. Who eats lions? Yeah, but generally generally it's the case you can say poaching is bad. But big game hunting does have a few ethical ways to go about it that I don't know what they are because Ren is the expert on that. And I agree with you, Meatball, that yes, that if you're not going to eat them, then there's not really a good point to be hunting them. Y'all, and I also kind of love that they're always misspelled in the quotes. It's pretty good. Yeah, poaching, not hoaching. I don't know what hoaching is. I don't wish to know. Oh god, that's silly. Oh wait a minute. What's this? Ah yes, it's this trash one I left behind. What happens if I drink teleportatium? Nothing. Is it filling? No. Interesting. That's quite funny, Ash. That's quite funny. With the warfare bit, that's so... Oh god, that's ridiculous. Welcome on in, Silk Song. Or no, wrong person. Shit. No, wrong string. I'm a fool. I'm blind. It's Ash again. Hi. Let's see.
It's a me.
Let's see. Rhino's the same. Don't eat them. I got you. I see. This is the poaching conversation.
Here we go. Let's go to space.
Let's go to space.
Here we go. Let's go to space.
Kibble, like it's not that I don't. It's not that I only got 4 of them right. It's that I.
Special.
It's that most of them are in use, and I don't want to disassemble my other builds, right? But here's the problem. Do long distance casts even spawn in Summon Tychosova? Because I don't think they do. Because I think I've only got like 12 of them total, right? And most of those are currently in use, right? And I don't want to have to disassemble the things to make the other thing. And vice versa when I want to use the other thing again. I understand that's the basic, like, premise of Noita, right? But this is not how I'm playing this run. I understand, you know, and my short-term memory is so shit.
Sir, I boo what you're doing.
Yeah,
Step
valid.
back.
I understand. You know, valid. But you know, like, a skill issue is true. Skill issue, you say, for this purpose? So, who is trying to summon Imhotep? The Pony Man, you say? Maybe it was the character that... Oh, yes, absolutely. This character sounds tired, no doubt about it. actually a red tail. I did know that, Ash, about the bald eagle red tail hawk confusion.
It's a me. Lasia.
Let's see.
It's a me. Lasia.
Okay. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. Oh god. So many. Okay. Almost to a place. And it's true, you know, if you keep, it is true that if you keep going with certain things, it may well be So, with the quote thing, can't I just remove the line that your account says when someone rolls for a quote? I don't know if I can. I will try. They're common in the first Holy Mountain. So, Kibble, here's what I'll tell you. I will, as soon as I go into New Game Plus 3, I will see if I can get more of them. The time track menu was dominated by driving backwards. I did not know. That sounds whack as all hell. And damned interesting. Let's see. 90% sure they did. This was a little joke. It would get sampled. Who said what? Closest you have to what you seek. The Octo Hello, the Dunk Blind. And wait, what exactly do you seek, a Bob Without a Hat, in terms of like I mean, I'm okay with entity duping if you have like the whole thread, not just one reply. Well, no, I did read the whole thing. I don't understand.
It's a me.
Yeah, it's true. I love the It's a Me Lasiachi. It's a good one. It's one of my favorite things ever. It's one of the most absolutely incredible and beautiful like sounds that was ever created. And I think part of why he did that was because it's so fucking hilarious. He knew that he had a moral obligation. That's right. I did want to add the Durium sound. What the hell is that Durium sound? I have it as an MP4, but I need to convert it to an MP3. Let me see. Let's see, what do we got here?
It's a me. Lasia.
Huh. So this would have been from a while ago, I think. One moment. I'm looking for the right thing. No, that's Yolk Scene. I've seen that perform. It may have been in my dreams, but I've seen him do it. Let's see, is this the guy? No, no one's ever done that in the history of Dota. Let me see. Time to squaw. Time to gig a saw blade. Squaw. Don't tell me I didn't download it. That'd be embarrassing, wouldn't it? I agree. Ugu. Yeah, I can't find it. Oh well, I'll give up. Let's see. Maybe worse, oh dear God. We turn into a Zytio stream. So, okay. Here's my trouble is, like, I love, like, Zytio's real fun, but I have a problem whenever I tune into Zytio stream. It's so overwhelming that I basically am forced to mute it. Right? And if I don't do that, I might well just have, like, a full-on, like, overstimulation meltdown issue, right? I'm just like, oh my god, this is just... You know, and it's too much. Yeah, because, like, again, I do love Zytio, but, like, oh my god. I couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle it, man. It'd be so overstimulating. And I feel that it would be hella overstimulating for the entirety of everybody here. And that's understandable, Bayhu, like, cause yeah, I think you're kind of right about that, that, like, it's largely, like, specific people just kind of doing the sound to be kind of, like, irritating or something. Unclear what their aim is. But, yeah. Because honestly, I used to kind of like the sound, it was kind of fun, but then it got, like, spammed too many times, and now I don't like it. Which is a shame. Yeah, so something else, like, I don't like the idea of a global cooldown sound, right? Like, I frankly dislike it entirely. Like, I will always take one of two approaches. And I agree with you, Kibble, yeah. I strongly disagree with the idea of a global cooldown. And in fact, like, I'm a bit salty that we can't have a woo as a spammable sound, because Dunk arbitrarily said no more spammables, right? You know, or like Mind's Eye really is who said it, but you know, I'm not sure if it was Dunk, I'm not sure if it was I think it was Mind's Eye convinced Dunk, right? I think it's just because it disagrees with his particular, like, sensibilities. And, you know, like, I just... General cooldown, not good idea. Not thing I ever gonna do. I disagree with them on moral and practical grounds. Yeah, because, like, for me, I just want to be able to, like, you know... Like, I can understand having, like, what is functionally, like, a per-user global cooldown. I probably will never do that, but, like, I could understand doing that. But, realistically speaking, like... having like a non per user global cooldown is like fuck. But yeah, like I can understand having a cooldown for a particular sound, which is like, you know, and also it's very intuitive to do. And I think it's maybe even just like a strange peculiarity of Dunkbot and the way that Dunkbot functions, that it's able to have a global cooldown. So I'm not even sure how to do that in, yeah. In, StreamerBot, right? Because, yeah, I know how to do it. Speaking of which, I feel like there are several sounds I need to add, but I just haven't gotten around to it yet. I'll probably do that later today, maybe. We'll see. Wait, that's beautiful, Bayhue. I copy that. I love it. That's beautiful. I need to have number lock on. You got it. There we go. I did actually know that because my mother showed me how to make various things for like Spanish and other languages. And she needs to do that sort of thing all the time, and so my mother taught me how to do some of those things. Because, you know, my mother works in library systems in particular. I don't think I've ever told you this one, but she basically does, her area of expertise is Latin American literature. So just like basically the South American literature. And she works with a lot of people. Well, I mean, she does work with a lot of people, but, you know, like, yeah. But yeah, she got tear gassed the other day in France. Because of a sports event. Fucking France, man. It's tear gassing my mother. That's mean. Yeah, that's very valid, Bayhue. That's totally understandable, yeah. Oh, I saw it. I saw it. I read your suggestion. Did I not? I thought I read it out loud. Personal sounds are fine. As is, you think 10 minutes. I didn't read it out loud. I see. You can play cooldowns. Don't have shared cooldowns. Each user has a 15 to 60 minute cooldown for public sounds, and each public sound, not counting spammables, have 15 to 60 minutes. Yeah, I mean, that would be fine, yeah. Yeah. And that'll work. Yeah, I mean, I've thought that as well, but, you know, and that's part of why I set up the sounds this way, because one of my favorite things about this, about the channel, the channel I made is, you know, just, you guys can just have free reign of the goofy sounds. And that each one has a reasonable cooldown. Yeah. Jesus fuck, what? That's incredible. My god, that's really funny, Kibble. Yeah, that's kind of goof. That is too goofy as all hell. Hey, 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 Darkass, how you doing? Knock. What? Do I have a knock sound? I don't think I do. I don't think I ever will either. That one sounds like something that would startle me and cause me stress. Now this is a as little stress as humanly possible zone. How you doing, Darkcast? I hope you're doing well. Let's see. Huh. I need to go to the bathroom. I was waffling back and forth about like doing that, but why am I doing that? I need to go to the bathroom. What the fuck am I waiting for? I feel like a goober. I am going to use the restroom and run a 2-minute ad. I will be back in 2 minutes. Yes. Feel free to spam sounds to your heart's content. Chilling or chill? Who knows? And the cat is chilling, and the emote is chill. That is also true. What is all this sound? What has somebody done? Bayhu, thank you so very much. And thank you so much, Bayhu, for gifting Darkcast. Is that right? Yes, Darkcast. Mm-hmm. The thing. Um, indeed, indeed. That is exactly what I did. Yes, that is very true. That is quite so. You nailed exactly what was happening, Bayhu. 110% you are correct. And, yes, thank you very much. I deeply appreciate it. It definitely makes a huge difference. And, yeah. Thanks. Because, yeah, you know. Yeah, you know, streaming ain't no glorious profession where you make heaps of money, that's for sure. You know what's funny? I'm imagining, like, somebody, like, who legit believes that streaming is some glorious profession. where you make heaps of money, and I don't know. I find that hysterically funny. The idea rustles my jimmies. I appreciate it, and it does in fact mean the world, Bayhue. 'Cause yeah, it's good stuff. Oh yeah, and that's totally reasonable. And I mean, like, if I could, oh man. So, like, something I was considering doing for a while was, actually, nah. I've opted not to discuss it. It's sad, and I don't wish to discuss sad thing for no good reason. Really? I've actually never heard of such horror stories. Tell me about them. They sound insane. Because here's the thing. Like, I actually do believe that Dunk does a reasonably good job of balancing, like, just sociality with parasociality. Right? Male viewer and a female stream. Ooh, yeah, that makes sense. That's so creepy, actually. Well, on the bright side, I guess I won't personally have to deal with that. I'm a slime after all. And slimes are obviously gender fluid because they possess multiplicity of form. Obviously. Let's see, who called me? Why did this number call me twice? That's very suspicious. They're supposedly from the electricity people, but the electricity hasn't stopped working. So my bet is that they want something from me. And if they want something from me, well, they can go fuck themselves, because they're a fucking company, and they're all asking me for money that I don't have, god damn it. And that's how I really feel. Fluid? Slime. Funny. But yeah, fucking companies, let me tell you what. I get so many random ass calls from, like, random ass, like, debt collectors and shit. Yeah. It's insane. Naturally, if you guys didn't know this, if you guys have debts you cannot pay, just never answer, and you're living in the United States of America, if you can go, like, 10 years without ever, like, functionally, like, acknowledging it, they can no longer collect it, basically. That is a tall order, mind you. But yeah, it's the law about it is more complicated than that, and I've oversimplified it. Ren is the one who knows that law better than I. And, yeah. I, of course, obviously have no debt that I know about. Certainly I have no idea how to pay it. Obviously. Certainly no means. Yeah. It's certainly not easy to make that one happen, but yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, they have an expiration in Finland as well. It's not surprising. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, like, and I agree with you. Mind you, like, if I, like, it's all student loans, I'm pretty sure. Don't get me started on the unethicality of student loans, but, you know. Because, you know, all education should just be fucking free. Sure. Big truth, that one. I agree, Darkcast. You know, I actually do only use debit cards, yeah. Oh god, that's super funny, Bayhue. Never take a loan, never give a loan, ever! Scrooge McDuck. There you go, that's my best duck impression. I hope you liked it. Really, I think it sounds more like a marmot, I think is what they're called. Yeah. But there's some creature that actually makes basically that exact sound. And I'm pretty good at making that sound. I think it's a marmot. It's a pretty strange sound. They basically go, yeah, well, that one's the Scrooge McDuck laugh. Yes, you're right. It is. But there is a creature that sounds pretty much just like that. It's actually wacky as all hell. I was big surprised when I found out. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I don't touch... Like, I basically, whenever Ren and I, like, go to Burger King once a month or so to, like, you know, go out on a little date when we use coupons, whenever we do that, we, usually what we do is we get the, we get some cash back, right? Well, like, we'll use some cash that, like, my mother or somebody gave me. And then we will, What a fun little one. Not very good. Fun. But yeah, that's usually whenever I deal with cash, and then we get some coins, and we see if any of the coins are good, because Ren's very into numismatics, the collection of coins. Burger King? Are you trying to spot a dunk in its natural habitat? That's pretty funny. I'm amusing. Also, I hope you like the burger emote. It's pretty good, I think. Indeed, you travel? Fancy, true though. Yeah, I mean, traveling, exciting. Haven't done that one in a long time. I think the last time I traveled was, well, okay, I traveled inside my state recently. Not recently, but like a few years back. But since, ooh, man, I didn't even know that one was there. However, that's also a heavy spread, and we do need that. But frankly, this one, I'm just gonna toss it into the bin. Because it's got enough nice things, and I will move the spells later. There we go. Add mana. Add mana. Give me that add mana. Right there, see, it's the tails here. Oh, I see. It's a voiding arc. Nah. Why I don't care for something he doesn't have. I would imply he had hair after his visit. You thought Unnatural Habitat was the hair clinic? That's pretty funny. That's pretty good. That's pretty silly. I like it. That is nonsense. It's good nonsense. High tier nonsense, even. Let's see here. Oh, yet more Admon. Crazy. Crazy. Let's see. What we'll do is just toss these guys out. And yoink. There we go. Let's see here. Like, what do you mean by a story-heavy game? Of what variety? Like, what type of game? It's an issue with the soul. That's pretty funny, Kibble. Single hair trans. That's pretty good. That's pretty funny. Some baldness can't be fixed. It's an issue with the soul, you say, Kibble. That's pretty funny. Wonder how it was discovered. His name is Chase. Well, I mean, I'm sure it's the same about how, like, it was discovered. Like, people have and / will discover what my name is. You know, I don't go out of my way to hide it. I doubt he did either. But, yeah, like, what type of game are you talking about, Darkcast? Because the answer may be yes. Yeah, do D&D campaigns count as games in this context? Yeah, then definitely, yes, I have, if you count that. Yeah, for sure. Because also, like, Darkcast, I've made enough new mechanics for D&D that you could call it a totally separate game as well. Right? I've rebalanced the high-level, like, functionality of the game so drastically that somebody who played Adventures League did not recognize and frankly could not function at my table normally because they were shocked that a monster I casually threw at them dealt 83 damage with one of their multi-attacks, that I informed him it broke one of his ribs, and if the thing had about 1,000 HP, right? He was like, "Excuse me, that's more than a Tarask," and I was like, "Yeah." And yeah. That said, I've also made started writing several D&D modules. Yeah. So I mean, like, and mind you, like, if I were paid to do it, I could also help. I could definitely help you write the story for a video game or something like that. Because mind you, I am also, and if you actually look into my name, I am an award-winning author. Yeah. Fun fact. Dabbled in RPG Maker for 10 minutes, like 15 years ago. Does that count? It's like a D&D game is not as railroaded as an RPG, you think. In many cases, yeah, that's true. You want to make a game, but you're having problems in the whole design. Right now, you don't care about the battles or fighting through. What do you care about, right? Is it the overall, like, structuring of things? Because that's pretty simple for me. I can certainly help you do shit like that. Like, shit, I do that part for free. Let's see. can be as railroady as in a console. You probably know of Fear and Hunger, but did you know a single dev made it as part of his academic thesis, something about horror and media? Can be, but probably shouldn't be. Not really playing for the strengths of that. True that, Kibble. True that. You're designing the story, no coding required right now. I see. Frictionals game, amnesia, numbers, not so much. Equal, wait, no, sorry. Misread your comment. That's alright. But yes, so, generally speaking, like, yeah, I am a very competent author in most types of authorship. So if you wish for help and whatnot, I'd love to help. Yeah. And certainly, I'll give you what we could call a free consultation or something. We could be cheeky about it, right? A free Eldritch consultation. Because I do, of course, love to yap about the particulars of how narratives are designed. It's one of my favorite things to talk about, actually. I see, I see. Yeah, it does have nice features to it. I will download that. Keep that in mind, and maybe use that as inspiration, mayhaps. I am pleased that I get to say that I'm an award-winning author because I won a bunch of awards. It's fun. Googling about that, first demo of Fear and Hunger serves as practical portion of Haveriman's academic thesis. Interesting. Oh yes. Add points. All. 30,000. And don't forget, Schlifu, you are still #1. So be careful about gambling it away. Why don't you tell me, hey there, Bombay. Bombay's sleepy. Why don't you tell me, Darkcast, about the outline of your story? It's a pretty good story how Schlifu became #1. It's pretty amusing. Nepotism. Right now, you're mostly creative mind. Right, Darkhouse. What I'm asking you to do is give me the pitch. You gotta pitch it to me, right? You need to be able to summarize it in a relatively short time span. I know it's not easy to do, but like it's something you kind of gotta do with these sorts of things, right? Like, you don't have to be that accurate about it, mind you. It's just gotta be a pitch. And and I agree, Bob. That's a fantastic way to put it. That is exactly what happened. That's pretty funny, Bayou. That's pretty damn funny. There we go. That feller perished. Bug. Yeah, I'm not dealing with that shit. Interesting. It seems he can't get hit with melee. Neat. Well, time to yoink out a majorly explosive wand. Like this guy. Interesting. JRPG, okay, that gives us a lot of information. Shark Tank Twitch edition, that's so funny. So here's the thing, like, right? So, fuck the gameplay for now, that's not important right now. You just need to tell me what makes the story tick, right? Like, you gotta tell me, like, is it like the story of like 4 orphans who like go on an adventure to end up meeting up together again, only to have had such drastically different life experiences that their childhood like experiences and the gap between reality create totally different ideologies that lead them to conflict, and ultimately a tragedy occurs in the, you know, like the player is offered several choices, right? Because one of them turns out to be very villainous because like the, you know, the world has been very cruel to them and whatnot, and then one of them is like very like idyllically heroic, and then the other two are like possible POV characters, right? Is the type of thing where all 4 of them are possible POV characters and they're like in ascending difficulty levels, right? And like you basically need to try not to be a super evil person in each of them. The easiest one is the one where the life goes well, but the thing is, you also have the most opportunity to do harm in that one, and the least incentive to do good in that one, right? So maybe that's not maybe that's the second hardest difficulty, right? And you know, like, or what kind of story is this? Is it one where like, and like, what is the point of the story? What do you want your audience to take away from it? My full script just leaked by Mr. Strimmer. That's hilarious. That's so good. In before it's Final Fantasy fan fiction. Shut up, Hamper. That's my screenplay. I'm pitching it to Hollywood. Hey, don't out me like that. Okay, about that. Multiple storylines. As you lose in certain checkpoints, history progresses, and things get more fucked up in the world. If you lose all the checkpoints you find, you reach the worst endings. There are no difficulties. Storylines are the ones that guide you to it. Okay, so now we have 2 questions. What is the thematic point of it, right? What are you communicating with your story? And then the other question is basically, it comes down to like a pretty simple thing at the end of the day. It's just like, what exactly, like, what is it, like a post-apocalyptic wasteland type of set? Like the setting, basically. What is the setting? Yeah. Well, I mean, in either case, you need to know this. Right. let me rephrase that. So two worlds can both be fantasy worlds, but if you hyper focus in on like the logistics of how the minor illusion spell, right? It's a JRPG. You gotta keep something simple. Okay. So the point's to kill God. That's all I know about JRPGs. Let me look up the yeah. Let me see what they have to say. Let's see what Wikipedia has to say. JRPG fantasy world. Let's see what a Redditor has to say about it. It seems to me that somebody is very confused about JRPG tropes. Because I didn't know that that stuff was simple. It also doesn't seem that simple. Whee! Interesting. So here's the question. Can the plasma beam still hurt me? No. I didn't actually know that. Fascinating. It no longer collides with terrain, meaning that the plasma beam cross is suddenly the best possible thing to use for this purpose then. Okay, let's cook up something here. Let's cook up some nonsense. Kill God from another world, kill an invading God, kill the fake God, castrate God, God wins. I see. Interesting. So, I mean, if in that case, basically, I would just say that look to Gnosticism, basically. Yeah. So Gnosticism as a religion has a lot of interesting things they've already outlined in like their theology, and it's not really a well-practiced religion anymore. So it's great inspiration for your fantasy worlds and your fiction and whatnot. And it's also a very well put together and highly coherent system. So it makes for, like, I'm not even kidding, it's like perfect fantasy stuff. Like, you can straight lift it from Gnosticism and toss it into, like, whatever you're doing. And you're done. You're just done in that respect, right? And basically, you know, you can start out with the goddess Sophia sends you a message. You know, about how you can escape your terrible fate, you know, being oppressed by and subjugated by the evil demiurge, right? Your terrible malefic demiurge, and then you just go about making the world a better. Oh, so you still can get hurt by it. Interesting. Just that it wasn't hitting. Fascinating. What if I toss long distance cast on him? What does that do? Does that make it go? Does that make it further away? And also, does that make it more likely to hurt me? Maybe. Maybe not. Seemingly not. Interesting. It also seems to be slowing down my game somewhat. Well, oh no, it's not actually. I actually went to my flasks. No wonder. Okay. And there you say, so everything progresses as you go on, but depending on your choices, the future world gets more fucked up or stays better. And essentially, you travel through the world time, making decisions. Those paths of the game are fascinating. Full chaos in between. That's what you're getting out of it. I see. It's all about the same god. The name changes because the status does as well. Perfect may be overreaching. Good ending means your character gotta fight a god by becoming a god and then sort of dying. And I figured you knew about Gnosticism. I see. You told me about Gnosticism, William Blake. That's good. I've been reviewing more of it lately. That's good. Darkcast, here's the problem. You expect me to remember a thing like that? I believe you, my man. But also, I also learned about Gnosticism years ago, and I forgot most of what I knew. And I learned about it again, and I forgot it, and I learned about it again. And such is life. But, you know, like, for whatever reason, Gnosticism has never stuck that well in my brain. I like the broad strokes of it, you know? Probably because it's such a diffuse sort of thing and there's so many different versions of it. Yeah. It's fascinating shit, though. I love it. There's lots of stuff. I like the YouTube channel Esoterica. They talk about it. It's fun. And Behu, yes, Gnosticism is its own term. Basically, I would summarize it thusly. The physical world sucks and is bad. Because, specifically, God is not the real God. The one that made the universe was one of two things. Either a bad dude who wanted people to suffer and entrap them, and that basically the real God, Sophia, gave each person a and like this the story varies wildly from telling. Gave every human being a spark of divine wisdom, and this is gnosis. You must use this gnosis to escape the entrapment of the evil demiurge. And the God of the Old Testament is this demiurge, whereas the God of the New Testament is more akin to Sophia. Yeah. So basically, it's also a way to explain the vast difference in behavior between the Old and New Testament God. So yeah, definitely that's an important part. But it's also a way to explain the difference between the characterization of God as good and the world being a terrible place in many respects. Especially way the hell back then. It's not great now, though. Not in you because of how the crosses are rotating. And when they rotate the right way, they won't hit. That is true. Yeah, that makes sense. Don't worry, that's good. I'm glad I don't got bricks. My memory's bad and it ain't getting better. Not getting that much worse neither, though. William Blake, the guy basically reinvented the Gnosticism. I don't have to remember. That's good. That's good. Let's see. Linear path, but deciding what you do or don't do changes the path. So are you having struggle figuring out what the things that you're changing don't do, right? One thing you could do is be like, maybe your character is some immortal fella, right? And like, you basically, maybe you have one thing is that you gotta, or maybe it's just that you're spreading an ideology. Part of it needs to be that you spread this ideology. Or maybe it's the usage of a particular type of magic, right? You need to convince everybody that the evil devil magic, which is in reality not evil devil magic, but actually just weakens the evil demiurge, is a good thing to be doing. And then, you know, you basically gotta, like, fight in the war, and then basically if you win the war, right, that's part of the good ending. But also, if you raffle stomp the war too hard, that's not the good ending anymore. Because then it's a bad ending, and it basically, you know, like, makes rebellions pop up against you, causes issues. Alright, I feel like, yeah, that'd be one way to, like, go about that aspect of things. Correct, Meatball. Correct. And I agree, Sophia is a beautiful name. Fun fact, Ren's given name is, well, the Arabic translation of it is, I believe it's Sotia. I can't pronounce it, like Sotia. Sotia. Yeah. And it's like a Safia kind of thing. Is another pronunciation, I would say. Very close to that. It is a beautiful name. I'm inclined to agree with you. That's how they go by Ren now, but yeah. And let's say you do things in the game, and you find a boss. If the boss kills you at the very end, you go to storyline 2, chapter 1. Otherwise, go to storyline 1, chapter 2. Makes sense, yeah. Okay, I get it, right? So what are you really struggling with here, right? Is it that you need to plot out each of these things? We won't try killing all the enemies in an area, so they won't have enough level. So I believe, I don't remember what the fuck it's called. Does anyone remember what the document that's like the outline that you need in order to like make a video game? Do you remember what that's called? Oopsie daisy. I forgot what it's called. The game something. Oh fuck. I used to know what it was called, but then I forgot. As is, you know, as is the way with me. If I forgot things. Things get forgored. What can I say? I devoted most of my cognitive capacity and memory to academic shit. And, you know, doing science and crap. And now that I no longer do that, my memory is trash for things that aren't that. Yeah, such is life. Fucking brutal, I say. Tells him how to solve the problem or whatever. Won't try killing that. Design document. That's it. The video game design document or whatever it is. I think maybe that's it. I forget. Degree in English. Philology. What is that? Ooh, I like this weapon. So I'm reading a D&D weapon description. It popped up in my Reddit feed. That thing I pulled up on Reddit popped up earlier. But it's nice. It deals an extra D6 of damage from the baseline. So that means it does as much as your average greatsword, which means that it's a viable alternative. I like it. I like it. Except then I have to ask the question, why aren't there great swords of this variety so you can deal 3 d6 damage? And there could be a flamberge. And then you'd have an excuse to use a flamberge, I tell you. Isn't that excellent? I think it's excellent. I love a good flamberge. If y'all don't know what a flamberge is, they're very silly looking and unbelievably difficult to manufacture. Like if you're a blacksmith trying to make a flamberge, your life's going to be miserable for a while. How dare. How dare that thing just fall? How dare. The nerve of that inanimate object to fall. How could they? How dare they? How dare. How dare. How could you do this to me? I'm feeling very silly today. guy used to hate cheese. Or hate/cheese the shit out of Dragon Age Origins because of the characters in your party having different personalities and attitudes to what you do, and you're such a people pleaser you don't want anyone to feel negative enough that they leave the party. So you just bribed everyone with gifts. That's super funny. I mean, Ballad, I understand that. There's this concept of body politic, not the one you're all thinking of, that it's an interesting to add a story because basically it's the world is being infected. Okay. We're getting out of the body. My problem, you need to make an actual story out of a picture of it. Do you mean the game design document? That is what I was talking about, yes. Yes, thank you. Thank you, that was the one, yeah. You just like a lot of JRPGs, making your choices, making your choice a curious one. I mean, it's okay. Some of the time you like a medium, but not necessarily a lot of the things in the medium. Funny enough, I am bigly of the opinion that, as it turns out, what do you call it? I got this, I know word. That specifically Isekai is one of these things. People don't necessarily like the genre, but there's a lot, like, they don't like a lot of the things that are in the genre, but they like the genre. Because the thing is, it's a good genre, but that doesn't mean that you like the things in the genre, right? But the genre itself is not at fault here. It's the, you know, the things in the genre that are really the issue here. At the end of the day. One, two, three, four. I need to scooch you over to here. Cool. Cool. And John Carmack, developer of Doom, is often quoted as having said that the story in a game is like a story in a porn movie. It's expected to be there, but it's not that important. That's funny as shit. That's so funny. Exceptionally good coder, but little else. That's so funny. Don't like turn-based or JRPGs. Oh, I see. Wrong class. At his peak, he was a wizard. That was a quick Google search. Please correct you. It's not just the most turn-based battle systems. It's not just most turn-based battle systems, but also story, their characterization, and their themes and motifs. He is very known, others who are equally as good or not remembered. Fascinante. You want plot in yours. In your never mind. That's funny as shit. I'm amused. Ever heard of Mike Abrash? Never heard of him. Can't say yeah. Still heard of Ken Slim. I've never heard of him. About game design. I feel like most books and design accepted ideas are actually used as valid, understandable. No one knows otherwise they would just replicate it to a T and not make shitty games. Okay, so let me... Two things, Darguest. That's not necessarily entirely true, right? There are three things to consider. One is human arrogance. My case in point on that particular point, Game of Thrones. They thought that they could, you know, outdo fucking what's his name, the guy who spent all of the time, R.R. Martin. That's the guy, George R.R. Martin, who had spent all the time cooking up the characters, right? And a big part of how he cooked up highly intelligent characters was by spending a long-ass time thinking about what they would do, right? And so, like, yeah. And they tried to, like, cook up something that was as good as that shit on, like, in a much shorter amount of time. Yeah, the fucking unbelievable hubris of that decision is still, to me, goddamn incomprehensible. Right? So that is never gonna... But this is also combined with the fact that these, like, people wanted to alter George R.R. Martin's work in such a way that it improved it, so that they left their mark on Hollywood. These two industries are very analogous in this way. because many people who are like in this industry may want to like make a mark on it, but like yeah, so like even if there was a formula that could be replicated, I don't think they'd follow it. Yeah, but yes, body politic. You can find it in stories like Titus and Andronicus, where characters partially represent the body medicine of the time. Oh, I get what you mean. And, well, and of the time of ancient Greece, they represent before. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. I know a very humorously significant amount about like all of that type of about like that type of ancient medicine. It's honestly hilarious. I have no good reason for me to have learned about it, but hey, I did. You know, let's see. What else we got in the chat? Interested in the revolution? Interested in Viva la Revolution? What is this one? What did I leave lying about? Oh, I see. I have finally arrived back at the base. Good to know. Revolution of the 90s first-person shooters. And there's so many books written about them in that time period. You should really start buying or reading some. I recommend doing the audiobook thing. Audiobooks are great, and I love audiobooks. But then again, I'm particularly good at absorbing information via listening. So maybe not as good for some people. I looked into that recently, and I have lots to yap about it, but meh. If y'all want to hear me yap about the differential absorption of information in education programs who used audiobooks versus not, let me know. Graphics programming, Black Book, and then we got It's a Society as a Body. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, no, I know about that. Yeah, for sure. Quite a lot actually. Society's Body. Sure, some you know about. The Emperor is said to be the head. Yeah, I got you. So my biggest issue with this whole idea, right, of the way the body politic is often like laid out, is that it requires that the society have been intelligently organized in the first place, right? And because society is often never intelligently organized, right? Certainly not governments. Like, mind you, like a good government that's well organized is good, but it's rarely that good, right? It's not usually organized in a highly intelligent and sensible sort of manner. So, you know, not never, though. Like, don't get me wrong there. But, like, in that regard, like, I just realized that I'd have to go on, like, a 13-minute rant to actually articulate my idea, so I'm not doing that. It will suffice to say I'm not a libertarian, and I'm moving on. That's funny. Completely those guys' fault because the guy wouldn't finish the books. Sorry to disappoint your dad. In fact, that you can't see high emote is hilarious. That is very funny. Indeed. Did not expect you to do anything in which you would be disappointed. Of course, you know, you studied psychology. They thought depressed people had too much black bile. It's true. Not black bile, but also black bile sounds like some type of evil demon monster that you should make the players fight in your JRPG. Please, make a monster called the Black Vial. It should be some type of, like, smoky slime creature that's, like, super evil and poisons you and corrodes the player's equipment. It should be really actually terrible. And then it should also, like, if you don't kill it quickly enough, it should hop into, like, somebody else's body, and, like, then you have to, like, either kill or, like, neutralize them with some type of magic spell. Like, something like Protection from Good and Evil from D&D. Yeah, good shit. That'd be fun. Yap to me, daddy. Yeah. That's pretty great. Yeah, exactly, Darkcast. Yeah, it's true. The body is sick in Titus Andronicus. True. Do I have one screen or two screens? Currently one. And I agree, Bayhue. Black Vial is so JRPG coded. Like 10 out of 10, it really is. But yes, right? And Black Vial then has one attack. It's black, or the Black Vial has one attack. Black Vial, right? It makes perfect fucking sense. And then disrupts a person's humors and shit. Like it makes total sense. Yeah, well, I mean, I also have like a computer. Like I got my computer that I use for everything. Like all my other things that are not like graphic design and gaming. I have my PC, which I use for gaming and gaming and gaming and gaming. And then I have a very, very old MacBook Air, which I use for graphic design, and it really is bloody insufficient. Let me tell you what. But you know, it's got a 120 gigabyte hard drive. It does, and a grand total of 4 gigs of RAM. It's an i3 processor. It's so bloody fancy, don't you think? A fancy i3 processor. Very new and fancy. Oh yes, Southern UK accent, indeed. Yeah, it's not very good or impressive. Okay, so what we'll do, because that one's not a very...
I'm gonna paint the town
red. Which reminds you, Liquid Cake is streaming. You think you go there to show him some love? Makes sense. Alrighty, Bayou, I hope you have a lovely day. And good luck and have a nice evening. Toodaloo. But yeah, and Darkcast, like, unironically, if you, and I certainly shall, if you would like, if you have, like, if you have any means, for a very modest fee, I would actually, indeed, toodaloo, I would indeed help you, rather drastically do all of the world building and whatnot, as well as the inciting incident, the plot, what the bad guys would be up to, the baseline of like what the sequence of events, what the intervention points are, what potential interventions could be, and like help you plot it out and whatnot in like a comprehensible format, right? This is something I've done before, like in many respects for both like D&D and like also for the adventure modules I've started writing. Yeah. So that's something you want? I'd certainly be able to do that, yeah. You like your sudden strike? I believe you're looking for, there are several phrases. There's, stroke of genius. There is a bout of insight. There's the, oh god, what's the inspiration one? It's the opposite of writer's block is having a blank inspiration. Sudden inspiration. A bout of inspiration, I'm not quite so sure. But yeah, honestly, I kind of like that. Sudden strikes of insight. It's honestly a better phrase than whatever the natural one in English is. I like yours better. It's a better idiom. Rather, it's less of an idiom and more of like a direct thing that has an obvious meaning, I mean. Yeah, I dig it. But yeah, that's totally fine. It was just an offer. Oh, honestly, that's just language, so, I mean, I'm all about that shit. It's good to make things up from time to time, whatever language you speak. Okay, so this one, I'm not so sure. Maybe if I just, what if I replace it with death crosses? How about then? Will it work the way I hope? Well, actually, I need to also move this guy. And then I can put the Chaos Larpa here, and then it will do really stupid shit. Yeah, this will be fun. However, I must go further away to test it, because otherwise it will cause problems. Okay. Now we wait for the Chaos Larpa if it's gonna do anything. Is Chaos Larpa gonna do anything? The answer appears to be no. Oh wow. It turned the Death Cross mostly invisible. Whoa. Fascinating. Okay. Neat. Oh, that's right. It's got the ground to sand on it. No wonder it did that. I feel silly. However, if I do this, there should be 5 of them now. Maybe. Unsure. Huh. That's a very useful little... Like, ground to sand is really nice with True Orbit, isn't it? It's got a lot of utility there. Neat. And that's very valid and understandable. And frankly, if I had more energy and shit, like back when I was younger and whatnot, I'd probably just jump on helping you out for free. Because it sounds like an exciting and fun project, but you know, I used up all of the instances where I could do that in a life. And then I'm all plumb fresh out of those. The real question is, why does this seems to cause a not small amount of slowdown, but I'm not sure why. At least it was initially doing that. Huh. That's an interesting little thing, but I'm not sure that that's a very good build all around. It's just not really delivering on much of anything. I guess we'll get rid of some of these. We'll move some of these things. And then try it out. But yeah, at the end of the day, it was something really difficult to deal with as far as like doing such sorts of projects is kind of like, even with an outline of a story, compelling execution of it is profoundly difficult. Right? Because at the end of the day, you still kind of need a... Like, for your story to be that compelling, right, you need both, like, the whole of the outline of it to be good, and then the individual bits of prose and the events and whatnot to be well executed and the like, but... Right, because of the thing I outlined earlier about, like, the orphans and shit, right? That story is, like... I would consider such a story trite and unentertaining. Right? And, the issue is that, like, a lot of stories, you basically just have to accept the fact that most stories have already been written, and like there's probably a version of it already. So basically, whenever you set out to make a story, you need to like aim to make it just better than whatever version of that story already exists, and for it to be more memorable, cooler, and just all around better executed. Right? Because just because something's already been done doesn't mean it's not worth doing again. But yeah, it's one of those things. It's very difficult to like make it, you know. Of course, just take ancient Greek tragedies and change the settings and yeah, a legit. Well, here's the thing. I don't think that like the fact that most stories have already been written to some extent is an excuse to not write new stories. And to simply do that, as much as that is an effective way to go about things if you're looking to cut costs, right? Like that is legit not a terribly ineffective way to go about it if you're needing to cut a bunch of costs, right? But like, actually, yeah, that could work. But no, this entire wand build is pointless. What am I doing? It's not merely pointless, it's also not very good. Let's see, what do we got here? Omega Saw Blade. Honestly, the Omega Saw Blade might be better with the True Orbit. But yeah, like for me, I think what really defines the like when you're looking about like what defines a good story at the end of the day, it's always going to be something to the tune of like you need a compelling set of characters with like an interesting set of events that basically bring to you a set of like ideas about that evoke interesting things, like philosophical ideas, right? So that means you can break down whatever story you're writing into the following. What interesting philosophical ideas are you trying to evoke with it? And then basically, in doing this, you can then work backwards from this singular question to create a very compelling set of like I suppose plot points that reinforce each of these types of thematic beats you're trying to get at. And this is a really good way to like effectively make a narrative resonate at every point, right? That's good. Because if you've done that part, basically, you just need, like, to me, it's just a question of like plotting out the causality of just like the sequence of events, right? Because if it's just if it's a story about a conflict between gods and the people, basically just you need the people who are loyal to the evil demiurge. That's one group versus the not loyal people, and then a bunch of people. Yeah. Corruption sweeping into the world. Right, but what is... I mean, I suppose maybe it being trite in that respect is not that big a deal. Because, you know, the corruption thing is, depending on the way it's executed, can be a pretty trite concept. No offense. Who? Why are they calling me? There have been 5 spam reports of these people. You called me earlier. So if is it spam or is it not spam? Why are you calling me? I don't want to answer. Narrator, it was spam. Honestly, yeah, that's fine. Right, like, so is your okay? So your corruption is not a physical, literal thing. Like, it's not like, it's not like a physical corruption like a miasma, and it's not a corruption that's like an invisible plague. It's more like literal, actual political corruption. Because the plague angle really, it's bad. I see. So if it's about like the parallel world, like the like the more metaphysical, spiritual world that's taking place in, parallel to the physical one, it's reflected like an astral reality of a sort. That's understandable. I see. Well, is it more of like, is it breaking down the like barriers between like causality and physicality and whatnot? Or is it more like Doom 2016 with like the actual fucking demons? I see, so it's merely that they don't look pretty, I see. I take it that what you're trying to get across with that one is, oh, just they're actual literal demons from hell. Darkcast. Yeah. Let's see. And let me see. Yeah, the mind. So, okay. Portal is made by the bad guy. The mindset's based on a computer virus. I see. I see. It wants to control everything. Okay. Interesting. Huh. So, like, here's the question, though. Yeah, like, basically what you... So, something that I learned, and this is something else that, like, I would do for money, that I am extremely experienced in doing, as in, I did this for, like, 8 years, and I am... I have won awards on the back of this skill, which is to say, editing. The first step of editing anything, in writing or otherwise. But in writing is where I have the most experience, as well as in, video, but I'm never editing video ever again. I hate that. I hate that shit. I'm never doing it again. Ever. Frankly, you need to pay me so much, an unreasonable amount of money, to ever edit a singular video ever again. So no. But, yeah. basically it's like, you gotta, functionally. Oh no, $123,000 for videos. Oh wait, for the videos for real world money? Oh, this is for editing that shit? How many pages of documents of stuff do you have? I'd probably do it by the page double spaced. Or I would do it, like, if it's not that much, if it's like 30 pages of stuff, I'd probably just charge you like $60 US and be done with it. Yeah. But if it were like, if you had like 300 pages of stuff, I could probably reduce the amount of stuff you had by about like anywhere between 30 and 80% without really losing much of what you've gotten there. Basically, you give me a target for the length of like the stuff, right? Or the aim for the whole thing, right? And you give me the starting place, right? Think of you as a crazy scientist. I don't have something that I can just measure. I see, I see. Something you could do, because text-to-speech has gotten as good as it is, and I'm not even kidding about this, just yap about it to like Google, like a Google document, right? Do it on a day where you're reasonably focused. And then you can just yap to a Google document. What do you mean you can't just say it out loud? Isn't that what you do with ideas? What do you mean? Elaborate. That sounds to me like severe unmedicated ADHD. Like, of the highest order, in fact. Like, that sounds incredibly severe. Darkcast. So, I mean this in the most genuine, sincere, and with your best interests at heart way. Take that description, right there, and say it to a psychiatrist. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, seriously, you laugh at me. The way I described after I got medicated for ADHD, here is how I described the difference. I said, before it was like my thoughts were a tornado, but now it's finally calm. I said this as like a 4 to 6 year old kid. Because I've been on ADHD meds.
Your whole life.
My whole ass life. Right? So...
I'm sorry, that felt like a drive-by hate crime that I just did.
A little bit, yeah, Ren. It was very cute. Kibble says, imagine thinking clearly. Sounds terrible. It's really not. It's really not.
I didn't know that some people just don't think sometimes.
Well, that's a separate discussion of need for cognition, but yeah.
Yeah, I just straight up, I thought everyone thought all the time. And that no one had quiet moments in their head, even when they were going to sleep. I thought that was, like, obviously, patently ridiculous.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. That's pretty good. Yeah, Ren seems like they just, they want to yap a little bit and then retreat, which is understandable. And you think too much, so, unironically, Darkcast, the ADHD meds can help you do either. I'm not kidding. Like, truly, that they're just, But thinking, yes, it's best to kind of think about it just like you're making your brain function more like a normal person's, because normal people can focus or stop focusing and stop thinking too much at will. Well, actually, why don't I just... I'm gonna make a very funny little utility wand. It's gonna be very silly and very humorous. Let's see here. It's gonna be some silly ass shit. Because the entire point of this very stupid wand is going to be to make gigantic amounts of smoke and steam. How will I do this, you may wonder? With a most simple thingamajig. The answer is a bunch of fireball orbit on a rock. Rock. Very good. Very good. Nah, actually, nah. Yeah, I'll do this guy, and sure. No. We'll actually just, yeah, we'll just do these two. And then I will zoom this way. And then, you see, I just said it right there, and you see it just makes infinite liquid. Because this world is absurd. And steam and smoke are just worm blood. Yeah, Dogcast. So for normal people who don't have ADHD, focus is an on-demand thing that you can do. If you don't have ADHD, it does not require active effort really that much to focus. You just kind of do it. Mind you, I've never experienced that, but I've heard it from people. I know, right? But how much money does it cost, right? I totally understand, Darkcast, right? So this is legit the difference that ADHD medications make it. How much money does it cost? All of it, says Kibble. Yeah. Okay. Ooh, what if I threw chaotic transmutation on the rock? That could be fun. Because then it would actively be making the liquid, and then it would convert the liquid. So yeah, I can do this. Mind you, this is terribly ill-advised, but I'm doing it anyway. For fun. Okay. Interesting. Fascinating. Now, drank the berserkium that was polymorphine. Yes, focusing is indeed just a thing that people's brains do if they don't have ADHD. Yeah. So, like, I'm not even kidding, guys. Like, those of you that have ADHD, I highly encourage, or like, pardon me, those of you guys who do not experience, or who basically cannot produce the ability to focus on demand at all, like, or just, no, just in general, even a little bit, right? If you have issues focusing ever, or you can only study under certain circumstances, that means you basically have ADHD, and you should probably go to a psychiatrist, and they'll probably diagnose it for you pretty easy if you tell them you can't focus on things for studying and whatnot. Right? Like, it's not going to be that difficult, realistically speaking, in most cases. And, yeah, this is how it be, you know, and that's okay. It's okay to have it, and, you know, just to get it dealt with, because frankly, like, there's no shame in taking medicine to make your brain work right. Like I said, I've been doing it my whole fucking life. Right? I have been on so many different ADHD meds, and like at first, like the first one that really worked well for me was Vyvanse. But I eventually stopped taking Vyvanse. You all?
So I remember the chat seems to think that my dreams are very bizarre and perhaps nightmarish to most people.
Somewhat, yes.
And so I thought I would share an edition of a dream.
You remember another dream?
Yeah. So I wanted to get a tattoo. I have a tattoo on my right wrist, and I wanted to get a tattoo on my left wrist. I don't remember what the tattoo was, but it was colorful. And I was with the person that I was with when I got my first tattoo, which, mind you, I haven't seen or spoken to in like 4 years.
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
Well, I mean, that one I think makes sense. My brain went, well, clearly, if I'm getting a tattoo, I will have identical circumstances. However, then I got caught in, or like lost in what I like to call the store. Antique / flea market version. I have a couple of different, like, set locations where they all essentially are the same. I have the arcade, the Cineplex, and then I have 2 different variations of the store along with the mall. One variation of the store is a completely like dark, like as if the store had closed, grocery store that is open and is specifically open at night but doesn't turn the lights on. And then a very brightly lit, and the dark one is just grocery store. And then a very brightly lit, always very packed, like flea market style store. So there's like a bunch of different stalls and everything. But it has bright lights, like fluorescent bright lights. And it has like Pokemon cards and what have you, and other things that you can sometimes find at like flea markets or antique stores. We just got caught there trying to find the tattoo parlor.
And
then I woke up. I mean, nothing bad ever happens in the store. It's just the store.
I see.
Yeah, no, bad things can only happen in the arcade.
Oh, I see, of course.
But even then, it's fine. Because it's just an entity chasing me, and they don't know the store layout like I do. Or the arcade layout. So I just go to a different room, and then suddenly they're not there anymore.
Fair. Yeah, I had some type of like mecha dog cat predator that was like chasing me a while back, and it was a hell of a time. And by a while back I mean like three or 4 days ago, and that was an experience, and that was unpleasant. And then basically I pulled out some rebar, and I started thrusting a spear at them, and then And then as I was
A
about to...
rebar spear?
Yes. Don't ask how I got that. Give Red a copyright strike. That's so good. That's so good. That's fantastic, actually.
Excuse you, I've been having the store dreams for years. You infringed on my copyright.
I'm delighted by this. This is funny.
I've been having arcade dreams since I was a child.
Mm-hmm. Oh shit, I dropped a rock. But yeah, and then a drop pod, like from RimWorld, dropped down, and then that impacted into the ground like an artillery shell, and that caused a bunch of shrapnel, and then I woke up.
Still not as good as your wasp dream.
I mean, obviously not. Like, it's hard to beat that one. Like, that one will forever be hysterically funny. Which one was it? I don't remember it actively, but I'll be happy to hear it again, Darkcast.
I'll admit, those dreams still aren't quite as funny as, like, the dreams that I'll have that will repeat
They asked
once.
about the wasp dream.
Oh, the wasp dream. Okay, so hamperchamp here tends to get night terrors, and he'll like scream in his sleep, and so I'll wake him up when that happens. And in this particular time, when I woke him up, well, he later recounted to me like what the dream fully was, which is that he was driving in the car and like a wasp flew in,
And my AC was out.
Yeah, which your AC is always out in that car, so that's
It's true.
pretty realistic.
Yeah.
But all he told me when I woke him up was he pulled at his shirt and went, "Wasps in my shirt," and then just fell back asleep.
It's true. It's true. Wasps in my shirt, I tell you, it was terrible.
But yeah,
There were wasps in my shirt.
I like to do dreams where I'll have the dream occur and then I'll do rewrites. And so the dream will occur a second time with minor changes. And I had one that happened to me recently, but it was a Glee dream, like an episode of Glee. I was not a character in Glee. I was like, you could call me like a camera almost.
Yeah, you were a third person, disembodied, omniscient,
Yeah.
perspective.
And then one of our friends was also in the dream, also not a character. They were a watcher, a viewer.
Darkass has also had reruns of Dream. Now, I've actually never seen anybody except Ren who's had reruns of Dream, so that makes you the first. Do tell. Because, yeah, I've never heard of that shit before.
Do
frankly.
we just share a dreamscape or something? What the hell is going on?
Yeah, I bet you guys just have very similar, like, ways of going about your dreams, right? Like, for me, like, my dreams, you can barely remember. Makes sense.
I've only recently gotten better at remembering my dreams.
Usually if we say, hey, Hamper and Ran,
You all.
what about, you have returned, this is excellent. What about the one dream you shared? The dream with a diary and a fairy, and I was in the supermarket, and a shadow-like thing was following you. Oh, and you ended up killing the diary/fairy. I remember you telling me about that one. Yes, you have good news, Shlifu. Do tell. But yes, very good news. Oh. But yes.
Also, Darkest, I've literally had a dream that was very similar to that, where I too had to kill them. Except that dream occurred 3 times in different nights, which is also a thing I have. Whenever I get nightmares, typically what can occur is I'll have a nightmare that's a recurring one, but by the 3rd time, I'll suddenly start lucid dreaming, realize I've already done this, I know how to solve this, and I'll just change the universal laws of the dream to make it so that I win. And then I never have the nightmare again. Oh wow. New Adventure Time miniseries.
Oh damn, that's actually awesome as fuck. That's great news, really. Life is worth living again. I am amused.
I tend to dislike my nightmares simply because I tend to wake up very startled and unhappy. And then I have trouble getting back to sleep.
I dislike my nightmares because honestly...
They're horrifying!
They're
terrible!
They're horrifying and they're like always like really violent, like...
Horrible! Horrible!
Right? Like various evil creatures like come after me and I gotta like...
I'm just reminded of that one TikTok where the guy's like, I get stabbed in my dreams every night.
I'm like, it's not that bad. Certainly not these days. There was a time when it was that bad. For
I know
sure.
there was.
But like, it's not that bad. You will turn any good clip from this series into sounds for I mean, as long as they're short enough that they don't cause copyright strikes, I'm all good with that. But yes, but yeah, like, let's see here. Let's grab this guy. Wait a minute. No, this one is actually complete. So, entering an old house from your city. With some people that in your dream are like friends. You reach the second floor and a guy comes out of the apartment, becomes a wolf, and starts following. You run away for like a minute. Run away alone for like a minute. Okay. Then the bizarre, wait a sec, I need to look for a name. Schlifu say the nightmares aren't even violent most of the time. I mean, hey, that's a good thing, TBH. A lot of people not built for that shit. Last nightmare, I told you that, yeah. Fuck those wasps. Those wasps be trash, I tells you. Those wasps are lame bastards. They can go to hell. Okay. Divide by 3 over here. Phasing. Put that guy here. Put the larvas here. Yeah. So if you watched, I've certainly seen House MD, yes. Let's see. Cool. This will be just fine. I'll put this in all over here. And some of these chainsaws, really. Okay. We're going to put this one right there. And then we are going to go and look at the other ones. You're a commercial port, full of those big containers. Yeah, you're still running. The end of one of those. Fall on top of the werewolf. No, you fall on top of the werewolf. That's awful. That's a rough go of it. Okay. So octagonal bolt bundle, I really want to try out more experiments with it, but the real trouble with octagonal bolt bundle It's a really destructive spell. Like, it destroys a lot of things in space, and I've already messed this Holy Mountain up quite a lot. So I think I'm gonna save that one for the next new game, like, plus loop for when I test this guy out. As much as I love Octagonal Bullet Bundle and want to test out nonsense with it, yeah, it's a bit too destructive. Mini Tentacle there. Oh. Anything here? Yeah, just the inner spell and a couple divide buys. Okay. You can have this inner spell. You have an inner spell. You have an inner spell. And a Nola. And a chain spell. Come. Move you guys back. Give you a couple chainsaws, and that will round it out quite nicely. And now this one can actually get put away because it's not really a need to have this one out, and we have cleaned up this particular tab enough that it's fine. Viewpoint changes to a camera that's recording Robert Sean Leonard Wilson from the House MD, basically doing something like the Men in Black thing would. He's making up a story of an accident in the port and saying nothing else has happened. All with a smile, and the helicopter's behind the end. That was a short, out of funnish ending. That is pretty goddamn funny. Whole family watching Soccer World Cup any moment now, which means you're not gonna leave. Room for the next 2 hours or so. I mean, hey! That's rock and roll. That ain't bad. That's pretty good. It's unfortunate that you won't be able to leave the room, but you know. Eh? You know how it is. There's a lot to be said about such things, you know. Okay. Let's move you to there. Yeah, just like this. Trifurcated, go here. Okay. Scooch this one here. Put that guy there. This one here. Chaos magic, huh? Yeah, that one's a bit of a fucking problem spell if I've ever seen one. Okay. Three, 4. Do these two, there you go. That's a nonsense one. But it'll fire, sort of. Okay. Ren did talk about a market, but Ren had to go back and sit down because Ren can't stay standing for very long because we disabled. But Ren will be back, no doubt. And, yeah. At some stage. And they're always loud. And they're always loud and angry and loud. That makes sense, yeah. Have weird political standpoints, you say? Yeah, in some respects, yeah. Sure, Meatball, do tell when you realize that your people's minds are fucking with you. Well, one's own mind is fucking with you, but yeah, I know what you mean. So this is one of the less useful sets of spells right here. This one's more useful. but also it's fine to get put away for the time being. Because realistically, because we're having the performance drop-offs, it wouldn't be that terribly bad to move on to the New Game Plus, the next New Game Plus loop. Reasonably soon, I mean. Two. 4. And, well, I guess 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess I will give this guy one more. Sure. Or I'll just fill the damn thing up and put it away. That's fine by me. Let's see. Something for dinner. That makes sense, Starcast. Now let's see. What about this guy? That's right. This was my demonstration one. Oops. For chain bolt with bounce. And why it's great. That's a fantastic set of like sound effects, and I love it. It's gorgeous. Okay. And we're going to just toss this particular fella. Sure. Give me that. Because this is funny, not because it's a good idea, I will fire these off. Hiya, take that. Wow. That was remarkably ineffectual. I was not expecting it to be quite so ineffectual. That's honestly interesting. All of the following were in a dream. You were in the same apartment you were actually living. Looked at the oven in the kitchen, saw an orange glow coming out of the glass door in the oven. You felt a panic, thinking you'd forgot to turn it off, and it caught fire. You rushed to the oven, but as you approached, you realized the orange glow was the sunset reflecting off the glass oven door. Well, I mean, there's quite a few interpretations to dreams like that, but you know, like, yeah. Yeah, that's your brain processing it, you know, like a bunch of false starts, as it were, right? Things that seemed like they were gonna be a big deal, big emergency and shit, right? Didn't turn out to be. Or like the difficulty differentiating when's a thing's gonna be a real big deal when it ain't. that can be pretty difficult, let me tell you what. Okay, so this guy... So this is the teleporting cast. I'm pretty sure this is the guy that's... Yeah, it spawns on top of the bad guy. Hits him with the rock. And then what? Because I don't really know how the true orbit works here, because it's a teleporting cast. Does it doesn't only activate when... Yeah, I'm not really sure. Huh. That's very funny. Huh. Wait, oh, it duplicates it because it's... Maybe? I'm not sure. You fired twice? Yeah, that fired twice. But one of them obviously does not say stuck to me. Interesting. I don't really know why this particular one behaves this way. Did I notice what? Oh, it had caught fire. Oh, thinking it. And it had caught fire. Oh, I see. Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah. Yeah. That's a rough one, I'm not gonna lie to you. That type of dream thing is always a bit of a goddamn pain in the ass. Yeah. I would say we all been there, but like that's... I mean, some people been there, that's for sure. See? Let's put this guy up just for a sec. Because I can use the things in this wand. To make this work just peachy. Because yeah, this particular one kind of desperately needs that. There we go. One. And two. Huh. Well, this wouldn't work very well. But it's also... Bless you, love! Thank you. Let's see. Honestly, teleporting cast could go kind of hard here. It would do real well. Now, what about even more phasing? Let's see how this one does. Yeah. I see that the teleporting cast is too much as things currently stand. maybe it just needed that second. Oh, it did need the second chainsaw. Silly me. Actually, even sillier me. Wait, I don't have any extras. Son of a bitch. Damn it. Interesting. Yeah, fucking dreams, man. They do be weird. So 1 and 2. Yeah, I think I need to set up some more stuff to reduce cast delay and the like that.
Sometimes my TikTok For You page clearly thinks
Hey.
I'm hornier than I am.
What's the...
Okay, do you remember that one joke that's along the lines of like, me when I...
Yes.
They're referring to the same thing.
Ah.
Like, no, good sir, that is not my favorite scent. My favorite scent is lavender.
Lavender is a lovely scent, it's true. Yeah, I'm afraid I can't really offer you very much context for this one, chat, because there was just too many words in a TikTok that were just too much to explain, I'm afraid. And regrettably, meh. Meh, I say, you know? Meh. Okay, now this one. Got the homing, give it the rotate towards. Give it a damage field. But also, this particular one. Actually, wait, can I fit everything onto here? I might be able to. If so, that's marvelous. Nearly everything, anyway. The important shit, that's for sure. Put this guy here. And then... Actually, wait a second. I know what I can do. Excellent. I can do it this way. I'm running around a 2-minute ad. I'll be right back. Okay. Got this fella. realistically, I can simply snag these spells off of here and put them on basically most anything else. Let's also do this real quick. It's got a 0.92 modifier. It's pretty damn slow, but eh. Yeah. Well, I guess I can. Guess I can do this. Grumble, grumble. Give it the rotate towards. Give it the accelerating. Phasing. And I suppose damage field is a fine one to be the last. Interesting. Frankly, I want to see how that performs. I look forward to seeing how that goes in New Game Plus Plus. It will be interesting, that much is for sure. Ah, here's an idea. A blood magic. This should solve this handily, in fact. Or not. Shocking. Interesting. Huh. Oh, that's right. That makes perfect sense, actually, as to why this is not working. One, two, three. Perfect. That's excellent. Yeah, that is so good. Isn't it nice when a wand comes together? is so good. I do so love it. It's so nice. Okay. Let's see. Perfect. I save the clip. Then I add it to the stories. Lovely. I enjoy this particular wand enough. I am putting this one in the one tab because I love it. It is great. Ah, it's always cast LARPA bounce, is it? Okay. That's pretty whack. Pretty good. Okay, we got this guy. Move this feller. Put this guy here. Let's see. Put that guy there. This one here. Alrighty. Put that guy there and this one here. Good stuff. Move the electric arc actually. Put the towel there. Move this guy. Put the myriad. Move the slithering path. And put the bubble thingy. Excellent. And now I can simply put it in the storage of the spells. Or I can put it up here for the time being, actually. Cool. Now, okay. This guy does not seem like a very serious wand build. Okay. Concentrated light bounce. Drilling shot. Interesting. I remember this one. Okay. I see what this one is. So is this the point of this guy? Okay, so what I can do is I can scooch this a couple. Let's give this homing. All these projectiles can have homing. Oh golly. Actually, now you can also have larva explosion. Why the hell not? And 1, and 2, and 3, and then 4. Yeah, this particular wand build will be extremely, extremely silly, no doubt. Now let's go relatively far away to fire it off and see how it goes. Because yeah, this one is going to make a mess. Oh, that's pretty nice. You know, that's a bit less of a catastrophic mess than I was expecting. Oh, and a Bob without a hat, it was that in the dream, the oven was in fact on fire, and then suddenly wasn't. Classic dream shenanigans. But yeah. Very good. Okay. I mean, I think the answer's pretty clear, but sure, I'm also interested in Bob's answer. Now let's see. So Bob, yeah, there you go. You know what? Given how many extra copies of concentrated light bounce I have found, I do not need that always cast any longer. Events in real life or something. Interesting perspective, interesting perspective. So meatballs say that they mind create a situation when the sunset's reflected off of the oven, and the same mind knows the oven is not on fire, becomes panic, while knowing that the oven is not on fire. So here's the thing, meatball, right? Is that this makes perfect sense if you stop considering your conscious mind the entirety of you. This is your part of your unconscious mind trying to communicate with you, process information, express discontent, right? The emotional part of your brain that, you know, is just all like, how the fuck dare you have had an upsetting experience that upset me? This was stressful. Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying you don't understand that. I'm just yapping about it. That said, to be fair, Meatball, that particular bit is not necessarily... these two things don't necessarily lead from one another, but all the same. It's fine either way. I'm going to yap about it regardless. The yapping must go on. You know how it is. Tee. Okay, I don't need that many slime nests, realistically speaking. What exactly is going on in this wand? Vivibly. Vivibly, I say! Sample you most vividly remember. When honestly, I like it. I think it should be a word. I vote for it to be a word, vividly. Visible and vivid. Vivable. I think it works. It's also kind of fun to say. Shlifu is invisible. Invisible. But that would mean you're invisible and not very vivid. But you are vivid, even though you are invisible. I'm afraid you cannot be invisible yourself, Shlifu. That is very funny, actually. I am amused. And that is what we call... a heuristic or something. Maybe there are pills for that. That's very funny. For being invisible, you say? That's quite humorous. Gosh, that is very silly. That's good. And trigger. Lay plasma beam bounce. Lay chainsaw. Okay. Good stuff. Oh, okay. That's right. I wanted to show you guys something fun I discovered. Take me a while to arrive at the wand, but I'll show it to you in a moment. I announced it slightly during Dunk Stream, and it's pretty good, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's kind of fucking amazing, actually. Oh, whoa, indeed. Invisible! Invisible and kind of fuzzy in everybody's memory. You know, that would be a good spell to make in D&D. It'd be called Invisibility, and it would be to be both invisible and, you know, kind of fuzzy in people's minds. It'd be pretty rock and roll. Oh dear, I've got something in my eye. Oh no. An eyelash, I mean. Ah, there we go. Anybody else here just shed eyelashes at an unprecedented rate? And constantly get eyelashes in their eyes? Happens to me all the time. Yup, invisibility. Mm-hmm. Insane laughter 2.mp3. That's pretty good. You think your tongue is having a stroke with the invisibility? That's truly quite understandable. Oh. Let's see. Okay. Well, that's an awful lot of light. Oh, that's right, guys. So, let me get rid of this remove explosion here. Let me show you something super silly. It's what exactly chaotic transmutation does to this particular projectile, the thunder charge. Well, I guess it decided not to work. Oh well. Say lovey. And also, my phone died because I'm silly. You're going now. Best of luck, everyone. Alrighty. I hope you have a lovely day. Meatball. Yeah, have a lovely day, Meatball. Weather like this should be illegal. You mean it being really hot outside? Yeah, true. True that. You speak the truth. Here we are. Found it. Alrighty, guys. Take a look at this shit. It's awesome. Yeah, give it a moment. There we go. Notice the tentacle is not originating from Mina. And that's totally valid, Shlifu, because yeah, weather like that is really fucking brutal, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's just terribly brutal. And what's even better about this particular combo? Observe. You don't even need the Peplicate. Oopsie daisies. Wow, that was actually fascinating. You don't need the Peplicate for it to work. See? Because according to the Noita wiki, if I am not mistaken based on what I read on Summon Tentacle, this is technically not possible. Okie doke. Let's see. Oh, never mind. It's in there. Never mind. I guess I'm just a silly guy. Oh well. Fascinating. There's awfully little about that, though. But it can't. So you can't use any type of. Huh. So it's gotta be timers. No expiration triggers. Huh. Okay, here's an idea. Orbit larva. Whoa. And I do believe that it is yeah, let's see about this. I think it's a large spitter timer, yeah. Let's see. Why exactly? Yeah, it's whatever. I totally get that. Ren and I both handle the heat very poorly. Yeah, getting some ice packs would be a good call, and then you put those on, like, right next to major blood vessel areas. That's the thing you do. I feel like nobody has developed this tech very much. Like, it's been developed for, like, the other thing. For, like, using it for, like, tentacle timer, right? But I don't feel like anybody's gone out too terribly far out of their way to develop the tech for this. Like, just tentacle timer in a spitter bolt and whatnot. What do you think, Kibble? And that's totally valid, Kibble. Totally understandable. I beg to differ. Look, you add a singular bounce, right? And it means... Actually, you don't even need the bounce. Legit, you don't. It makes it so that you can steal shit from inside the Holy Mountain much more easily. You know? It makes stealing stuff from inside the Holy Mountain more easy and reliable. Right? Because this way, you can have a more specific, like, you can control the speed more easily. Right? But in particular, I'd argue that this is the speed sweet spot at 700 for tentacle. Right? It's a good one. It's not too fast, but it's also not too slow. How? How, Kibble? How can you steal from the mountain pretty easily from outside of it? I guess that's fair. I guess that's fair. So this is, I guess, just a very niche tech for how to use it. To benefit from it. Well, what? That was strange. Huh. It seems like they go off at like the same time some of the time. That's just me. Oh gosh, what happens? I have a rather devious idea. A rather devious idea, indeed. Interesting. So I could probably make a very funny wisp out of this. So what I think I'll do is I will just make A cute little wisp. That has one boomerang on it. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. And I'll probably be going to New Game Plus after I clean up the current Holy Mountain. And drag my resources with me. And I still haven't decided. I might make a RimWorld stream a weekly thing on Saturdays, maybe? But I frankly have yet to decide. No, I agree with you, it adds some variety, and that's kind of what I was thinking. That Saturdays could be like variety day or something of that nature. There's the boomerang I was looking for. Not mean to fire off this wand. I just wanted to take this particular thingamajig and be done with it. Well, at least that did in fact work. That's pretty good. Glad to hear that one. Hear that's working right. Okay. Okay. What happens if I add octagonal bolt bundle? It terminates the projectile. Good to know. Hey, welcome on back, Dardcast. Let's see. I'm pretty sure that Schlifu is from Germany, right? Yeah. Oh, that's funny. I read that at the same time you hit typed and read whatnot. Interesting. Okay. See. It's so cute. It's a goofy little fun one. I love it. Germany, Ohio. Dee. That's funny. I am thoroughly amused. Okay. I will overtake these guys. That's funny. See? So, like, why don't you guys, Schlifu, do you have any, like, do you have any ice packs? If not, you should get some ice packs from the freezer. Like, listen, wait, you don't have enough? There's not enough in the freezer? I see, okay, so every now and then you get one, that's good. I'm just making sure that you're not gonna get a heat stroke, right? Hey Ren, the person who was talking about the dream, they had some things to say to you.
Oh?
It was scroll back up to find it. It was about, it was a while ago, because
Well, while you're getting to it,
Hmm.
I just came in to say I had kind of a stupid thought as I was looking at the servings of the pickles I was eating, and I was like, wow, how could it have so little sodium? And then I thought to myself, oh, because most people aren't insane like me and aren't literally drinking the brine.
Pa! That's funny. And let's see. Oh, I see. Maybe it was just before here. So we're talking about this one. Men in Black thing. Okay. I see. So. I see. Well, talking about the dreams, the repeat was enough to slightly unlock a dream you had 10 plus years ago. What was that dream, Darkcast? I don't think you ever got around to talking about it, actually. Yeah. So yes, please do tell us. And Schlifu says hello again.
He will.
It looks like I can't find the thing usually. Like, the Darkcast may not have said anything aside from that. Who knows?
Well, I actually need to.
Ah, you need to lay down again. I understand.
Yes, as it turns out, drinking a bunch of pickle juice does not make for one who is usually upright.
I see. Ha! And Sleepu redeemed the drink actual water option. I think it might well be more for you, love. That's good. That's good. I'm also drinking water. And it's true, everybody should hydrate. It's good for you. It is good for ye. That's right. I was going to do a cheeky little experiment with this, but it's not a very sensible experiment anymore, knowing what I now know about pinpointer and the like. Yeah. Also, is this particular wand like especially fast or some shit? Yes, actually, this is a 1.13. That's nearly... Actually, no, it's not the highest that the wands get, but it's up there. Going to pee just from being told to hydrate, that's really funny. Yeah, it's true. Anti-hydrate, that's very funny. Yeah, so there is quite literally few less suitable wands than that for like the purpose of the experiment that I was planning on doing, which is really quite funny. Well, spiral? I'll take the spiral. Not to be confused with the anti-spirals from that one really weird anime, Gurren Lagann. Man, that anime is one of the fucking animes of all time in terms of like weirdness and shit. It's got a weirdness factor well and truly so far above the norm that I'm just like, how in the ever-loving fuck, man? Yeah, Gurren Lagann was very fun. The anti-spirals. Oh my god, the way that they say it, like the dub on that one was so funny. We're watching Kingdom's Hearts lore, and it makes you angry. Yeah, valid. 1 or 2 games is like, okay, but more they try to systematize the dumb, I mean, valid. Oh yeah, to me it was like, I mean, the dub for me, yeah, the dub, yeah. You're gonna take a cold shower now, or you'll die. Well, I mean, I hope you have a pleasant cold shower. Absolutely. Let's see here. Or not in case you die first, so that's rough. In Spain, we don't usually get super dumb dubs like in the US. That makes sense. Yeah, the quality of this particular dub was arguable. Like, in my opinion, it might well have been one of the lowest quality dubs of any anime I've ever seen. Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely one of those animes where, like, I very much understand the specific shit talk that people often give to, American dubbed animes, right? It's one of the only ones where I really feel it. I have not seen the Digimon Adventures dub. Is it hysterically bad? Is it, like, unbelievably bad in, like, a really humorous way? Parts you've seen are, oh my god, this sounds pretty glorious. Oh gosh, I think I need to, before I really do much of anything else, I should probably deal with the satiation. It's running kind of low. I think I could probably just get away with dropping some Mimicium. Put this feller up here. Grab you. So this heavy shot one is fine. What I'll do is I'm gonna do this shit. It's gonna be silly as all hell. Not fine. Gonna be great. Okay. Do. Lovely. I also have a genius idea, I tell you. Well, first I need to deposit this spell right here. Put these fellas over here. Put these guys down here. Okay. Very nice. Now, this particular silly wand build is, functionally speaking, actually, let's see what the specific speed of this particular wand is. It is sufficient. Gotta be kidding me. This too is 1.13. The odds of this are not very good. The odds of that being a thing, or wait, no, it's the same. Okay, a second there I was about to be like, you can't be serious. Now I was about to have a mild crash out. Yeah, but it's fine. It's fine. I'll deal with that one later. This one is because what I want this one to be is I want to make a thing that's like very silly. I want it to be extremely silly and fun. It's gonna be goof as all hell, and it's gonna be marvelous. But I also gotta find Mimicium somewhere around here. Or as Coitus likes to say, Mimicum. Perhaps you could say that Yoxi likes to say it. Who could say? Who could say? It is one of the questions of all time, for sure, for sure. Okay. Where is it? There it is. Very good. Excellent. Now, the first thing to do is to do it from right exactly here. And then do it more so from a right exactly here. Excellent. Now we have some from in the center here. We've got that stuff, but also now I can simply do this and make all that fall to the bottom. There should be no issue. Okay. I don't think it can convert hardy port. No, it can convert hardy port. I'm pretty sure. I just remembered. But that's fine. I'm pretty sure the hardy porridge is less dense than the worm blood. So it should be all good. Hell yeah. Let's see. OG music. So I did actually know, like I'm a big fan actually of some of the goofy, how ridiculous the goofy Digimon tracks are, like the dubbed versions of them, because they're so absurd that it's just like it's one of the funniest things I've ever heard. Oh yeah, no, I actually strongly remember the ridiculous like Digimon movie like soundtrack, and oh my god, it stuck with me because it was so fucking absurd and funny. Right? I didn't know it as a kid that it wasn't like supposed to be that ridiculous. And so I just thought that like Digimon was a much less serious like show than it was. And I don't know, I think there's something hilarious about that. Yippee! That is an absolutely rather quite large quantity of hardy porridge. Now let's eat a bunch of it. And actually, because I've got a solid thing there going on, we'll just make even more of it. Why not? Seems fine to me. Very good, very good. And I agree, it's a very good anime for its time. Totally agree with you. And, yeah, the dub really did it a grave disservice. However, the anti-spirals are the inverse of life, or some shit. I don't remember what exactly their whole spiel was. It was pretty unconvincing. It was a pretty terribly unconvincing thing. Although I did really enjoy when they all like were throwing galaxies at each other. That was absurd. It was pretty delightfully absurd. I definitely feel like that's what Gurren Lagann has going for it most, is that it's kind of just a delightfully absurd nonsense fest. Yeah. Okay, so the dub didn't just make that shit up. That's good to know. I gotta be real though. Like, here's the thing. Like, I'm sorry. What is spiral power? Is it horniness? Right? Like, I couldn't tell. Like, it seemed to me like that, like, spiral power was two things: arbitrarily defined and perceived masculinity and horniness. Right? Now, you see, expressions of that is not what came across in the dub. In the dub, they straight up used words like masculinity not infrequently. Like I said, it seems that they really did that particular anime very dirty with the, with the dub, didn't they? Yeah. That's, like, unfathomably dirty, yeah. Or maybe it's just that the anime... Oh, you're right. Yeah, so I guess that, like, that's, just how they decide to localize lines like that, I guess. Right, because, you know, if I had been in the job of localizing that shit, I probably would have gone about it a bit differently. I probably would have said a proper, like a proper man, a proper human, a proper, like, I probably would have used a word that was, like, I probably would have said a proper, right? Rather than a real. Yeah. Right. The OVAs? Yeah, I want to be honest with you, Darkcast. I want you to reread that, but realize that OVAs can easily be read as OVAs. Especially in the context of, in fact, yeah, like, in fact, if I were a little bit more devious, Darkcast, I would totally just put that in the quote bin. I am not that devious, however. I am devious, but I'm not that devious. I believe that that would be an incorrect version of the plural of ovum. You know, like humans' eggs and the like. Yeah. But now reread your sentence with that in mind. Yeah, that was some high tier goofy shit right there. 10 out of 10. Okay. But yeah, that is pretty delightful. But yeah, I find that, like, I don't know, like, Gurren Lagann's themes were all I found them really all over the place. Like, I found the action and, like, it was a compelling enough show to watch, right? But, like, I found its theming to be somewhat off. Like, it's not that I disliked the show, I didn't dislike it, but I found that its theming was inadequate. And it could have been better. And that, like, furthermore, I do think that the American localization of it, like, like, whether it in, yeah, like, what the hell does OVA stand for in this instance? Because, like, I sure as shit don't, I've never known what it stands for. What the hell does it stand for? I see. They're the ones that are like the movies. I see. So I'm pretty sure that I watched the movies or things of it. I don't remember, frankly. Original video animation. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, they're movies. It sounds like movies. Everything I know about it, that yeah, like they just movies. Yeah, I agree. Like, if that's not a movie, what the fuck is a movie then? Yeah, like, it's a great question. Eat the hearty porridge. Eat the hearty porridge. Nom nom. You know, it's specifically situations like this, which is why I made that wand that makes wisps of summon platform, but it's specifically times like this when I don't want to yoink that particular wand out. But yeah, the themes, like, it could be the case that it's just an issue of, like, the localization having ruined certain things so thoroughly that it's beyond recognition, but it seemed to have some really odd, like, sexist undertones in the American localization that I don't know whether they were there in the original version. I never watched the sub version or anything. But, like, the spiral energy was at certain stages indicated to be, like, masculine, and, like, the feminine was associated not with the anti-spirals, but with not carrying that, like, spiral energy within. And the fact that certain, like, that the people with the most spiral energy were most often the men, right? It provided this, like, indication that women didn't know how to move forward that I found distasteful. Yeah. And further, not only did I find distasteful, I feel like it was antithetical to the themes they were going for. And basically, it was also ping-ponging back and forth between this. And then also there's the, like, fact that the whole thing's like the villain's whole motivation is basically like functionally speaking, they kind of failed to satirize. Okay, so actually, you know what, you know about the thing, A Modest Proposal, right? The I don't remember what, it's like from a long ass time ago, but basically it's, if I'm not mistaken, in A Modest Proposal, quote unquote, it's presented the idea that I'll say this out, right? Yeah, yes, Darkcast. Yes. So here, let me just lay this out. Just like back then. So back then, people took that seriously. And, hey, Ren, what was Jon Stewart's character's name? The conservative one that was satire? Stephen Colbert, never mind, that guy. So, okay, so the Stephen Colbert, like, report thing that was a parody, right? that thing was taken to not be parody by a great many conservatives in the modern day. And I think it's a great example of how if satire is too effective, not good enough, or just kind of wishy-washy, welcome on in, Imbauto, then it can basically produce a situation where it's not obvious that it's satire. And that basically it causes the piece of literature or media or whatever it is to fail at its fundamental purpose, right? So if it's a satire, yeah. And so in this particular respect, I would say that Gurren Lagann did not go hard enough into the satire angle, if it was satire, and the parts for the anti-spirals, right? The anti-spirals were not, like, gonzo and ridiculous enough, even though the rest of the anime was super gonzo and ridiculous, right? Well, yes, we've talked, but we're also talking about, how Amada's proposal, right? It failed as a piece of media because nobody realized it was satire. Right? Because... So, like, yeah, like, there's... So this is why the theming, I feel, is, like, kind of, like, very thoroughly off with that one. And what's more is that, like, they don't present a concrete solution to, like, the what seemed to be a mathematical problem that the anti-spirals were talking about, right? They, like, because to my recollection, it was some shit like the anti-spirals saying that there's a math problem of, like, spiral energy and there's too much of it will destroy the universe or some crap or some nonsense. And that, like... Basically, they didn't present any type of real solution to that problem. They needed to. Welcome on back, Schleefu. I hope the cold shower was good. I hope it provided you some reasonable amounts of relief. But yeah, like, my biggest trouble with that whole thing was And I agree with you, Darkcast, that is the big problem. I agree with that, Darkcast, 110%. You will not see me disagreeing with that, right? They made them comically villainous so that there's the protagonists are, like, obviously heroes, right? And it's understandable. I know why you do that, like, narratively and whatnot. Well, right, no, but, like, the way it was presented in the dub, at least, right? In the anti-spirals were talking about some type of physics property of spiral energy in particular. And how that would, like, dismantle the universe or some nonsense. Tengen Toppa Gurren, like, what? What are we talking about? Yeah, like, I genuinely, like, because mind you, doesn't that totally change, like, the contextualization of everything about the anime? Right? Like, that makes it a totally different thing. Right? Because when you look at it from that angle, no longer are the heroes of Gurren Lagann just heroes, right? It means that if the anti-spirals were correct with whatever nonsense they were talking about, that, like, they could well be dooming everybody to, like, the end of the universe. I actually think that's the ethical course of action, regardless, because, you know, like, I mean, actually, I'm not going to get into that. But essentially, at that stage, like, they needed to provide the solution. They could, because the thing is, it's a story. You can time skip forward! Oh, I didn't think that the anti... Like, right? But here's my trouble. Right, and like, I am not an anti-spiral stan. You will not find me standing anti-spirals. I'm not a big fan. Right? My problem is that clearly there was some type of mathematical... like, I feel like... I guess maybe my issue with Gurren Lagann is the world building. Straight up. Like, why weren't the anti-spirals doing math the whole time? That's what I want to know. Why weren't they doing, like, science and mathematics to try to figure out, like, how to solve this particular problem, right? With the spiral energy destroying the universe and all this garbage. And I'm just like, bruv, are you really that lazy that you weren't working on the problem that much? And you gave up and crap? And I agree with you, right? And I understand the whole thing. That it's like, the entire idea is about, like, that, oh, there's a word for it, actually, give me a sec, it's like the synonym for being stagnant, stagnant waters and whatnot. I wish I remembered that word, god damn it. Right, but here's the thing. If the anti-spirals were as incredibly advanced in technology as they objectively were, why in the ever-loving fuck could they not make some type of, like, balance, right? Where they're able to, like, achieve a certain amount of progress while still having stasis, right? Exactly, right? You know, so I'm just like, bro. So, like, yeah, like, maybe they did do that for a time, but the anti-spiral technology was overwhelmed them, and that in that case, you know, they're, you know, it's whatever. But like, let's see. So, is it like a no? It's concept of Kagari. That's what it is. The concept, I didn't actually find it looking it up, which is funny. But yes, Kagari is the concept of, you know, like stagnation and illness that results from stagnant waters and whatnot. It's also the idea of spiritual corruption. Right, so the spirals are all about the Kagari, right? And right, and Darkcast, that was another thing, right? The ability to, like, revive the dead is, the fact that he didn't do that is fucked up as all hell, man. Because he shouldn't abuse his power. My ass. Right? Like, that is not a good enough reason. Yeah. And so, like, here's my whole thing. And, like, dude, I get it. I get that the spiral, anti-spiral energy was pure magic. Trust me. But here's my thing. A good magic system has, like, it's predictable in some way. Right? I understand that this is a soft magic system, functionally, right? It could literally do anything. They were throwing galaxies around. I understand. Right? And yes, we can certainly get back to your story. No issues. Yes, Shlifu, what's up? But, like, I think a good magic system should have some amount of predictability in your magic, right? It doesn't have to be fully like entirely predictable, but it shouldn't be entirely 1,000,000,000,000% unpredictable. Right? And because that lends itself to basically being lazy writing, functionally speaking, right, at the end of the day. As well as just, like, less enjoyable, like, at least for me, like, I don't tend to enjoy things that are written in a way that it's, like, it's a lot lazier in that particular respect, right? I want a sensible, I want it to be the type of thing where if you're paying attention to what's going on, what's being written, you will wonder about, like, how things are going to turn out. You will wonder about, like, oh, why isn't this getting used in this particular sort of way? And then I will answer that question as the author, right? Just, like, very shortly after. Yes, absolutely I did, Shlifu. I mean, have you not... You are at least as impressed as you are confused. Well, yeah, I make a habit of, if something handy, good, or otherwise happens, and I can make a snappy little bit, right, out of it, or a useful little, clip, in some respect, or it's just a fun little bibbin, I try to do that. And I also appreciate that you like everything that I upload just to boost the algorithm. I appreciate it. Because, yeah, I also intend to eventually start multi-streaming to YouTube as well. Trouble is, I definitely can't do that with the current, like, I definitely fear for, like, I'll probably try it to see if I can stream to YouTube and Twitch at some stage at the same time, using the OBS plugin, but I don't know if it'll work that well. As in, it might cause even more slowdown, but that'll also depend on how much extra slowdown we're getting from what you calls them. Ah, gosh, words. Extra slowdown that we are getting. How much we can get rid of when we go to New Game Plus. There we go. Because yes, once I start doing that, having the things with the likes will drastically increase the discoverability of everything, based on what I know about how these things tend to work. Put these fellas over to here. Grab this quad. Get rid of this hook bolt. Okay. Put you up here. You here. So what happens if I put a spiral arc on burst of air? Huh. That's a little unexpected. It's pretty. I like it. It's nice. There's a streamer you used to watch sometimes. It streamed on Twitch, Instagram, and YouTube at the same time. You think he has something so the chat on the screen would show all of the chats as one? Yes. And it would still do that. I have a means to do that, yes. It's not actually that difficult. Yes. And I think I can also make it so that each of the Twitch messages goes through to YouTube as well to some extent. Like I can have a bot repost all the messages. And vice versa. Yeah. But in other cases, you may need to just keep track of the chit chat on the screen to make sure someone's see if someone's replying to you. Depends. Yeah. Very super complicated to make happen, but you know, it ain't the simplest shit to make happen either. So let's put this guy here. We can do this. And then, actually, nah. Well, this guy's with 0.43. I might as well do that, really. Yeah, it's fine. Now, let's see. I would like to give this one a heavy shot and a long distance cast if I can. I would like to make a machine gun that destroys shit with burst of air. Entirely for giggles. This is a thoroughly impractical build that I'm doing almost entirely for nonsense reasons. There is not a singular rational... Oh, this is even stupider. There we go. These two. Fantastic. Okay. What if I add bounce to burst of air? How does it even work? I guess it works. Interesting. That seems to maybe increase its lifetime, it seems like. Hell yeah. Rock and roll. Actually, yeah, let's remove this again. See, how long does it last then? Yeah. No, it's not that it increases its lifetime, it's that it dies normally when it hits something. You know, you asked that once before, but you don't know the answer anymore. But yeah, it could be a bit of a. It can be a bit of a process getting everything like working correctly with all that sort of thing, but you know, far from impossible, and not like the most totally difficult thing to do, but definitely so it depends on what you're looking to do. So if you're looking just to directly support me, and like that's all, and like monetarily, then the Ko-Fi is the best way. But if you're looking to support me in terms of the algorithm and discoverability, as well as increasing the number of features that I have on Twitch and whatnot, then gifting subscriptions and donating bits are both valuable. However, once a point will arrive at some stage, it will be a pretty long way down the line in all due likelihood, where I will no longer need to a very significant amount of those any longer, or any possibly. And at that point, it'll probably just be Ko-Fi will be the simplest way. But after that point, like, but before that point, yeah, like, most anything that anybody does helps, right? But if you're looking to make me more able to, like, eat and buy shit for stream, Ko-Fi is definitely the best way to go about that, because I don't have to wait a month to use the money. I can get it basically immediately. And, amongst other things, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, Ko-Fi is definitely the best way to go about that one, in that particular regard, yeah. But yeah, definitely don't feel like obligated or nothing to do so. But also, I'm certainly not in a position to say no to such generosity, frankly. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. That is usually how these things go. They tend to have, like, yeah. It tends to be a month delayed and like that, whatnot. That's pretty standard to my knowledge. But much appreciated. I'm glad to know about it. Let's also put these guys. Put you there. 2 hexagon casts, 1 pentagonal. Anti-homing and anti-spiral. Anti-spirals. Fucking anti-spirals, man. Yeah, to be fair, like, I have not had anything that the government considers a job. I have done jobs before, like, but they're mostly, like, gigs, right? Like, I did a thing one time. Yeah, but, like, you've never had a stable job. I understand what you're saying. A typical, like, average person job. I get what you mean. Yeah, I've definitely never had a job. I've tried. Nobody would hire me. I tried. Yeah, I tried quite a lot, but nobody wanted to hire a disabled person. Or even when I, wasn't mentioning my disability, they didn't want to hire me. Because at the end of the day, being disabled means that you look less impressive on paper because you don't have as much anything to make yourself look impressive. Yeah, it's definitely one of them things. Certainly ain't what I'd call fair, but it do be how it be. Oh, I appreciate it, but yeah, it is definitely just one of them things, Also, the spell Magical Explosion is a very strange little static projectile. I like it, but it's very strange. I bet you that it produces spark or something. So if I use Magical Explosion, I could probably, like, swap. Let's do that real fast. Let's see if I can go. Maybe I need to just click 8. Yeah, there we go. Did I collect any spark? No. Oh well. Yeah, I'm not really in the mood to try to figure it out realistically, because the spark is not that good. But pardon me, the Magical Explosion is not that good. Germany also a lot of problems for disabled people. I believe it, yeah. Do tell me about them. I'm kind of curious about it because I've never heard about it in Germany. Because I'll bet it's not that much different, but I'll bet that there's a lot of interesting differences that, change the landscape of the situation quite significantly. But yeah, Imbalto, how are you doing today? Okay. Eat the concentrated mana. You need to drink the concentrated mana. It is good for you. It is good for you. It will make you feel better. You will regain the mana faster. It will be good. Yes, yes, yes. You must drink the concentrated mana. Right, so disabled people not really that well protected by a constant. That's rough. That's rough. That's a rough go of it, no doubt. Let's see. Oh goody, the concentrated mana level is now low enough that I can actually stand on it and drink it way the hell faster. Yeah. Now let's drink this entire body of concentrated mana water. I just had an odd memory of being at Oceans of Fun many years ago. I remember feeling like I was a little underwhelmed. I have no clue, not a singular clue why that particular memory came back to me in this moment. Yeah, I think I remember feeling like it was pretty darn underwhelming. And that maybe if I had been to Oceans of Fun like many, many years prior, maybe I would have enjoyed it more, but that as things stood, many portions of the place, aside from the wave pool, weren't that interesting. Whereas the wave pool, that was quite relaxing. Quite relaxing indeed. The third article of our Constitution, none shall be discriminated against on the basis of their gender. They come from the color of their skin. religion, or their political beliefs, yeah. Translating this was harder than you thought. That's really valid, Shlifu, really valid. But as you see, both queer and disabled people aren't really included in this. For sure, for sure. Yeah. And I do believe that the ADA is founded upon the, like, concepts such as equal access under the law and pursuit of freedom type of things. Yeah. Which, they're not as ironcladly strong, legally. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I will happily watch it again. I mean, it's a bit of a, it's an absolute, like, it's a real good one. I often forget just how freaking old Gurren Lagann is as, like, a show. It's so silly, man. It's so silly. I'm not sure, like, when did the anti-spiral man get a face? That's just pretty funny. God, it's so ridiculous, man. It's utterly goddamn absurd, and it really does crack me up with how, like, stupidly strange it is. It's kind of delightful. It is some hardcore high-tier nonsense, I tell you. It's so goofy, man. It's so delightful. It's really so incredibly silly. And the other really strange part thematically about Gurren Lagann is it basically pits the concepts of stagnation and, like, entropy, like, completely and totally against one another, when in reality, like, nothing can really exist without like, a significant and substantial balance between the two concepts, right? I find it, like, exceedingly wacky. Also, surprise titties on this particular video. you know, definitely good thing I didn't put it on the stream. Because, yeah, definitely just sudden surprise titties. Also, possible epilepsy warning. Might be. But yeah, like most all of existence, you know, is just like exists due to a balance of both entropy and otherwise, right? And or rather stagnation and progress, as it were. You know, entropy and stagnation, change and stillness. As a consequence of this, I find that the it's I feel like thematically Gurren Lagann is a little bit off base, I suppose. It just like is a bit lacking in terms of like what it's trying to say. Like it's trying to say never stop moving forward and shit, but I'm like, bro, the essence of stability and even just existing in general is to balance stagnation and progress. Even to be healthy, to maintain homeostasis, is fundamentally right. It's just, you know, a balance of these two things, right? I also do like the fist fight at the end. It's pretty rock and roll. Yeah. Very silly. Very silly. Much delightful. It's a goofy ass show. A movie, rather. And do tell Shlifu, I would love to hear it. And you know what can I say? Like what can I say, Darkcast? I was probably totally face blind when I watched Gurren Lagann, and I was, you know, even today I'm not very good at seeing faces. I finished watching it. It's pretty rock and roll. I like it. It's a fun little dealio. But yeah, also many working disabled people are paid less than minimum wage because they aren't actually employed by the places they work. Really, employment-like working situation. Yeah, I've heard of that fucking shit. Bullshit. I didn't know that was also a thing in fucking Germany. Jeez. It's currently being discussed if it might be a contradiction in the Constitution. I see. Remember, it's when their minds go to an alternative reality to keep them in a dreamlike world where they don't have spiral energy. And spiral energy is also being DNA. Oh, don't worry, Shifu. I read it. There was a delay. I'll always read it. I sometimes just take time. Exactly. Yeah, you totally. I mean, I totally agree, Darkcast. Yeah, change always happens. And trying to stop it is generally not terribly productive. And yeah, that's a solid interpretation. Change always the winning side. But yeah, my and yes, the part where they're naked, you don't exactly like it, even if they're all naked in the way of saying it. Scared, spiritually naked as well. You know, because my thing is also just like the ideology and the theming of Gurren Lagann is shallow, I suppose, is my biggest trouble, you know. Right? Because, yeah, like, yeah, sure, existing is change, right? But once you, like, arrive past a certain point, that change is less than it is the stagnation. Right? The process of life is, in fact, more stagnation past a certain point than it is change. Right? And that's good. Too much chaos and change, it will leads to death in most every respect. Like you can read that that sentence however you like, whether we're talking about cancer, whether we're talking about just any other sort of chaos, you know. And that's valid, Darkcast. That's like valid. And you say that as a fellow professional hater. It's very funny. So, like, I'm not totally face blind. It's just that back then I was more totally face blind. These days, I'm just partially face blind. You could add the trigger to a plasma beam and put the magical explosion behind it. Then you just hold a flask and jump in the plasma beam. Yeah, that would work. That's a good idea. I like this idea. Oh god, I fucking hate. I despise Neon Genesis Evangelion. So, I have mixed feelings on Undertale. I like some of the characters in it, but it never spoke to me. I also don't have a strong hatred for it either. I don't know anything about Deltarune, and that's Final Fantasy VII. Yeah. But yeah, here's my thing about Neon Genesis Evangelion, right? Is that, I'm sorry, the boy and the girl are such incredible creepers. Yeah, the characters. I despise the characters. The characters, let me tell you. Yeah, exactly, like in fucking Neon Genesis Evangelion. The characters, the plot, the everything. Nothing to go for. Nothing to like. And what, Schleifu, you don't like that nothing spoke to me in Undertale? I just don't know I don't know anything about Deltarune. Like, I don't even know what it is. Like, I've maybe heard of it thrice. Twice. Thrice. Something like that. Like, Darkcast, here's my thing. Like, yeah, like, I also like the battle. But I also, as someone who did not grow up apart from the convoluted angel mythos, and in fact grew up enmeshed in it, it's trash. The whole angels thing is trash. It's a poor adaptation, and frankly, I find it to be awful. some people may say, I think that Neon Genesis Evangelion is like one of the worst animes out there, actually. Whenever somebody recommends it, like, holy shit, man. Like, like, for their first anime, right? Like, people recommending that shit to poor little Dunkaroo, right? Imagine this poor bastard watching this show, right? He's gonna hate it. He's gonna be creeped out by the creepy characters. That, frankly, that's enough of a reason to condemn the show on its own. Right there. Is that the character's behavior is so, like, just horrid that you can't really enjoy the rest of the show. Not unlike Elfen Lied, right? Elfen Lied, however, like, at the minimum has, like, again, like, basically the only thing it's got going for it is the same that Evangelion has going for it. Good action sequences. But if you chopped out everything that wasn't action sequences from both of those shows, I think it'd be pretty aight. In general. I think maybe there'd be something there. I definitely grew up with Catholicism all around me, mind you. In case you didn't know, Darkass, I definitely went to I like to call them Catholic extremists. Yes. And mind you, Schlifu, that's fine. In terms of the Undertale and whatnot and everything else. TBH, that's a fine thing. But to me, Undertale it was not for me and it did not speak to me. Like, it's okay. It's alright. It's nice. But it was never the type of thing that I was going to be able to enjoy. And what did it... so basically... So it's very clear, so that phrase, Schlifu, like, it's very clear to me that Undertale spoke to you. Meaning that you found it very significant. Thematically, it felt deep to you, and you gained a great many insights about life and whatnot, and found it a great deal of profundity in it. It was profound to you. Something that does not speak to somebody is none of those things to them. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they don't think that the work of art is those things. Merely that work of art was not made for them. That's what it means when something does not speak to me. Do tell, Darkass, what is this one? I particularly enjoy of all the people. It depends on what it is. What is game? Darkcast, do tell. Advanced Guardian Heroes. It's a beat 'em up. I mean, I could go for something like that. Maybe. Depends on the details. I write it down for long-term things to do. That's a good question. I don't actually know. Certainly need to be enough to pay for it. But then a bit more than that. But I don't know, maybe. So like, my thing is that I would probably only ever do a pacifist run. But here is one of my main... Okay. This will sound unhinged because it is. fundamentally, I have issues with the game because, like, they're just making this little child. They're making this little child run all their errands for them. When this child, like, is also known to be, for various reasons, dangerous to them, right? And they're having them run errands to maybe, like, prove that they're trustworthy and shit, right? And my big issue with it all, right? Right, but I already know the whole story. I already know a great deal about this game, mind you, right? Honestly, that does sound very humorous, Darkcast. That sounds lovely. But, like, here's my thing. Like, for one, the combat system does not appeal to me is another reason I wouldn't want to do that shit. Although, like, of course, I probably would not spare Flowey. Flowey would be slain. But yes. Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. And of course, like, my thought process on this is like, why are they making this child do all their dirty work and their errands? Isn't Flowey the evil monster? Like, isn't that like the whole thing? Yeah. Well, no, I would do pacifism at every other point. Except for Flowey. Right, but you expect me to put in that effort for Flowey? Why would I put in that effort for Flowey? Like, aren't they like some, like, reflection of the deeper part of the inner evil of the main character or some shit? Or some such nonsense or something? And I'm just like, I don't know about that. Right, but if you spare Flowey, the story continues. That is true, Darkcast. Yeah, the games do generally need to give you reasons to do things. And those reasons need to be semi-compelling, right? Yeah. And so, like, for me, you're shook into your core. Poor Sleeful, I'm sorry. So here's my thing, right? Is that hamperchamp the Eldritch Slime has not gotten as old as hamperchamp has gotten by being a pure pacifist, right? Hamperchamp the Eldritch Slime has committed a few war crimes, for sure. You know, ended a few universes. You know, it was all on the up and up, of course. You know, it was all very necessary, but, you know, they were unsquishy universes that would be antithetical to future squish, you see. Plus, people were suffering left and right, and the universe was calibrated so that suffering was the only outcome. So by, you know, nipping the universe in the bud, you see, I was able to make the world a squishier and better place in the distant future. It is sad, but the reality of the fact of the matter is that the hamperchamp, the Eldritch Slime, had no choice. Because when you are like an atemporal slime, what truly does choice mean? When you know that there is a good outcome and a bad outcome,
and that in order to get the good outcome, you must do bad things. What then does it mean to have a choice? If the good outcome is so very good, and the bad outcome is so very bad that you simply cannot have the bad one, but the good one is so marvelously good, what then if you then ask every party involved, to help you collect the data of the people so that you can, resurrect them later? It's fine then, right? And that's totally valid, Shlifu, and understandable even. Frankly, and that's also very valid, Darkcast, right? If the author wants you to give meaning and importance, it can't just be let's try out. And if you want me to think the characters survive, you can't just also gamify as much. Yeah, that's also valid. No, in a sense, understandable take, right? Because my thing, of course, is that first off, the Eldritch Slime has had to do things that Eldritch Slime would prefer to not have done, right? Sometimes is Hamperchamp the Eldritch Slime sad that certain things had to be done in the ancient past of course. However, if you look at the way I look at Undertale is the question of a time loop. Right? And the ethicality of a time loop. The existence of any type of time loop is unethical to its core. I would know. I'm an Eldritch Slime. I employ them on a regular basis. However, that's really valid, Shlifu. I totally understand it. And to me, right, the only sensible, valid, and reasonable thing to do in that situation is to extract all the characters from the time loop and place them elsewhere. In a situation that is not a time loop. Right? And this is why Hamperchamp the Eldritch Slime collects data before destroying any universes. Exactly. And welcome on in, Dawn. Glad to see ya. We were just talking about the ethics of time loops. And, on the video game Undertale. And then also why, I'm not especially fond of Neon Genesis Evangelion. Precisely. So there is that. So here's the trouble, right? Let's say you stop the time loop. Actually, you know what? Look at it. So yeah, actually. It's like playing a game where you torture something. You can always stop playing. Yeah. In many respects, yes. But of course, Frisk didn't create the time loop in the first place, right? But it is pretty indisputable, but they are responsible for its maintenance, right? So although Frisk can't know the answer, if they remove themselves from the time loop, right? So that means that the only ethical thing to do is to leave. Right? So if your character leaves the underground or whatever, that's the right choice because it ends the time loop. Because the time loop produces infinite suffering, no matter how you look at it. Because even if all of those people have a bunch of minor inconveniences that day, the sum total of suffering resulting from that over an infinite time span might be too much to outweigh the good things that happen on that day. Especially if the good things don't happen every day. However, if infinite joy is the result, right? If it outweighs the evil, right, that is occurring, then yes. Oh, yeah, and exactly. Hamperchamp is not reviving people whenever they die again and again. Literally the same as the time loop. Hell no. 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 Hamperchamp simply reconstructs their body and spirit, in a far more suitable, set of, like, material and, universal conditions where they get to exist in a way that is more beneficial to their growth as a being, where they're not, like, being, torn apart and, like, destroyed by the fundamental, forces of the universe, crushing them and, weighing them down to the point where they are unable to make real choices. Things like that, But yeah, Kibble Killer, it's a solid question, right? Because it also means it produces infinite joy. But the question is, like, where these things, like, come from. And yes, I do understand it comes from the... actually, all the more the reason, rather, Shlifu, that if the whole time loop is coming from the fundamental differences between human and monster souls, right? That means that there's this, like, paradox that needs to be resolved. And the only resolution is the, like, removal of this kiddo, right? The character Frisk, yeah. So they gotta leave. Well, I suppose that's a solid point, though. And you see, that's why you should kill Flowey, Dawn. That's why killing Flowey's the rightest opinion, right? You need to kill Flowey so they can't keep making time loops. And then leave. What? Does that mean does not solve the problem? Why not just do that enough times that you break Flowey's spirit? I did see your last message. Yeah, the one about the oh wait. I didn't. I'm fucking I'm blind. I thought I did. I'm blind. Pretty sure that's not how comparing infinite values works. But I mean, that's understandable. But even if it was, doesn't that mean continuing the loop is only wrong if the suffering is greater than the joy on average? To me, and it's not a given, Kibble. It's my value system, as it applies to this type of thing, right? I refuse to address why I have such a built-out value system in this regard. Only Hamperchamp the Slime can answer that question. You see. But, yeah, basically, as far as I am concerned, it's just like the type of thing where... Water. So, I can also eat this very strange, Nature Valley bar I've never had that looks pretty tasty but strange. Oh wait, no, I have to wait. I need to have my afternoon painkillers because it is time for those. In fact, it's a little bit past time. Let's see. But yeah, basically, Kibble, it's sort of like how I evaluate it. Otherwise, I personally don't find myself able to make sense of the ethics of a situation like that, right? if you have an alternate, more cogent and coherent ethical framework for interpreting time loops, I am all ears, buddy boy. What the two options after the passive ascending be? And right, so that means that all of the people in the underground are like Flowey's fucking like prisoners, and at that stage, like the only ethical thing would be if you're able to, you should either end the loop or the universe itself, right? I mean, only if you know that that's the outcome, right? I didn't know that that's the outcome. I just thought the Flowey should die because he was cruel to everybody. And was tormenting them and thought it was a solution. If I know for a fact that leaving him alive is the right thing in that respect, I guess I'd do that. Yeah. See, there's a difference in us playing the game again and the in-game time loop. Yeah, fair. Yeah, I mean, I'd also agree that like there is like a tangible difference, but the ethical difference is minimal, right? So like morally speaking, it's more or less the same, but then you're playing to kill or act as a savior in some respect. And I agree, Kibble, that yeah, you are correct that you have to weigh suffering or joy somehow. Yeah, and I agree, unless you use a completely different metric. And honestly, it's not clear to me why this should be the metric, but that's kind of beside the point. I don't have a great argument for how to weigh something specifically, but just going suffering, but more than joy unconditionally, seems like an unreasonable extreme that would be worse. Just about any more balanced argument. So, Kibble, you are both, in my eyes, right and wrong. Right? So, this question's a lot easier to address from the... I'll just do it fully in character as hamperchamp the Eldritch Slime. So you see, you have cut straight to the very center of the issue, Kibble. Suffering is a very dense force, you see. Joy is light. It is fluffy. However, suffering tends to weigh down in the universe, and it can become so dense and heavy that eventually it causes a tear in reality that, if not tended to with a sufficient amount of joy, which of course can lead to the process of the universe itself healing, that indeed a sufficient amount of suffering is much worse than merely, any other outcome, because it ends the fabric of reality in that particular iteration of the universe. Thusly, and it's also very easy to produce totally infinite amounts of it beyond what the universe can handle. So if you do all of the mathematics in terms of fractions of that value of what the universe can handle before it collapses into itself, or before certain critical points where it like tears open and the like, then you suddenly have a point of reference for these infinities and whatnot. It becomes a far more useful set of metrics, see? However, The joy, on the other hand, can also be weighed in a similar manner. And as it happens, it can be weighed not in a fully additive manner, because every bit of joy is worth about 1.2 the value of suffering, meaning that it gets rid of a little bit more suffering than the suffering adds, right? So if something brings you enough joy, if something gives you one value of suffering and one value of joy, it removes more suffering than it adds, right? And thusly is the only real sensible way to really weigh such things, especially when considering that time loops add infinite quantities of suffering into the calculus that can and will destroy the entire universe. Effortlessly, in fact. Yes. Let's see. Someday, go back and try the other ending again. And again until you get bored. After the pacifist ending, you decide if you want to leave the underground and go back to your human home. If you want to stay with the monsters, part of Toriel's family. But knowing that would mean you've been spoiled that. Yeah, fair. As every book in a time loop, because you start reading it from the beginning. Nah. And if you're looking from the standpoint of the information that's available to the point of choice, and yes, killing Flowey is the right thing to do. That's exactly what I was thinking, right, Dawn? Yeah, that's what I was looking at, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, you don't have choices there. The story is a time loop, yeah. But choose your own adventure books. Are choose your own adventure books that you're asking Darkcast if they're that fucked up? Where you kill it from? Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, fair. Gee, my rage is quite suddenly baited. I'm amused. That's it. If you remember correctly, those books don't have a kill everybody option. Yeah, valid. So, yeah. Truly, for me, like, at the end of the day, like, the biggest problem is that there's no way to really grasp what infinite amounts of suffering would do to a person, right? Because, like, and furthermore, Sans seems to have some amount of a grasp of the previous loops. So you then need to ask a very real question. And so does Flowey, right? So both of these people, these beings, can experience infinite amounts of things. So Kibble, you're fucking wrong. It's straight up. I'm just gonna... The rest of chat, would you like me to explain to you how it is people can experience no time loops or anything, infinite suffering? Because I sure have a very simple explanation. You've got one vote for not against it. TBH, I think it would make more sense if, like, Sans could smell the violence on the soul of the player, right? That said, I think both explanations are equally sensible. Hey, Sunadire. Right now we are, well, first off, I think this is probably your first time seeing my new Delio avatar. He bounce. He blink. He occasionally open his mouth and yap. But yes. It's good shit. You finally home? Hell yeah, rock and roll. That's great. Glad to hear it. Sounds like a long ass day. Oh, you heard about the new PNG? Rock and roll. I'm glad to hear it. But yeah, like, right now we're talking about infinite suffering. And right now I am assaying the interest to hear about how it is that infinite suffering can happen, not outside of a hypothetical, because Kibble seems to be under the misapprehension that infinite suffering is not possible outside of a hypothetical. I assure you that this is not correct. Sleepu says that they love infinite suffering, so alrighty, I guess that's good enough for me. That's enough people to giving their assent. So, alrighty. Infinite suffering is 100% possible. Ask my wife. I can't tell if that's like being married to me is suffering type of joke, or whether it's they have chronic pain kind of joke. Or comment, rather. Either way, I'm amused. More generally, infinite anything within a finite space is not possible outside of hypothetical, I guess. Speculate. So here's the thing, Kibble. I see. That's pretty funny. Been a while since I've heard a joke like that. That's pretty funny. Yeah. But yeah, Kibble, here's the thing. Experiences do not follow those types of patterns. There is a discipline that is not so popular these days that came to a series. So here's the thing, Darkcast. There are ways to quantify pain in pretty marvelous ways. And this was specifically what I was going to write my PhD thesis about, right? Is using a measure called the GLMS. I forget what it stands for, but if you look it up, you can find what it's all about. Basically, you can measure any sensory modality in terms of another one, i.e., you can measure pain in terms of decibel loudness. Right? So, basically, when you look at this, it means that, yeah, so like you can compare how loud something is in decibels to how loud it is perceived to be. Right, but here's the thing, Kibble. As pain severity increases past this, like, so Kibble, I'm telling you this now. Be careful which grave you dig yourself for this one. You're more wrong than you could possibly comprehend. So, to start. Alrighty, if you're that certain about it, bud. It's not what infinity as you are using it means. Sure, Kibble. Sure. However, first off, one of the things that we need to acknowledge, 3 key factors. 1, the fact that let's see, at any rate, even if you're wrong, you don't see why you wouldn't dig the grave so you can actually understand. That's honestly quite fair, Kibble. If you don't mind having this explained to you, then it's fine. Most people just don't tend to enjoy that. In either case, the GLMS, when you take, it works just fine for pain. So taking a 1 to 10 scale of pain, but then having them rate things in terms of decibel loudness, based on the data I collected so far. I wish I could have collected more data. I really do. But I'm afraid I only have a limited amount. That said, it was all very conclusive. I would have wanted thousands of participants and whatnot, but I only got like 10 or 15 from a lot of different places, you know. Like about 3 to 5 of them were normal-ass people, but, you know. The differences in the data between the normal-ass people and those with chronic pain were very, very telling. But that's neither here nor there. Basically, what you do, and what like happens here is like that you so like an airplane or something, you know, right next to you is of a certain decibel loudness, right? And then that's of a certain perceived intensity, and then you compare that to the range of human hearing. You compare it. Basically, you use all these factors to anchor it. You can also do this with brightness, by the way, which is another good one. You anchor these things in terms of those senses, which gives you then an exponential curve, meaning sensory perception is exponential in its nature, right? Meaning that past a certain point, pain in specific rockets up at a rate faster than can really be processed, understood, or dealt with, right? And what's more, from personal experience, when pain becomes severe enough, time just dilates, it slows down, because your body doesn't know what to do anymore. If there's no means of relief, your body is just freaking out, and your body will just do some adrenaline, because rather than reduce the pain, it increases the pain tolerance and threshold. So it artificially creates a situation where you are quote-unquote in less pain, when in reality you are not in any less pain. Your body is perceiving the same amount of pain, but cognitively you are experiencing a bit less of it. That said, you have also dilated the amount of time. And I did the math, for me personally, on the scale of time dilation. It was about, you know, things were going at about, like, variably between a 0.3x speed and a, you know, 0.8x speed, right? Right. However, here's the thing. The part that is not finite, Kibble, is actually the depth and nature of that pain and suffering. Right? It can go so thoroughly well and far beyond what is capable of being processed, understood, and made sense of, that there's nothing there to grasp. There is no finite quantity to it. It is all-encompassing. It is the only thing. And what's more is, well, no, you can put a number to it if you want. It's 10 out of 10. But frankly, that doesn't begin to capture the essence of this particular... Yes, Bombi, what you so gumpy about?
The French don't deserve Star Wars.
The French don't deserve Star Wars, you say?
I'm sorry to anyone who's French. Look at what they. That's not his name.
Yang Solo?
No, not that one. That one whatever. They can't pronounce
Z6
H.
Z6PO versus C3PO?
Yes.
That's pretty strange.
That's not his name!
That's quite true. Yeah, that's definitely not his name. Although I do like Dark Vador. Dark Vador is pretty good for Darth Vader.
Yeah. And it's Dark Vador. Which is essentially, and like, Jan Solo is because if you didn't, they would just say An Solo, and they wouldn't pronounce the H. But ZCPO? What the fuck? There isn't a 6 there. It just genuinely really pissed me off.
And right now, like, Kibble's trying to argue to me that, like, you can't experience infinite pain in finite time. But the thing is, like, especially if you're using, like, calculus and limits and crap, right?
I have dyscalculia.
I'm
stepping outside this. I believe you. I never took calculus. I don't know how to do calculus. I didn't even take pre-calc. I took algebra and geometry, and that's it. My high school math education consists of, quite literally...
Ashley says hello again.
He will, quite literally, just algebra and geometry, and then it was just geometry, then algebra again, and then I didn't take math ever again. There might be a reason for this. Might have to do with the whole I have a lot of trouble with numbers. Like, I genuinely have trouble understanding that 1.5 can separate into, like, 2 even piles that's, like, 3/4 each. Like, obviously I understand it, but it's like, when I try to really think about it, my brain is like, I don't understand why that works, and I have to think extra hard to make my brain understand why it works.
And Kibble, you ask, like, when a Ren, given that you've also experienced a highly severe pain, it's important that, like,
it is notable your brain slows down when you're in a lot of pain.
Yeah, that's exactly one of the things I was pointing out. Yeah.
Think of it the same way that, like, you know, if you're really bored in class and like you're bored to the point where you're just looking at the clock, it's like the clock has suddenly slowed. Every second takes infinitely more time than it really feels like should be logically, experientially possible.
They say well aware, but they also said that, like, this is not, it's a bit of a fallacious argument, but I can understand where they're coming from, TBH. They say that if, like, that if you can't process it, why does that count as experiencing it? Wouldn't you only be experiencing some of it? Because, first off, like, it's all, like, first off, your body... It doesn't need to actually process all that information to get wrecked by it. Like, first off, if you're unaware, pain can just kill you. Like,
I suppose if you're talking about the true experiential nature, like, you could make a solid argument that it's that you are not, because you are not processing it, the experience of the pain can only, like, it can be that the pain itself might be an infinite thing, but that your body will die before it can ever finish processing
and
it, or
that's
even
kind of part of what that's part of what I'm saying here, right? Is that, like, the pain is fucking infinite in this respect, even
if you aren't experiencing it as an infinite thing.
And Hamperchamp the Slime says that that's the quantity that matters because that's the quantity that rips reality apart.
But yes, the French don't deserve Star Wars. That was my only point.
Oh yeah, Shlifu. Yes. Well, that goes both ways. I got painkillers. That's pretty good. Pain better back off. That's pretty humorous. I am thoroughly amused. So the way pain can kill you is fundamentally it's heart stoppage usually. But that's not even getting down to the way that it can erode your will to live. But that's a separate discussion. like, and I understand about, like, Kibble. I do not acknowledge the narrow mathematical usage of the word infinite and the restricted usage to specifically how you're using it, and that's part of why I am drawing a line here in the first place, is because it's frankly meaningless when you do that, and it takes away one of the primary English words to describe all-encompassingly vast, expansive, gigantic quantities that are best described as, limited segments of infinity, right? And yet, even you know how you express that mathematically, it's still with infinity, right? Infinity's still right there, but it's it's just a fucking. But the quantity itself, the actual like pain, I would argue, is. But yes, I also love the word fallacious. Yeah. So, and that's if, of course. But of course, in order to do that in a meaningful context, Kiblet, what you must do is you must first concede, if you, like, to basically agree that the suffering and the joy can be translated into finite quantities. You must acknowledge my already faulty system of categorizing, like, pain and suffering and the like, right? I said that as Hamperchamp the slime, right? They're an eldritch creature who does not, like... Yes, they're meaningfully distinct, of course, right? Yes, it does, but it's a different thing. So, like, Hamperchamp the slime would say that, yes, it's a type of suffering. It's a type, but it's not necessarily a type of pain. But yes, that it is suffering, and thusly, it is, under the purview of the sentient embodiment of that force of pain, and whatnot. And thusly, of course, they'll be able to tell you that yes, too much of that will rip the universe apart. However, it's less dense than actual physical suffering. But that's not to say that it can't do the job just fine if you're trying to tear a hole in the universe. And you saying that meaningfully distinct, Kibble, that in the case of a time loop, saying that mathematical sense calling for the amounts of suffering, yeah. But the thing is, the A, intangibility, and B, immeasurability of the human experience renders these quantities partially unknown by their very nature, but experientially everything points to them being approaching infinity. Right? They are exponential things. What's more is that, like, the number of different factors involved make the numbers so large that, again, you're better off dealing in limits with calculus than anything else, right? Right, and this kibble is what we call... Yes, and that's what... I would argue that might be one of the reasons you die. Not really, but, like, it's me memeing about it realistically. Fundamentally, Kibble, you're getting caught up on, like, a semantic distinction here that is not that important. Also, that's so funny. Pain better back off. You got painkillers. That can go both ways. I'll kill pain. That's a pretty good one. I'm gonna use. I don't think it's that important because so my viewpoint on this is most assuredly that due to the erosion of meaning and the erosion of all types of cohesion, and so like actually, if anyone's played Elden Ring, pain, what it does to a person's mind is what the yellow chaos flame does to everything. It removes everything that divides and distinguishes, right? So fundamentally, by doing this, it creates this fucked up soup. Oh yeah, don't worry, Shlifu. I have not forgotten. I was just mentioning it towards the beginning of stream, but it was on my to-do list. Right, but so fundamentally, right, it's basically just one of these things that erodes everything it means to be conscious and alive, right, while still rendering you awake and there to suffer. And in so doing, it basically produces an infinitely rapid experience of suffering of an immeasurably gigantic quantity of pain and suffering over an infinitesimally small period of time. And then it repeats over and over again, right? And thusly, although from a very, 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 very absurd and detached point of view, you could call it finite, no conscious being would make the distinction after having experienced it. Right? Thusly, you're getting caught up on a semantic distinction here that is not important in the context, you see. Because like I said earlier, I acknowledge, from a purely mathematical point of view, sure. But what you say in that context is absurd. Yeah. But again, because of the nature of these quantities, right, and my knowledge about how the fucking limits work and the like you're still going to be describing this shit in terms of infinity. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Nay, Kibble, nay. Kibble, have you ever looked somebody who did not have proper anesthesia after a surgery in the eyes? Or have you ever looked a dying animal in the eyes? Either would do the trick. Because this is not merely about math, Kibble, is what you're missing. Right? We're not speaking just about mathematics here. We're talking about the broader concept of human experience. And if you like, you can add some spiritual significance to it as well, but it's not necessary for the conversation. Because frankly, it matters, the answer to that question. If you do, then you have a very simple point of comparison to understand it from. You can't look anyone in the eyes, you'd evaporate! looking person in the eye evaporatitis is a very serious condition. I hear they're working on medicine for that. It doesn't make sense to repurpose words with specific definitions for things completely different from what... You're wrong about that, for one, Kibble. You're wrong about that. That's what we call semantic shift. Just linguistics in general. We also call that things like idiosyncratic dialects. We call that also things like shit, I know there's another good one. Shit, give me a sec. I'll remember it eventually. Semantic shift. I mean, it covers at least half of it. And that's a great question, Shleefu. Do they start to condensate after a while, or are they just a cloud forever? I mean, it could be that they're just not a fractal slime, and they need the fractal slime upgrade, right? You know, and that way they can control their boiling point and their pressure and whatnot, and then they can make sure that they don't evaporate quite so easy. And also stay, you know, stay cohesive through such a process. It can be a cohesive cloud. Why must this have 0.77? That's awful. I would think that you turn into a sentient cloud, but yeah, that's a good question. Very good question. Shleefu, do you turn into a sentient cloud, or do you die? Yeah, that's a great question. Writing this using vapor is very hard. I am delighted. So, Kibble, you did not answer my question. This indicates to me you have not looked somebody in the eyes in that situation. Because it goes something very well and truly beyond what you're talking about here. Because fundamentally, at the end of the day, there will come a time in your life when you will see somebody in this state. Their eyes will be wide, they will be red, they will look bewildered and terrified. Astonished, bewildered, and entirely beyond being able to be consoled. Whether it's somebody when they're passing in hospice or some other situation, it does not matter. You've seen an animal die. There you go. There's one. That's an example. Not the example I was hoping for, but we can get. We can talk about it. Yeah. So Kibble, by not acknowledging the value of it, you are missing the entirety of the quantity. The quantity of which we speak is that which you are ignoring. Fundamentally, right? Because the personal experiences are the quantity you're talking about. The suffering, that which can be infinite, is in fact the quantity. You can't just ignore it like that, bud. Especially in a discussion like this. Especially if you're wanting to get into the theoretical weeds of this. Because this is deep metaphysics shit, right? Yeah, it's a fucking... It's a whole ass thing, right? Both? Essentially personal experiences, as in... Oh, wait, but if we're talking about the thing with that I was asking earlier, we're talking more specifically about... Really, all of those are relevant? None of them are irrelevant. Yeah. None of those are irrelevant. But yes, so but realistically speaking, I would argue that it's most pertinent to suffering in specific, secondarily pertinent to things like pleasure and happiness. but more specifically to pleasure, I would say, and pain. In no small part due to the, there's a likelihood and a probability to experience them in very high volumes in a short amount of time, for example, right? And this is a very relevant characteristic of them. But again, you're missing very much by saying just the experiences that are hard to quantify, and as infinite, you're missing the point entirely. The point is very much like staring into the abyss and the abyss is staring back at you vibes. But again, this also doesn't remotely capture it, but because you're missing the point so hardcore here, it's kind of like, I'm not sure what else to say about it. Second to last message, and I'm saying personal experience. Generally irrelevant. Oh, sure, I'll give it a reread. Oh, I see. The reason the personal experience in this instance is... Oh, yeah, okay, I think I know. The reason it's relevant is because... So basically, what I was saying was that no matter what interpretation you go with, it's still relevant. In specific, right, because... in the case of, like, you're not saying the general experiences, you're saying that one isn't, right? And that's okay. That's okay to not like it. That's valid, even. I also dislike certain arguments of this type, right? However, frankly, there is such a disconnect in understanding between, like, having been in proximity to somebody who has suffered, like, really quite severely to the point where they, like, were totally incapacitated, to the point where, words were a near impossibility. Like, because it's not even like whether you've experienced that pain yourself, right? That's the best point of comparison if you have. But ideally, nobody has to experience that, right? So instead, you're left with the empathy, sort of like the mirror neuron type of experience of having seen somebody in that situation. And in that, I have experienced both. In both of these scenarios, one thing is profoundly clear. Whether it be, like, you could make an existential, like, I could describe it in fancy words, like, you can see that these people are being burned by the existence of an invisible sun eroding their very consciousness. But that's, of course, a very flowery way of saying the pain is such that they can't even begin to do any activities of conscious thought. Words, interaction, certainly not life, right? And that thusly, the disconnect between understanding how much is stripped away from you is what's important, right? Because pain functionally removes every component part of consciousness and leaves you with again, infinite suffering and the inability to make meaning out of it. To process it, deal with it, survive it even. And eventually it kills you. That's just how it works, right? I'm not the first person to point this type of thing out. Right, this thing goes back like most of human history. People talk about this shit. It's okay not to see how it's not accurate to say that. Right? I understand what you're saying here, right? And like I said, in a completely mathematical sense, I already conceded that point to you, right? We're looking at it from just like math and what it means to math people in math. Sure. That was never the discussion. That's part of it. You've captured part of it. Exactly. You get it, Dawn. You get it. But it's okay. But Kibble, the fact of the matter is that there are certain. Frankly, I hope you never have to understand, TBH. Right? I hope you get to live a charmed existence and never have to see the people you love in such pain. And I hope you are never in it yourself. It sucks and it's bad. And it's got no redeeming qualities. Such experiences, I mean. But you know, masochism has its, it has its nice things. It's funny. Gosh, it's fun to meme about such things. But yes. Does this thing actually do the ping pong Lumi properly? Not really. It's pretty funny how bad it is at it. You'd think you need to start writing some questions down that you want to ask when this... Nope, I mean, Shlifu. What? Please ask them, because frankly, I've more or less made my point. And I don't believe that Kibble will probably be able to be getting more of the point than I've already been able to communicate to him. I would be interested to know what the rest of y'all's thoughts are. Please, please, please. I encourage you all to ask questions. Because there are not very many things about which I have such strong opinions. Pain is one of the things I have extremely strong opinions on. About which I'm also very, very educated on. It's part of why it is a grave that you dug yourself. There, Kibble. It's because, again, it's not something you're likely to be able to understand without having experienced it or directly known somebody. It's kind of like all those Vietnam, like, war veterans are like, say shit like, they look out, they got the 1,000-yard stare, and they like, you know, I've seen some shit, man. And realistically, you're probably not going to be able to fully grasp what the hell he's talking about, right? And, frankly, it is kind of them vibes. First off, you didn't quite get the beginning point, being able to measure pain. How does that work precisely? Sure. Let me pull up the GLMS. Oh yeah, so basically there are a lot of different quantities I was referring to, Kibble, that are synonymous in common parlance, and I'll get to your question, Shleef, give me a moment. And fundamentally, there is the measured quantity of pain. There is the commensurate amount of suffering that it represents. Then there is the individual experience of that pain and suffering. And then there is the overall processing load on the entirety of the human body and nervous system in totality with your both with your conscious mind taken into account and without it. And then in addition to this, there are the considerations of how much of the resources of your cognition that eats up, how much it dilates time, and how much it can produce a situation and the severity. Yes, correct, Shlifu. Yes, it can, yeah. Right. But, like, so all of these things are distinct entities, right? And at various points in the argument, I've been referring to different parts of them, because at different stages in the different, like, situations, different parts of them have infinite quantities, or quantities that are so unreasonably large and impossible to handle and or measure that I would use the word unquantifiable in many cases, right? But let's say you could quantify them somehow. That the then experience of these things over what is an impossibly lengthy to determine experiential time scale renders it more productive to label it infinite. And I'm getting there, Sleefu. Just give me a sec. It makes it more productive to label it as infinite. Yeah, because it shares more in common with the mathematical properties of infinity, right? Than it does with any other quantity. Functionally speaking, right? But again, that is a completely separate discussion that, frankly, I don't feel like having. However, but the point is really just that there are several different things you've been talking about here. And the mathematical one is the least important, and the one I've referred to the least. I'm essentially, as I said, I've been making, if you wish to view it this way, I've been making a semantic distinction between these things, right? Because people already use infinite in ways that do not mean mathematically infinite. Yeah, it is how it be. Whether you like it or not, it is how it is. But yes, so the way that you measure pain in terms of decibels is you ask a person. So these measures are taken from person to person, right? So person says, you ask them, what's the loudest thing you've ever experienced? We'll just go with, plane engine, right? At specific distance, right? And then the type of plane engine and all that, so that you can then use that information to figure out the approximate decibels. Then you get several other examples just like that of varying levels, right? And then in addition to this, you do the same thing with brightness. What's the brightest thing you've ever seen? Right? What is the amount of brightness how bright is, and you pick something that is of average brightness. You pick something dim, and then each of those, you compare that to the known quantities of the lux value in the room or whatever, right? Or, whichever light measurement you'd like to use, lumens. Well, I'm not actually that familiar with which those are the right ones. I usually do the decibel measurements because it's more reliable, but that's a separate discussion. And you take those, right? You take these two measurements, and now you ask them to say, you can do this for any type of sense, including taste. How delicious is this in terms of the loudness of these sensations? Is this as delicious as that plane engine was loud? And it produces one of the most robustly reliable measurements of sensation ever created. Yeah. And it's why I want to do my fucking PhD thesis using this measurement, right? Yeah, because it's marvelous, and it is, as far as I am concerned, beautiful. Now, you'd say you get based on how much capacity to process things. Now you're getting to the actual core of the question, Kibble, about the capacity of the processing. And that's exactly why I said it's a separate conversation. But yes. And that's exactly... So hamperchamp, the slime, would tell you that just because your injuries... well, first off, just because your injuries are not your problem anymore once you die doesn't mean you stop suffering necessarily in every single case, right? But me, as like myself, I would say that, you know, like, genuinely everything we know about consciousness would suggest that there are a great many different factors that render finite calculations of like finite quantities a lot less meaningful than you might expect in many situations. However, even with all of that aside, right, you have cut to the heart of the issue, Keblet, which is the processing capacity. Which I'm actually very pleased that you've cut to the heart of the issue so thoroughly, because it oh, welcome on in, Bayou. Hey, how you doing, Rosa and Bayou? We are speaking on the essence of consciousness at this particular moment. Let me give you a shout out. Slash shout out Bay Humat. Maravilloso. And if y'all drunk bus driver raid, that's lovely. My friend knew a bus driver, and their whole deal seemed to be kind of like, they were just a very like angry fella who just had this habit of like driving like the bus at like 70 miles an hour. It's really shocking. His name was Boris. And like my friend like just talked about like I think I saw like the fucking bus like speed by me one time on my way to school. I was like, Jesus Christ. Yes. You are correct, Shlifu. However, what's lovely about that, in many respects, and that's why you take more than one, you can also do temperature, and how cold something is, Shlifu. That's another good option. By using senses that correspond to these things, and it's also the case that you had an awful tech issue stream, which turned into a fun stream, of a scary game, which turned into an awful stream of another horror game. It was great. You screamed like a little... That's pretty funny. I am thoroughly amused. We've basically been like discussing the a measurement called the GLMS, and it basically lets you measure one sensory modality in terms of a different one. So, like, how delicious was this food in terms of how loud the loudest thing you ever heard was. And then this basically lets you get an accurate measurement of sensory intensity. Right? But...
Alphanumeric.
Nice one, Sleepful.
I'm gonna paint the town red.
Essentially, all of this, Kibble, it's part of why... I said
I don't need this.
You really couldn't grasp... And welcome on in, Cortis. I'm glad to have you. And part of why I said you couldn't quite grasp how wrong you were on this point is that sensory information is not one-dimensional, right?
I'm pretty disgusted with the whole situation.
Next stream is going to be another first-person shooter game, and you are so tired of trying to fix Doom. That's super valid. That's super valid. I thought you were going to do that this stream, but yeah, poor Bayu. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough.
No.
Yeah. And welcome on in, Rosaline. I'm glad to have you. Remember, you hit you up if you want to try debugging off stream. Oh, you're very sweet, Rosalina. You great. And thanks for being here, by the way. You thought you could fix it, but it was just shit. You think there might be a slight echo?
Monarchies are not
democracies! You'll be lurking. Totally valid and understandable. It's probably because my speaker ought to be reduced like 1 or 2 points if I'm going to be totally real. That would be the smartest thing. But yes. So, but yeah, basically there are extra dimensions of sensory information aside from intensity, right? So, you also need to look at things like I'll go with pain because it's simpler for me to talk about because I know the most about it. Like it's a tactile quantity or quality rather, such as sharpness, dullness, and then there's also the question of its sinusoidal wave, right? Like, or rather, its waveform, right? Is it a type of like throbbing pain? Is it constant, right? Does it like oscillate at the same rate as your heart? Does it oscillate faster than that? Does it oscillate at the rate at which it is perfectly consistent with your conscious experience, right? Is it oscillate at the same rate as your fucking nerves, are transmitting the data, right? And you see all of these things. I'm not talking about mathematical infinity kibble. I have not been talking about that part. Sure, Kibble, if it makes you feel better, you can say I told you so. I feel as though you've missed the forest for the trees. But yeah, let's see. Interesting games has issues. Played a game where you opened up a boba tea shop. It was fun, fulfilling your dreams, but upkeeping it every day was getting more and more stressful until the demons get you. It was awful, but it was fun. That's really fun. It's really funny, actually. What the hell was that game called? Because, Kibble, you still do not grasp it, Kibble. Yeah, what was the name of it was just called Boba Tea Shop? Just Boba Tea Shop? That's unhinged. That is so funny. And sure, Schleifer, what about the pain slowing down perception? I'm happy to answer that. And to be fair, I said without experiencing it or seeing somebody else who has. Right? Because yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, honestly, Dawn, you are so right. Wildly unsearchable name it is. Yeah, geez Louise, you're so right about that. Holy crap. Yeah. You're very correct about that shit. And that's valid for just being annoyed about it. Kibble, I'm also mild. I'm not actually... I wish I was a little more miffed about it than I am, but I'm not. Because then maybe I wouldn't... if I was actually that miffed, then maybe... Maybe I wouldn't have a headache. Very finite sort of headache. A very finite and not especially overwhelming one. But yeah, because let's see, what was the question that you had, if it was about? So, pain slows down perception via several means. Some of them are better understood than others. The primary means that is the easiest to substantiate and explain is... So, okay, so you get the pain makes time feel slower, but that is... No, it's more than just that, Shlifu. I can explain that one pretty quick. Like, actually, this one's pretty well agreed upon and explained from a physicalist lens. You know, that's a great question. Is Mina in pain? I think Mina is certainly in pain when he gets sawed by an Omega Saw Blade. I think that's objectively the case. But what does that really mean for the character? Now, that's a different question, I think. But, like, essentially, the simplest version of it is adrenaline causes something to happen. This something can be explained thusly. Amongst a fuck ton of other physiological things, it speeds up the processing of the data in your brain. So the cycle rate, the refresh rate of your brain increases from its normal rate way the hell faster. Thusly, less time passes externally, and more conscious experience in your brain occurs. Time dilation. That's the first manner in which this occurs. The second manner is in the... actually, I've linked it before, actually. I'll link it again, because it's such an incredible article. It's about the sense of foreshortened future. I regret to inform you that I was not in academia long enough to get to write my paper where I synthesized all these ideas into one citation. But, alas, I suppose you'll just have to deal with that and deal with the... okay, fine, I'll just find X, and I will go like this. I will go to Google Scholar, because Google is useless these days for some reason. I don't mean for some reason, I mean because of AI and shit. Like, even, like, a Scholar should be the first thing that pops up when I say Google space S. Like, what is wrong with you, you stupid fucking machine? PTSD. Okay, there it is, found it. Very good. A phenomenological study of trauma, trust, and time. There you go. I recommend, if you're interested. In Mina seconds, that's so good! So how long does Mina suffers while getting cut in half? Now, like, I think that you can kind of illustrate that it's obviously much longer than the amount of time it takes to get cut in half, based on the fact that people rewatch the replay recorder, and they catch him in an infinite time loop, you see? By capturing the GIF, he's stuck in a time loop. Not to mention the fact that he has to repeat and play the seed again, right? Or he or she, and thusly, infinite suffering. That's what I'm saying. Oh no, you can, Shlifu. Yes. You do calculate and read faster and do things faster, and you can measure it. For example, like I could even just what that I have personally experienced. Like, it depends if you care about personal. Like, you're watching a streamer, you probably don't immediately discount personal experience as not being evidence. So basically, I was able to count 2 seconds for every 1 second that passed on a watch. So clearly the optimal strat is to stab yourself before taking a test. You didn't hear it from me, kiddo. No, it's a horrible idea. So, that's a very funny one. And there's you playing the thingamajig. I got you. Fundamentally, right? Yeah, basically, basically, adrenaline causes your perception to slow down because it's recruiting all of your resources towards the immediate survival situation. And part of what that means is focusing in a bunch of extra effort in your brain to calculate anything so that you can come up with the most optimal manner of getting out of whatever deadly situation your body believes you're in. And basically, pain, past a certain point, causes this response because your body freaks out and believes it's dying whether it is or not. It's irrelevant to your body past a certain level of severity. Even if you are the most Zen monk of all Zen monks, it does not matter. Eventually your body will respond like this. And this has a lot of different effects, not least of which is to start a chronic pain response, chronic stress response that will not end until your body basically can't produce adrenaline anymore, like very effectively. And once that happens, basically stress will no longer serve as a motivational thing. It'll basically just cause you an excessive amount of pain, and you'll be just unable to function with it anymore. And yeah, it's fucked up. But basically, with the reason that all that happens, it can be broken down pretty simply. It's that the body basically runs out of the ability to raise your pain tolerance and threshold temporarily. Your tolerance is how much pain you can deal with. The threshold is how much, like what level of pain signals registers as painful to you consciously. It also, to some extent, covers how much is registered on the, physiological, like, very baseline level of your nerves. And they are equivocated in general parlance as well as in academic literature, but they are actually different. But that's a different discussion, frankly. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, no, you can absolutely do shit faster during that time frame. For sure, for sure. Let's see, so. Would I rather be immune to pain or immune to physical damage? I'd take the congenital analgesia and a shorter life any day. If you guys didn't know, there are people in the world who have a condition called congenital analgesia. These people live much shorter lives. The reason for this is because they cannot detect that they have got, like, they're bleeding out, basically, right? So they might have, like, a really serious wound and not have any fucking idea about it for hours. Then they die. They don't seek medical attention fast. So basically, everybody with these conditions tends to just die very young. I would absolutely take that over extra pain any day. Are you saying, Shlifu, that you experience relative time dilation already? Or are you saying... I mean, is there a measurable action that you can use to quantify the speed of perception? The simplest way you can do that is to count at a steady pace with a timer. frankly, because it's not really a well-accepted phenomenon in terms of all of this, right? Joke's on you, I'm unable to function even without pain. That is kind of funny. Unfortunate, but funny. But yeah, at the end of the day, right, it's basically just a situation where, like, it's very simple, Kibble. It's because human beings, are community animals. It's the same reason that we, it's the same reason why smiling and, smiling, like, it's the same reason behind the fundamental expressions of emotion, right? The happiness, the sadness, anger, surprise. In fact, surprise is the best example in a lot of respects. Surprise is not for you. Expressing surprise serves no purpose for you. It serves every kind of purpose for other people around you, right? Having pain... well, no, like... okay, so... Shlifu, in that respect, right? In terms of, like, speculative in this type of shit... Well, I mean... take it up with the evolutionary psychologists. And mind you, I have issues with the evolutionary psychologists. Don't get me started on them. I will actually rant forever about them. However, evolutionary psychologists are like... No, I'm not getting into them. At the end of the day, basically, surprise, like the expression of surprise, is a communal and group function, right? And there are many adaptations like this evolutionarily. This much is not very controversial. Very simple. That is widely accepted, rather, not simple. But basically, when it comes right down to it, human beings are not, like, the signals and systems in the human body are not there because they're good, not because they're a good idea, not because they're well constructed. They are there because they survived to reproduce. It doesn't matter if they reproduced at the age of 16 and died 3 days later. It doesn't fucking matter. Evolution does not give shits about things like that. So fundamentally, it being so debilitating, yeah, it's best exactly come up with such a major flaw with such straightforward improvement. It doesn't seem exactly, you know, for fucking precisely, right? This is why I talk so much endless amounts of shit on the human form. It's because it has so many layers, so many, like, it's got so many flaws, so many layers deep, so as to for it to be an absolute wonder that human beings could survive at all. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, I always get there, but you know how I yap sentence part by sentence part. I mean, you do it by maintaining a rhythm, Shlifu. So long as you're able to maintain a rhythm of some kind, 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, right? You just make sure that whatever rhythm you choose is correct when you start, right? Like, I guess, actually, wait a minute. If you never learned how to do 1 1,000s, like the 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. It's not perfect. But how do you know it's actually the faster... By not saying it out loud and not sub-vocalizing it, That is to say, just doing it in your head and just thinking it, the only thing defining the speed of that process is the cycles per second of your brain. If you can count to a larger number during the same length of time, at the same speed, there is only one conclusion. So here's the thing, Kibble. In case this you may or may not know this one. You're not Schlifu. Other people have gone in. They have done the effort to do relative time dilation and figure out how, figure out how to quantify it. I take no interest in such things, frankly. Because to me, I am entirely... It's a settled fact for as far as I'm concerned. It's okay if you feel differently, but that's definitely where I am on it. Yeah. But essentially, the people's men's sperm goes bad. Just as women's eggs are not as good during the later years of your reproduction, reproductive age, right? So once once you're essentially past your reproductive prime, there is the actual benefits in terms of I think you call it reproductive fitness or something evolutionarily. I don't remember. Are not as large as you would think. So here's the thing, though. A big reason is because, Kibble, pain, as it functions in most creatures alive today, is so gigantically evolutionarily advantageous. Something that instantly produces for you a punishment of such unpleasant severity that you will avoid things that cause you injury and danger, and that basically informs you when something is badly injured and that you need assistance from other animals, right? Well, realistically speaking, it's more for non-group animals it doesn't serve this function, but for group animals it does, right? That you need help from those from your fellow pack mates and whatnot. Something that does this so quickly and immediately is so advantageous it outweighs all of the detriments, realistically speaking. And that's kind of why it survived the way it has, right? What's more is that when you look at it, there is a very, very strong body of evidence that humanity has been cultivating the opium poppy for all of human history. Either that or it co-evolved. It doesn't matter which. It is a means to suppress the negative consequences of the physiological responses involved with pain. Right? And as a consequence of this, right, it's kind of clear that at that stage you're dealing with more of an unnatural selection type of thing, right? Yeah. Because you can't really ignore the fact that a lot of things, especially once an animal's able to use some type of tool, the natural selection basically applies very different pressures. And some people call that unnatural selection. It doesn't matter, really. There's a lot of different phraseologies about it. And that's very understandable, Shlifu. And the fact of the matter is that there is an intrinsic difficulty of measuring internal time, the experiential time, right? Such that there's not very many better ways to go about it easily. There are complicated ways to go about it, using reaction time, things like the implicit association test, and various types of other psychological tasks that involve perception and reaction to various things, and things of that nature, right? And testing how quickly you can do that, and how accurately you can do that, and then using follow-up questions like, oh, were you able to do this? How rushed did you feel? And other such things. Did you feel like you had a long time? How much longer did you feel like you had? But at the end of the day, you're still dealing with the fact that you have to basically, to get the accurate answer of the difference in time as a ratio, you can only really do one thing, and if you have to rely on their self-report in the first place, I say just go all in, because you have to rely on their self-report, right? But no matter how you go about it, you have to rely on their self-report some way, in some way, shape, or form, right? And there are some measurements that might not need to do that for that purpose, but they're going to give you significantly more conservative estimates, or they're going to give you significantly less conservative estimates. They're going to make it look like you have more experiential time. And they're just not going to give you the precise answer you need, right? When trying to evaluate a very slippery concept like experiential time. Because that's truly the issue. It's a slippery concept, and it's very hard to really nail down. Yeah. Well, thank you for specifying, by the way. I appreciate that a lot. That makes sense. Oh yeah, frankly, talking about experiential time, as a academic topic, is you have to be super careful about how you go about that, right? And this is yet one more reason that my career in academia is unlikely to ever be able to really start, because I chose to stream, right? Because you have to be so measured about how you talk about it, because you also have to entirely frame it from a totally physicalist sort of point of view, right? And you have to pretend as though there is no such thing as the conscious experience of a person, which is nonsense, by the way. But from the physicalist perspective of neuroscience, and the way that they are having a super reaction, a kind of reactionary, no, that's not the right word, pendulum swing type of reaction away from the frankly nonsensically ungrounded ideas of people like Freud, that by having such a drastic reaction in the opposite direction, it leads to you having to take certain pretty unreasonable assumptions. Thusly, I wouldn't even recommend you try talking that much about it, because you're gonna have a hard time really nailing down a concept this unbelievably slippery, right? Because at the end of the day, you have to trust something that some people in some branches of science do not acknowledge. Wrongly, in my eyes, and not just my eyes, but examine the data, they are wrong. But it's a separate discussion, really, that I, frankly, don't really intend to ever have on the stream, because, maybe not ever, just, it's a headache and a half that I don't feel like having. Basically, a lot of people in a lot of branches of science don't necessarily believe that any self-report measure... Hey, Bombi, can you come here a sec? Do you think you can help me hand real fast? Shoulder. Oof. Thank you. Brenda had to help me put my arm back where it goes. Very nice. But as a consequence of this, right, you end up in this type of situation where all sorts of people in a lot of different, like, scientific disciplines are, like, engaging with you on, like, the contents of what you're talking about. But then some people from other scientific disciplines will say, well, yeah, but that's just what they said. Obvious. I mean, you can't trust what they're saying. They might be lying. Bro, that's... First off, like, and you'd be surprised how often this shit happens. And this is something that I will not tolerate on the stream, frankly. Is if somebody, like, takes this way the hell too far. Because it's just unscientific at this stage, because this is just a problem of science, for one, right? You use the measurement tools you have available, right? Yeah, it's, yeah. Hey, Meat Standing, welcome on in. But what if they were lying about the other guys lying? I appreciate you, Kibble. That's fantastic. And you're right, Kibble. There could be. And that would be great if there was, like, a signal that wasn't debilitating like that. It'd be fucking amazing. I would be all about that shit. But of course, human beings were not engineered very well. They weren't engineered at all. And have some good, nice, sweet dreams, Behemoth. Have a lovely, good evening. Honestly, Behemoth doesn't sound right. Behu just sounds better. It doesn't sound right without with the extra little bit. And sweet dreams. Just finished. It's true. Saying the humans were engineered would be quite a statement. True that. I do, however, like to say the human beings were engineered poorly because it's funny, right? But no, that's putting way too much intentionality behind it. But also, Hamperchamp the Slime says, no, the humans were definitely engineered. I assure you. The guy that did it really sucked, and, you know, like, you have him to blame for most of your problems. Now, let me tell you, he's a shitty engineer. Right, but, you know, I'll tell you anytime. No, human beings were not engineered. They just happen to be a convenient configuration for things to happen to live in the particular environments in which human beings were in. And just kind of be that simple. Nothing terribly mystical about that one in my eyes. But it's certainly not one you'll find me make one particular bit of mysticism. You won't find me engaging in. History of everything. Why Thailand joined Japan in World War II. So it's a good night story. And it's the best good night story that happened. Interesting. Oh yeah, and you got it. I know, yeah. And I appreciate that you appreciate my perspective, frankly. But yeah. Yeah. If we were made by a higher intelligence, I'd like to go up to it and have a few words. Like, I know, right, Dawn? Like, you're so fucking right about that one, right? Like, legit, I have said it, like, I say it mostly, like, in character as, like, hamperchamp the slime. But, like, legit, if we have, like, if we were engineered by some creature, not just do I have words with them, frankly, I think they need to be put into some type of prison facility. Stripped of all power that they might have, and also, you know, somebody ought to beat the shit out of them for, you know, the inconvenience. True that. But, like, truly, if somebody designed human beings, they made so many incredible mistakes. Look at the best case scenario is that they were incompetent beyond measure. The worst case scenario is actively malicious, and you know, man, I was engineered for. I'm no person. I'm a Samsung. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, Shlifu. That cracks me up. I can't say that one with a straight face. Yeah, that's so silly. But it still seems weird to you that such seemingly simple improvement wouldn't have occurred randomly. So the actual, yeah, it seems simple, Kibble, but fundamentally, it would be overriding one of the most deeply entrenched systems in the entirety of the human and really just most physiology of anything with a nervous system. So anything that has a nervous system can't support the type of thing you just mentioned. Right? And of course, because intelligence is built on the back of the nervous system. Let me drink some more water. Because intelligence is built on the back of the water. It's built on the back of water, but it's built on the back of the central nervous system. Basically leads to this kind of situation where pain needs to be listened to by the rest of the system is because it's a fundamental building block, right? That keeps you alive. What's more is that anything with a brain, most of the pain, like your responses to pain are primarily handled by the basal ganglia, like the lizard brain, right? The brain that everybody has. It's why pain is basically like I would consider like people who communicate by inflicting pain on other people. They're using a form of communication that is known by every animal in the animal kingdom. They're communicating like an animal might. And the thing is that, you know, that's not great. We made words for a reason. That said, the relationship of violence and humanity, and like, do not confuse my words for thinking that the current with a satisfaction. I have any type of satisfaction with the current type of prison system. I do not. Is fucked up, and frankly, it's not a great alternative to violence. What's more is that there are like very serious academic proposals about prison being less ethical than lashing. And the worst part is it's a pretty good argument. I'm not saying I agree with it, but it's a pretty good argument, and the fact that it's a pretty good argument compared to the American prison system should definitely give anybody pause, because that's not a good thing. That it's a good real argument, because like lashing is not great either, right? But when you compare these systems, like they're both very bad. But at the end of the day, like one of them it takes many years out of a person's life with high recidivism. Lashing has similar levels of recidivism. Doesn't take the years off their life usually. With the addition of antibiotics, not a lot few people are gonna die. And yeah, So that said, it's not a simple change. Made by a lower intelligence. Now that's a good one. I like that. That's funny. I enjoy that. Oh wait, some people get extremely upset if I say what? Rosalina? That we were made by a lower intelligence? Yeah, true that. Intelligence is actually built on the backs mitochondria, because mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. But mitochondria is built on the backs of turtles. Like the whole world, right? Right? Yeah, Coitus, like, that is actually part of the argument that it's actually a very complicated thing, but yeah, like, there's a lot to this argument of, like, lashing being more ethical, but, like, it's all very fucked. I make this streamer, I talk with a French accent for 1 minute. I'm not very good at these accents, but the French made the people. They launched their tear gas at my mother, and they did this because they thought it was a good idea. And my mother has had these problems with the tear gas ever since. She coughs now, she has the pneumonia, was not a good time. And this is why you should not use the tear gas. Do not use the tear gas on my mother. The idea is pretty simple. Just do not use the tear gas on the lane of the librarians. Grrr! Franzosen! Grrr. You know that French is my worst one. Not like legitimately my worst, but you know, it's pretty bad. I love that, Rosalina. You French, I'm French. That's great. Franzosen. And then we've got croissant. Sounds like much more of a statement about how bad the... I agree with you, yes. Exactly, Kibble. And that is actually the entire point of that particular paper, is to kind of get to the heart of how the current system really is just so unfathomably poorly constructed and non-functional. Is it, it is not even remotely better than the, the lashings. The lashings actually, have pretty solid point when compared with, United States prison system. Is kind of what I think they're saying, right? You could hear the baguette. I'm pleased that you could hear the baguette. God, that's fantastic. That makes me smile. That's good shit. Golly, I'm pleased about that. But yeah, and let me see. We've also, I had something else. Someone says it French. There's a high likelihood that they're... Exactly! You see? And it's just, oh god. I'm just thinking about that shit about, not listening to the fucking... I was just, I have a grown. I'm not getting into that, but yeah, it's funny. The Thai people were a monarchy up to 1932. What? Thai people, I see. Me standing, I hope that was an accident, like a typo. I just gotta wonder, like, who are the Thai people? Who are the Thai people? Ultra mad. I like it. I'll add it. Let's see. Since the French came up, oh, that's pretty funny. I am thoroughly amused. I love that. Also, some French person would say, I'm starting to suspect you might be French. But the probability is less than 1, so it's better to be paranoid. That's pretty fun. That's pretty funny, Coitus. That's really funny. That's really, really, really funny. Oh god, that's absurd. That's so good. Oh god, yes, Kibble. I believe you're referring to It's a Me. Alasiachi. François. François. Yes, yes, yes.
It's a me.
Yeah, yep, yep, yep.
Gracias.
There we are. God, that is so funny. Every time I think of it, I'm just like, oh my god, this is so funny. And it's just
This
so
run
much.
made me literally
Pretty smart,
despair.
dude.
I love it. They did a revolution, and the military were part of the revolution by association. Indeed, that is pretty damn funny. I enjoy that. Now this particular one, I believe I can just put into the storage bin because it's done. It is just full of the storage spells to be stored. Although I can move this guy because it does not need to be stored. It does need to be used. That much is true. Now, does Kibble, does this delayed spell go off immediately with Nola? Three frames? That's pretty good, actually. That's pretty damn good. This run made me, pretty smart, dude. Yeah, true. Anything that lasts more than 3 frames is 3 frames, but not except if it's from an expiration trigger. What happens if it's from an expiration trigger? What then? Now, let's see. I shall grab this feller. There we go. Oh no. I will. Okay, yes, I have at least one too many multicasts on here, so. Short range omen. You can go. Shit, that was the wrong one, but it's fine. Grab the... Now we'll leave Bouncy Boy there for a sec. Now this guy. This is a few too many Omega Saw Blades, I think. 2 frames generally. Because something component update to IC. Is an update on the first frame. I get it. Okay. Yeah, that's certainly a good enough explanation for me. There we go. Grab this fella. And now we just move the things to the one with more slots. And then we get rid of anything above 8 of these project. We got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Move the larpa. Do that. And this. For the sake of nonsense. And bad ideas. Wait a minute. Does this have any... So here's the real question. How much would this really benefit? Unclear how much this would benefit from the chain spell there. Very good. Now this is full of mostly modifiers and a couple of these things. We got multiples of those, so it's all good. And they can go into the storage bin. That's good. Also watch how D-Day happened. The U.S. did great preparation, but executed it so badly that it worked out in their favor. Yeah, that's not especially far off from the truth, DBH. Yeah, D-Day was a major clusterfuck. Yeah, it was a major clusterfuck, no doubt about that one. You will not find many people arguing otherwise in that one. And if they are, I have questions about their sanity. Cause yeah, like that shit it went so bad. It went so incredibly badly. Like it feels to me some of the time, like literally, maybe even every single last thing that could go wrong with that operation did in fact go wrong. And like holy shit, man, it's so many things went wrong. Okay, so 2 of these guys. Or alternatively, spitter timer. 2 of these guys. Explosive projectile go over here. This wand can now go into the 4 category because, actually, okay. I'm not actually sure where I should put this one. It's because this can go into 5. We'll make an exception for this guy because it's cool enough. But why do I have 2? Why do I have 2 chain spell wands? Upsetting. Upsetting. And this one's better. Why? 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 Here, have an explosive projectile. I don't know. Maybe work better, maybe? Pew pew! And I'm gonna deal with that guy later. T dropped the tanks in the ocean. That's pretty bad. Yeah, that's true. It just happens to everyone. It happens to everybody. Shot a few seconds later, flying over you guys, dooming y'all. True. True. Yeah, that one in particular, that one always gets me, like, the unbelievable clusterfuck with, like, the aerial, like, deployment, which is like, oh my god, that one really gets me. I'm just like, how did this go so badly? But, like, it is also just the truth that, like, generally speaking, like, any type of error in, like, the execution of any type of war is just gonna be a lot worse in every conceivable way because, you know, people's lives are at stake and whatnot, and so it just, any error is magnified manyfold. Yeah, it's pretty bad. But yes, Kibble. Oh yes, I thought of like really what I think boils down to the essence of what I was trying to explain to you. It is that there are several intangible qualia relating to pain of high severity that render it beyond the capacity for normal understanding or measurement, and that the degree to which this is the case is akin to seeing a Lovecraftian monster. Right. And, yeah. And that the, like, said Lovecraftian monster is just, like, so horrifying that you can't really even grasp the beginning of, like, what comprises said monster, right? Such as its horror. There are qualities of this nature about such things, and that one can gesture at it, but like, and kind of understand it by proxy when you see somebody else experience it. But when you've actually experienced it, it's kind of like understand that the very phenomenon of consciousness is one that is atemporal, and that all alone and by itself, consciousness, especially if you don't believe in intelligent design, is subject to similar types of fucked up things as why the human body is got so many problems. And that one of these fucked up things is like infinite potential for suffering. And Kibble say that what they was trying to boil down was that it could be the case that there's some non-quantifiable aspects of experience, while you wouldn't agree with it. Pain beyond yippee, that is so good, and I agree with it. Fantastic timing. I think it's beautiful. Aspect experience, you wouldn't agree with it. You guess you could call it infinite. The original topic of conversation was time looping and multi-plane experiences, leading to an infinite amount of experience in a mathematical sense. So it's false equivalence. And I can understand your perspective on that one, but to me the issue isn't all that different. It's merely a difference in delivery, I guess. Whether the infinite, like, pain and suffering is delivered through the time loop type of model, whether it's delivered through just like a singular moment spanned out into eternity. It's not that different at the end of the day. It's still infinite and it's still unbearable. Yeah. And I think that's definitely what I was trying to say. And thank you so much, me Sandy, for making a pain beyond yippee clip. Honestly, I'm kind of curious what it looks like. I want to see it. There are several intangible qualia related to pain of high severity that render it beyond the capacity for oh, that's so good. That's so good. Yeah. Pain beyond yippee. I added it to the story. Do it. And kibble, in a very literal sense, yes. Like, yes, for the experience in eternity bit, yes. But I also believe in eternity, in my eyes, to be a greater quantity than, infinity. I understand that to you, you probably don't feel that way. That's understandable. Why make a distinction? Reasonable question. Such are the eldritch, such are the eldritch mysteries of the universe. You posted a caterpillar, Shlifu? I gotta see this. This sounds fantastic. Okay. Ooh, I've seen this type of caterpillar before. Fluffy because he wants me to pet him, right? That's why they call him the caterpillar. That's very funny. These pets were breathtaking. Anyone else have difficulty breathing? That's a good one, actually. That's a great guess. It's a fuzzy little guy. They have had their choice of either a cookie or a piece of moss shaped like a cookie. Which one did he choose? And so in that sense, a literal eternal time loop is different from some sort of eternal perspective based sense. It is, yeah, like, I wasn't saying it was like straight up not different. I just that the differences break down, right? Once you get past a certain point, the differences just kind of start to be less and less meaningful. Especially to the people there, right? Because as me standing say, pain does not let you skip the time. Would I pet the caterpillar? Eldritch Slime would pet caterpillar because would survive. Oh, and the reason would be because in many respects it would kind of be more of the same, right? I don't know, hold it like a hedgehog. That's very funny, actually. It'd be more of the same, right? So, like, in the time loop version, but it also depends on, like, the characteristics of the time loop and the length of the time loop, right? These are all very important, like, operant factors. But, of course, you know, like, yeah, like, a lot of these things, again, will start to break down in their importance. Especially as, like, the amount of time they've been suffering increases. Because it just will erode their will to exist. Such is the essence of things. Because, like I said before, but like pain is a lot like the yellow chaos flame from Elden Ring. By the way, guys, if I ever get a PC good enough to run Elden Ring, I am so playing Elden Ring on stream. Because this seems like a really fun game. I really want to play Elden Ring, but I've never had the opportunity. And mind you, Kibble, like, what you're saying is also true because it differs from person to person. I would anticipate that each person would have a different sort of experience of such things, right? And from my personal and ethical, like, kind of perspective and system, I think that the differences start to break down. In no small part due to the fact that, like, it's very hard to compare. Like, I obviously think that the... I mean, actually, no, I don't think... No, like, yeah, like, again, I think my point actually does stand, that you can't really say which one is, like, worse in a truest, like, the truest sense of it, right? Because infinite suffering in one moment means, like, to some extent, the temporal experience of it is broken down, but, like, it might well end. But with the infinite time loop, it actually legitimately won't end. Right? But from an experiential point of view, if both people are broken and unable to do life anymore by the end of the experience, at that stage, it's just like, what does it matter? Yeah. And you are correct, Kibble, that yeah, if you make the amount of time, the amount of suffering per time unit small enough, eventually get to the point where you wouldn't even remember it before it accumulates the same. I mean, I agree, actually. And hamperchamp, the Eldritch Slime say, and this is the essence of squish power. It is to spread the burdens of suffering amongst the squish so that nobody else would have to suffer any longer. And that everybody will experience a non-experienceable amount of suffering so that nobody else will need to suffer any longer. Or maybe it'll be like a pinch. But the squish will be there to comfort you. Such is why hamperchamp is running for the Prime Minister of Earthistan. Prime Minister of Earthistan. That's a pretty good one. Where you see it, Dawn says. Infinite suffering would be worst thing a person can experience, yeah. Yet you're 100% certain in saying the following. You can always suffer. Exactly, Dawn. I'm glad that you have grasped the essence of it. Precisely so. Like, this is very much... Suffering is an uncapped sense. Like, many sensations have a limit past which that you are basically deadened to their intensity. Pain isn't one of them. It's not even designed to be like that. It's designed in such a way that basically there's not a limit to how much, like, those nerves can transmit electrical signals. The limit is actually the nerve conduction rate of the human body. Right? But here's the thing. That's for one nerve. You can experience it from, like, all the fucking nerves at the same time. And what's more is that this process, yeah, it gets worse. Yeah, it's fucked up. And, like, yeah. Some are poisonous, so don't. You'll have to pain or death, or just tickles from its hairs. Why is it a given at the end? But that would be the end result. Kibble, if you don't know the answer to that question, I can't help you. if you don't know why the end result of infinite pain is being so broken and battered and everything to just be unable to exist, I can't help you. It's the natural consequence. It's just like a straight line of causality, right? So I'm sorry that I can't really describe it further. I mean, I'm not that sorry because it means you haven't experienced it, which is a good thing. Although I would argue, Kibble, because I would argue that death is a far lesser of evils by comparison with infinite suffering, right? Yeah, yeah. And indeed, Shlifu, like, Elden Ring looks like all sorts of fun to me, and I would love to play Elden Ring. Granted, I would probably not be the best at it, but I really enjoy the thematic elements of the game in a lot of respects. Like, I don't really feel that way about the other Souls-like games, but Elden Ring, I feel, is a bit special. I feel like it was done better in a lot of respects. It's got more appeal, I suppose. Certainly to me. That's right, I wanted to test. Does heavy shot work on burst of air? It should. In terms of its, it doesn't, oh, yep, it does not reduce the range that much, if at all. Hell yeah. Hey, stab it. Ah, son of a bitch, it just goes right through him. Me standing say, and the Constitution has stated the government is for bettering the public good, thus reducing suffering. Yeet. Indeed. Not direct statement, but do be leading to it. Can I have all this suffering for a project? I'm afraid not, Shlifu. I'm afraid it doesn't work that way. And I'm afraid that, if we condense it all down to a point where you could use it for a project, reality would cease to function or work in a way that is sensible. And certainly it would erode your the fabric of your resistance to the point where you would perish terribly. So I'm afraid not. Thank you for asking. Instead, have some moss. Tee. Very true, meat standing. Doing such a thing with the sandpaper and the nerves, indeed. And the part that the input is a finite input, but finite inputs can have infinite outputs. Is part of what I'm arguing, right? Especially when what is input, right, is one thing, but then it's like multiplied into multiple different things, right? Because it's not merely just the content of the suffering, it's all of its qualia, it's also the experience of suffering. But yeah. And again, it's also like intensity and duration. Exactly, like electricity, yes. And not quite sure what you mean on that one, me standing. But yeah. And yeah, basically just, it gets, yeah. Because pain is, it's a withering thing. And it also, like, withers away your, like, resistance to it as well. So it basically increases in volume and severity the longer it goes on. And once it reaches past a certain point, it is infinite. Well, obviously that first hypothetical is fine, Kibble. Right? But the problem is, what else can you do during that period of time? Right? But most of what I've been talking about applies to a pain above a certain severity, right? We are not talking about recognizable, understandable pain like what you're referring to. And Kibble, that's not the situation where it's hard to go on living. The one where it's impossible to go on, it has to do with severity. Yes. Yeah, we were talking about like like an ordinary time loop, right? You're talking about a localized time loop, right? With, first off, like, compressing it down to 1 second. I do not acknowledge, like, first off, like, we're also talking, I don't think that amount of suffering, I don't think you can deliver infinite suffering in that specific timeline. You need longer. Right? I believe that, like, there is a certain amount of, like, yeah, electrocute this up machine that makes corners, wooden panes curve. A few times it was just uncomfortable for that 300 milliseconds. Felt the alternations. All of that twice, like 2 weeks ago. I feel as though you are rage baiting at this point, Kibble. And like I said, there is not anything I can do to help you understand. If you do not understand how it is that severe pain does not lead to such things. I did not play Slay the Princess, and I will never play Slay the Princess. You cannot make me, and I will not. Boo. It was always severe pain in the context of time loops. Because severe pain... Mundane! Severe pain is mundane, Kibble. Mind you, I'm talking like maybe a 7. Yeah, a 7. Right? The area which the experience like goes like super critical into like this infinite like land is at that like 8.9 plus. It is at that stage that it becomes not mundane. Yes. Kibble, my life is defined by all of that. I find that when I dislocate my arm, it is dull. It feels repetitive, uninteresting. It is a routine aspect of my daily life. There are at least 100 million other Americans who feel the same. If you want to be very conservative about that number, 38 million. But in either case, a lot of people. What matters really is that pain is mundane. And you bet, Dawn. I was actually thinking of wrapping up here pretty darn soon. And I was actually going to start looking for a raid target. And I appreciate that, Schlifu. Sincerely. But I have long since mourned for and moved on from these things. I don't mind so much. I assure you it is not, Kibble. Ask the elderly. Like, no joke. Ask somebody in their, like, 80s. How regularly they experience pain and whether they consider it ordinary, mundane. You'll probably get a yes. Might have to probe like a few questions, but you'll get a yes. Might not get it from all of them. Exactly. The sheer frequency makes it mundane. What do you think I have assumed in this instance? Kibble. I wonder what happened with speed up and burst of air. Does that cause a bit faster? I asked you directly, Kibble. I'd asked you if you had experienced something like that. Well, you see, by not answering the question, you render me unable to, like, make an informed decision about what to say, right? True. I did explain. Exactly, Rosaline. I'm glad you understand, right? That, your father's got the double spinal disc herniation. The pain really taken a lot of life out of him, no matter how small the pain. Pain is still pain, and no matter the intensity, you will still be drained of life with enough time. Exactly, Rosalina. Thank you. I think you really hit the nail right on the head, And that truly, even if it's a small pain, you require a lot is needed to, like, re-infuse a person with that life, right? And it's a seriously complicated matter. And the fact, when it comes down to it, pain is something that it's like it drains your blood. I guess that's the best way to put it, really, yeah. If I were to explain to somebody with congenital analgesia, I'd say that pain is something that on a long time scale is like bleeding out, losing body heat, and eventually consciousness. And that everything just kind of gets steadily worse as you lose more blood. Yeah. Yeah. But with the blood, yeah. Rosalina, thank you so much. Exactly. Many doctors dismiss pain because it's just quote-unquote mundane, which is the exact reason that people with chronic pain are so badly treated. Exactly, Rosalina. This is precisely the reason I do not budge on this issue. It's because this is the reality of the situation, right? That this quote-unquote mundane nature of these things. Made flexible. Movement by David is an example. He made flexible content, but stopped because pain was unbearable, you think. Yeah. Exactly. A lot of these things. Right, pain affects everybody. But the fact of the matter is that pain relief is something. I mean, if you got a connective tissue disorder, that means there's high probability to be Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, one of the 3 most painful conditions known to mankind. It's also the condition I have. But yes, I just love talking about that shit because it's neat. It's cool. It's awful, but it's cool. But this is, of course, underscores the importance of the accessibility of, like, painkillers and whatnot to people, and why the drug war and the various consequences of it, and how that prevents access to those medications, is an evil of unspeakable magnitude that just that does not merely have huge economic consequences if that's the one you would like to focus in on, but that the moral and ethical implications of it are so catastrophically massive as to be difficult to communicate easily with words, right? Like I said, it's like some Lovecraftian horror is like the significance of what we're talking about. It's like somebody saw Yog Sothoth or some nonsense, but then then the doctors just say it's fine. That's normal. Yog Sothoth has always been there. Don't worry about it. Yeah, and the fact of the matter is that it takes a lot away from you and out of you, and it's important to really acknowledge that pain relief's important. When you had your appendix rupture, you tried not to take any pain medication because back then you thought very poorly of it. That's understandable. I mean, Schleifer, I understand because there are a lot of unhealthy ideas out there about it. And you ended up suffering a lot more than you needed to, yeah. Because, I'll lay something out for you in real simple terms. It's real cool, I think. That pain, it just really severely impairs, it interferes, opioid analgesics. Suppose that people complain about they have addiction, this and that. Pain interferes with the intrinsically rewarding nature of opioids. It prevents any type of euphorogenic effects from the drugs, and if not prevents, it interferes with it to the point where it reduces risk significantly. Right? So if that's the axis upon which you would like to argue against pain relief, then that's not a very good one. Really, there's no real good axis to argue against people getting their pain relief, because pain relief is just good for everybody. It helps everybody, right? Makes the world a better place, makes people happier. For a man who had his pelvis amputated, they did a spine nerve thing. Well, that fucked up. I don't know what that is. And that And that plus mind therapy made the pain go away. What is Nerf? I've never heard of this. I gotta look it up. Oh! Oh, so it's... I understand. So basically, functionally speaking, this is a type of myofascial release. But really, it's you're interacting with the fascia, in a way, is what you're doing, yeah. Which is interesting. Honestly, I've never heard of that. That's really cool. I'm happy to learn about it. I'm gonna probably look into that more later. But it's like a less gentle version of it. Fascinating. But yeah, Kibble. At the end of the day, yeah, like absolutely, it's a W thing. That sounds pretty cool. Moved his spine away that the nerves realize they aren't connected to his legs anymore. Honestly, that's handy. That's handy. Yeah. Because the fact of the matter is that it's the same reason why pain is so disabling, it hasn't gone away and shit, right? And why confusion is here. Or surprise, not confusion. Why surprise exists, like on people's faces, as like one of the baseline emotions. It's because it's for other people to see, right? And when it comes down to it, pain is something that you can't really deal with alone. It's not meant to be dealt with alone. Like in the sense of like, as a species, we don't deal with it alone. We deal with it in groups. We're meant to help each other with it, right? And we're meant to help each other through it. Because the human body was not designed to really soldier on in that way. And in fact, it wasn't really designed to soldier on in that many, very, very few situations that was it designed to do that in. And I think it really speaks to the better aspects of humanity in my eyes. The more communal aspects that built into our very like frames is that we need help from each other. Infants and adults and the elderly. I don't like that phrase, that riddle that's like, what walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 during the day, 3 at night, human, right? Because to me, I feel it kind of misses the point of like, at every single state, because there's also other versions of that entire riddle that mean the same thing, right? And basically they're about like needing help doing things. But the fact of the matter is that everybody needs help doing things all the time. And if they don't, you probably ought to, like, it's pretty likely that you help other people do things. Right? But even then, it's the phrase, it takes a village, right? Humankind has survived and continues to survive due to cooperation. So fundamentally, I find that, as unfortunate as the biology of, like, pain is, there's only one way to deal with it. And it's together, right? It's like, because, ideally humans would, help each other through these things. And part of like one of the many goals that I had as when I opted to start streaming was to always, very specific conditions for a very limited time with rest required afterwards. Exactly, mate standing. Exactly so. And what do you do when you're resting? You are vulnerable. What safety do you get? Oh, from other people. Right? Again, exactly. It's just it's how it be. And so when it comes right back down to it, the entire process of like a big part of what I want to stream, right, was because I wanted to like I definitely want people like who come into my stream to understand like certain things about the essence of what it means to what chronic pain means, I guess. Yeah. And how treating it is a good thing. And how alleviating it is a moral good. And also economically beneficial. And that whatever axis you want to view it from, you are improving lives by relieving pain. And that by not relieving pain, you're doing quite the opposite. Yeah. I never wanted to make it the central focus of my stream or anything on like a long-term basis or anything. But certainly whenever it comes up, I'm not really letting people soldier on is not a good thing. Honestly, that's a fine way to imagine it. Meat standing, that's a fine way to imagine it. Really, yeah, because like for me, like it is closer to that than anything else because every time I move around I do get injured. So it's just like brand new injuries every time. As well as some of the same injuries getting, you know, re-injured and whatnot. But like and as you were saying, pain's very different for everybody. Like every type of like I one of my favorite things I ever wrote was that there are more types of there are so many types of chronic pain and so many myriad causes of it that I could spend a lifetime writing like a book in excess of like many thousands of pages and not be done writing down all the ways you could end up with chronic pain. Right? I phrased it in a much more like pleasant way in the thing that I wrote. It was a thing for the FDA, but it seemed to get the point across. Based on the fact they ended up quoting a different part of it that was relevant to that particular passage. Because like you can't really police so much like what like people are just gonna have chronic pain, right? Just the thing that's gonna happen due to the frailties of the human condition, really. And that's one of those things, and that you gotta basically just deal with that as it is. An unfortunate thing. And helping people like obtain the, you know, pain relief that they need is very important. Otherwise, you know, like you know, it sucks. Also trauma chronic pain lacking some, that's, yeah, exactly, right, exactly, meat standing, right, like, yeah, like truly the number of types of chronic pain, like they are limitless. You can break them down into categories. You can break it down into like basically some type of like nerve conduction problem. Yeah, exactly. You thought about it very little, and there's already this many types, right? Yeah, I mean, it's a great point, you know. So like, yeah, like there's a lot of, yeah. I could spend quite some time yapping about it because I have so much fun yapping about it. But yeah, so like, Kibble, the assumption is, it's not so much an assumption about you. It's that I think you're not quite picking up on the cultural background undertones and baggage. It's why you dug yourself a grave. Right? And that's why I use that kind of phrasing. Yeah. muscles attached to nerves with, yeah, exactly, sand-like structures grinding. Yeah, very true, very true. It's quite funny me standing. I like that. I am amused. But yeah, so it's just one of those like little things where, especially if you're like looking at something like quality of life, is quality of life something that can have a quantity, right? When you estimate what is lost by having chronic pain, like I know the numbers from like the analyses about like the meta-analyses. On average, such people like with pretty moderate to severe chronic pain, it fucks shit up, right? Yes, Kibble. Yes. I mean, honestly, I'ma just, um, and you know what? I agree with me standing. Yeah, the quality of life would be made so much better if hard labor could just be made obsolete. There'd be a lot fewer work injuries and shit. It'd be a lot better. Like, everybody could just chill. But yeah, so like, at Kibble, like, I feel like, was it Rosa or was it Dawn? Yeah, no, it was Dawn that said it. That the way, yeah, the way they see infinite suffering would be the worst thing a person could experience. Yet they're 100% certain in saying the following: that you can always suffer more, because that is an inexorable truth of reality. And then you will never know, Kibble, until you have suffered greatly. Until you have suffered more than you can imagine, right? I mean, it's just how it is. I sincerely hope you never have to understand. It's not about having experienced suffering or not. It's about the length and the severity together that it creates qualities all its own. It is an emergent phenomenon, you might say. Much like Dunk's emergent gameplay with the Sea of Thieves. Chronic pain has emergent phenomenon that only occur at certain levels of severity and length of time, and then of course intensity as well, because intensity is not necessarily the same thing as severity, but that's another whole thing, because extra qualia emerge at that kind of at that junction. I think that's actually a very funny comparison. The Sea of Thieves one. So what that tells me is that you probably haven't. This is what I was suspecting the whole time. It's why I asked about it, Gibble. This is why I asked in the first place. That you sounded like you had chronic pain. And it sounded to me like you had taken one of two, like, cognitive routes. And the one you had taken was off, because there's two things you can take. Either one. That's why I tried to get an answer out of you in the first place, Kibble. Because I suspected it was one of them. But the thing is, you have to build up the argument either way, because basically it's about validating your own suffering at that stage, right? Because you were like having to listen to like what maybe like, because Rosa pointed out earlier, the medical profession dismisses and devalues people's pain and whatnot. And if that's what your medical professionals are telling you, or like the people around you are telling you, then you have one of two ways you can go. You went the way of like believing that they were telling you the truth. Which is understandable. But that doesn't make it correct. Yeah. And the fact of the matter is that the evidence about what pain does to a person, in short, it kills them slowly, painfully. That's what it does. Indicates that it quite simply must be taken seriously at the moderate and severe levels of like pain. Just it's how it is. If it's not taken seriously, it leads to long-term health problems. The pain itself, not just whatever's causing it. And that there's like been abundant evidence of proving that, right? And you know, like, you have my sincerest, like, I'm sorry that you suffer as such as you do. But I am not certain how you come to the conclusion that you can't just suffer more. Everybody can always suffer. It can, like, pain is not like there's no limit. Yeah, there's not. It's like, yeah. Yeah. I second Meat Standing's question there, but yeah, we can discuss that one another time. Let's go ahead and raid on into 0 damage. Let's see. Raid. Zero damage. Honestly, I had a very fun stream. This is a very engaging stream, and I had a really good time. Anybody sticking around who hasn't dropped a follow yet, by all means do so. Well, no, you can though, Kibble. You can, because there's like the thing is, like, a human being first off, they die before maximum input is met from all input vectors, i.e. every nerve. So basically, because that's never going to be the case, never going to be all of those things, you die, you're not going to die immediately, right? So basically, there's so much room for improvement. You can always suffer in terms of like how much you suffer, basically, right? You can always suffer more. Like that's what it means. And indeed, like, yeah, like infinity plus 1 is infinity, right? Yes, you can always suffer more in that respect as well, right? So obviously you can, yeah. And plus, the severity of the pain and it not being relieved over a length of time multiplies the weight of that suffering in a way that is not, it scales exponentially, is what I'm trying to say, towards infinity very rapidly. Me saying a knee surgeon with his beliefs didn't believe patients. Did it hurt after surgeries and refused pain medication? But then one day, he himself had knee surgery, and they treated him like the patients he treated before, and then he changed his mind and gave them the pain. Yeah, I mean, it's true. Yeah, this has happened more than once, yes. Well, no, Kibble. You die long before you reach maxed out inputs. What's more is right, but it's infinite before you reach the point where it kills you. That's what I'm saying. But the idea of max like that, yeah, like, yeah. And honestly, Meat Standing, those are fine stories to have. They're good ones. And honestly, it's not that uncommon, realistically speaking, right? Yeah, death from shock with people being whipped to death. That one's a bit more complicated, but still. Your point stands. But in any case, right, the fact of the matter is that the modern, like, way that, like, it is true for, yeah, it's useful for things like this. The modern way of going about these things, like, I think the bigger problem is, like, the post-surgical pain not being treated is very much that it impairs wound healing in a demonstrable and well-established empirical way. And if anybody would like the details on that, we can go into it during a different stream. But yeah, there's a pretty robust series of, like, meta-analyses about it. Like, yeah, people have better outcomes when you alleviate their pain. Yeah. But overall, I really appreciate you guys. I had a lovely time. And thanks all the raiders who came in and stuck around. I appreciate you guys. And Shlifu Meat Standing. Kibble. Let me scroll up so I can see. Yes, Rosalina. And I know that, you know, of course, Dawn's, they headed out already. But I appreciate everybody here. I appreciate everyone that stuck around. And it means the world. And Kibble, with wiring a light bulb through a socket, managed to do it with pencil and paper. Oh, I'm glad that I'm appreciated too. It makes me happy. But yeah, like, Kibble, the important part is not the argument stands regardless of that you haven't experienced. So it's difficult to be hard for you. It stands on its own merits, right? And you can see that you can't understand it by looking at other people and what they have said, right? You can grasp it from their experience, right? This is part of the benefit of being a human being and a pack animal and whatnot, right? I agree. Precisely. Meat Standing really... In fact, this one is a hardcore fantastic enough. I am adding it to the quotes. Because you hit the nail on the head. And Kibble, that view kind of, like, is fundamentally lacking a lot of empathy there, bud. So do keep that one in mind. And something that pain does to you is reduces your ability to empathize with other people. Just throwing that out there. Yeah, well, yeah. Indeed, and I would honestly, I love streaming, and I would miss streaming too. Honestly, I knew I would enjoy it a lot, but I did not think I would have this great of a time this quickly, and I really appreciate you guys. You guys have made the process of like growing from really tiny streamer to bigger streamer awesome, and not all terrible, and pretty good. And this is nice. Right, but Kibble, we're not talking about their own experiences. We are talking about even people like hospice nurses, like evaluating the patient's experiences from their point of view, not from the patient's. We're not just talking about just the patient's, bruv. That said, I create Raid because, 9 hours is a long time, 10 hours a long time. But, in conclusion, you can get fun and delightful. Kind, indeed. We'll see you soon. Probably tomorrow. But, yeah, probably tomorrow. I might start the stream a little later tomorrow. I have yet to decide. Such is the beauty of it not being a post-dunk stream, is that theoretically I could do it a little later. Who knows? Kibble, now you were talking about false equivalencies. That's a profoundly false equivalency, and I recommend you not. Most likely, Shlifu, most likely. It might be a little later, but there will most likely be one, yes. We could talk about it tomorrow, Kibble. We can talk about it tomorrow. Yeah. Because, but I would recommend you come at it with better arguments than that one. Toodaloo.